Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 1151 Good News. Chapter 1151 Good News. While Lex teleported through Lover's Island, he kept an eye out for anything valuable he might find. He had great expectations considering that it was a 4-star planet, and to an extent the planet lived up to his expectations. Every piece of dirt was precious, and every blade of grass could be treated like a natural treasure for low-leveled cultivators. A random pebble on the planet had more spirit energy than actual spirit stones from low-level planets. But for all its treasures, it fell short of actually enticing Lex. After all, no matter what he saw, he could find a better version back in the Midnight Realm. It was actually a little crazy to think about the fact that a realm which was limited to the nascent realm had better quality treasures than a planet that could support very high-level cultivators. But to be fair, the Midnight Realm was constantly growing, and all these valuable things would eventually become distributed over a very large area. But for now, he could still benefit from it. That was another reason why it was so important to ensure his guests stay within the confines of the inn. They'd strip the whole realm of all its treasures if they could. Regardless, he was getting sidetracked. Lex watched as Sim opened up the ceramic bottle and took a sniff, then froze. He asked, shocked, "Maybe. See if the king likes it." The heavenly tree back in the Midnight Realm was thoroughly destroyed in body and soul. Even its descendants had died, though that was a result of the tree's own actions rather than Lex. But soon after the tree died, another, similar tree seemed to appear out of thin air and began growing quickly. Although it was nowhere near the size of the original heavenly tree, it grew large enough for Lex to notice. But it was not a reincarnation of the heavenly tree. In fact, this tree did not even have a spirit yet. But as far as Lex could tell, the laws of the realm had developed around the existence of a large tree that controlled and regulated the environment of the entire realm. In the absence of one, the realm gave birth to another one on its own. It was not exactly a mythical tree, but considering that it was being nurtured by the laws of the realm, it may as well be. Sim offered the bottle to the king, who showed no great reaction. Lex was not disappointed. He was about to bring out something else, but the Velvet Goose King, in a very regal and composed manner, snatched the bottle from Sim and threw the whole thing in its mouth, leaving them both stunned. "It seems like it's a deal," Lex said. "I'll trade you 1 drop of sap for 1 feather." That deal was entirely in Lex's favor, since he could basically just get as much sap as he needed. But it was not like Sim knew that, nor did the goose. Negotiations did not take long, since the goose was very impatient for more sap. A few minutes later, a bald, yet still composed and entirely magnificent goose waddled back into the green lake, looking like it had done Lex a huge favor. "Pleasure doing business with you," Lex said to Sim, although truthfully, the experience had been more than just a little vexing for him. But he was focused on other things for now. Without any warning, he decided to return to the Midnight Inn, teleporting directly out of the planet that was still under lockdown, leaving Sim stunned. Once back at the inn, Lex did not rush to return to Moon. Instead, he went to the study in his penthouse and sat there. "Mary, what's the situation with the Temple of Fasting?" A gleam flashed through Lex's eyes. "In that case, could you please call them here?" "Sure, though I doubt that'll make a difference," she said. Just a few seconds later, Z teleported into Lex's study. The once skinny and frail teenager had now grown into a towering, muscular, well, technically speaking, he was still a teenager since he was around 17 years old, whereas before he just looked like a teenager. 9 meters, and had forearms thicker than most people's thighs. Yet somehow, either due to his introverted nature or some other mystical reason, even with his great height and strong body, he did not look intimidating or overly powered. He still looked like someone you would find sitting in a gaming den, eating ramen late at night, and watching anime. The big brother of the inn had truly grown big, and not just in height. After 15 years, Lex was not the only one who had grown strong and honed his cultivation. Most had reached the nascent realm, and then further refined their cultivation. But Z, whether it was due to the special training he got at the Temple of Fasting, or the heritage he received, or due to his natural aptitude, had been on the verge of facing his tribulation to become an Earth immortal for a few years now. So naturally, once the inn reopened back up to the universe, Z and a few others went to the temple. Actually, Luther, Gerard, and Velma had gone there as well, but based on what Velma said, they probably didn't end up facing their tribulations yet. "Congratulations on becoming an Earth immortal," Lex said with a soft smile. Z's expression froze. It seemed like no matter how far he got in life, he could not escape the reach of his boss. Chapter 1152, Kindling Dragon Fire. Chapter 1152, Kindling Dragon Fire. Z froze, and Lex kept smiling at him. For a few moments they maintained this state, until eventually Lex chuckled. "I guess you're going to be too busy to be working at the Gamer's Den from now on." For a moment, Z narrowed his eyes and looked at Lex. He asked, feeling Lex's cultivation level. Technically speaking, Z was the first original and employee to become an immortal. Anita and Kawain didn't count. Lex exclaimed, agreeing too quickly. "But I think your statement should be amended a bit. It's not the person with the highest cultivation level, but the strongest person who should be the boss. So what do you say? Shall we have a small spar while we wait for the others?" Z quickly looked down at the floor while taking a seat. Only a maniac would fight Lex. Z was now much stronger than he used to be, and with his tenets now allowing him to perceive the laws of the world, he could sense just how ridiculously strong Lex was. Instead of binding him and chaining him down, like laws did with literally everything in existence, the laws bent around Lex, as if his existence put a physical burden on something as abstract as the laws that governed reality. What's worse was that Z knew Lex was in this state, because one of his seals was probably broken. Only when all of his seals were in place would he return to appearing like a normal human being. Of course, there was one more reason Z did not even remotely entertain the idea of trying to fight Lex. "There's a matter I want to consult you on," Z said. Over the past few years, Z had been very popular at the inn. He had always had a helpful personality and liked being of service to his co-workers as much as he could. It was one of the reasons why he was called the big brother of the inn. But when Z himself needed help, he usually turned to Lex, who had proved himself not only exceptionally powerful, but very knowledgeable. "Go ahead. It's not my new realm that's causing an issue. It's something else. Well, once I became an immortal, I awoke some of his memories and learned more about him. His name was Zarek, and he was the 11th human ever to exist in this universe." "Sounds impressive," commented Lex. "You seem like it, but there's an issue. The memories did not come from the heritage, because the heritage was compiled by his descendants after he already died." That caused Lex to pause. This was something he had not expected, but it was not necessarily an issue. So then, why did Z seem troubled? "I don't see the problem. If you awakened his memories, then chances are high that he might be one of your ancestors." "Yes, but I have no parents, no ancestry," Z said, looking troubled. This statement also troubled Lex, because this was the first time one of the inn workers who had been created by the system directly acknowledged the fact that they were not exactly of typical origin. It was almost as if there had been some kind of mental block keeping them from considering such things so far, but becoming an immortal allowed them to overcome that block. Or at least that was the case for Z. Whether this situation occurred again would need to be observed with the other workers. Lex asked, if this was going to be a problem, it would be best to address it directly. Considering that he had hundreds of thousands of workers, coming up with a lie would complicate issues, so it would be best to stick to the truth. The innkeeper had brought them to life to run the inn. Not only was it the truth, but it was the premise upon which they had lived their entire lives so far. "What? No, not that," said Z. "I know that the innkeeper gave me life. How that came to be is not the issue. The issue is that Zarek, based on the few memories I saw, was not exactly the kind of guy to just roll over and die. I'm worried that these awakening memories might be some method Zarek put into place to come back to life. Through me." It seemed like they were covering all the big questions today, such as where babies, or rather in workers, came from, and what happened after death. Truthfully, death was actually a topic Lex had looked into as well, for he wanted to know what the consensus for life after death was among cultivators. It turned out that there really was heaven and hell, though that is not where people went to after they died. To enter heaven or hell, the person needed to be very much alive. As for what happens after death, there was no one consensus. Strictly speaking, death was the dissolution of the soul. So how could there be life after the soul ceased to exist? If Lex hadn't spent the past few years getting used to the fact that the rules of the universe were not as straightforward as he always believed, he too would have thought that after the soul stopped existing, there could be nothing. Now, though, he wasn't too sure. For example, ghosts really did exist, and they sometimes did look like people who used to live. But that was only because ghosts were formed from the leftovers of countless souls merging together. Technically speaking, wasn't that a form of life after death? Lex asked. Yeah, it's pretty easy. That's not a problem, Lex said simply. You don't need to worry about Zarek or anyone else replacing you. However, I will caution you against viewing the memories. You yourself have only lived a few years. If you end up absorbing memories that span hundreds or even thousands of years, then there's a huge chance that you'll be heavily influenced by them and forget who you are. Take things slowly, and if you do ever want to unlock the memories, do it under supervision. After all, as a warrior king, I'm sure Zarek had a lot of unique experiences which could be beneficial for you to learn about. Z nodded and put the thought behind him. As long as the innkeeper knew about this issue, nothing would happen. But more than that, Z had a feeling that even if a problem arose, just simply Lex would be enough to handle any issue. This new instinct was something he unlocked after he became an immortal and even learned a bit about it. Apparently, instincts were like a hidden sixth sense that the human race had. All humans had them, but they needed to be trained to become effective. According to some of the memories he unlocked, Zarek's instincts were so strong that he could prevent his greatest enemies from ever even being born by anticipating who they would be born from. Z had learned a few other interesting things from those memories as well. But the most significant thing he learned was how to judge the danger someone represented. That was exactly why he knew that although Lex, sitting in front of him, seemed just as amicable and calm as always, he was dangerously furious underneath. Sight. It seemed like some people were going to die. Just as he had that thought, the remaining 3 people they were waiting for finally arrived. Gerard, Velma, and Luther walked in, seemingly in a good mood. Gerard and Velma were chatting amongst themselves, and Luther was also about to make some small talk, but when he looked towards Lex, he sensed that something was amiss. Luther, who had thoroughly mastered the unique control his physique allowed over flames, could sense a fire burning inside of Lex, and it felt an awful lot like Dragon fire. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Luther said loudly, cutting the conversation between Gerard and Velma. It's no trouble. I didn't wait long, said Lex with a smile. Since you're all here, I'll get right to the point. For the past few years, you've all been training your houses in their respective specializations. Chapter 1153, Every Single One. Chapter 1153, Every Single One, The Houses of Midnight, started out as an idea that Z had. When Harry changed his last name to Midnight, Z got the idea to take up a last name all the workers could take up, since not everyone might feel like they could do justice to such a name. So he took on the name Starcloak. The name was meant to represent the vast night sky that could encompass countless stars, and was therefore meant for the masses to follow along. To a small degree, that is what happened. But largely, all the in-workers who had strange abilities which could not be categorized easily joined this family. One stellar example of this family was that guy whose ability it was to be forgotten. Although no one knew his first name, at least now they knew his last name. There was also Alfonso, who had weird powers that would change all the time, save for the ability to always have food in his pocket. Countless others had joined the Starcloak family and took pride in how odd or versatile, depending on who you asked, their abilities were. Inspired by Z, Gerard also founded a family by the name of Umberguard. They were the protectors of the inn, the fighters, the warriors, the soldiers. Naturally, most of the security team and the Midnight Battalion joined this family. Velma decided that none of those suited her, so she formed the Nixhart family. It was supposed to be filled with romantics and gossip lovers, but it grew into something so much more. The most secretive, detailed, and expansive information network was effortlessly conjured up by the Nixhart family, able to dig out even the deepest of secrets that no one wished to share. During the last 15 years, Lex had even tested this out by having them try to gather information from the various countries on Minara, and boy were they good. Last but not least was Luther, who formed the Nightshade family. This was the smallest family, but it was also the most lethal, even more than the Umberguard. The Nightshade family was not protectors, but killers. They were assassins. They were conspirators. They were the ones who would face the enemies of the inn and eliminate them. Their numbers were small, but that did not make them any less significant than the other houses. In fact, even John had decided to join the Nightshade house. Although he had left his assassin days behind him, his instincts were very much honed in on the profession, and the guidance he provided was without equal. Now, for the first time, Lex wanted to use the houses as they were intended when they were made. He'd had many days to think and had come to a few conclusions. Moon had said that her protection was specifically created by their grandfather, so its failure could also be attributed to him. His action of tying Moon up to the planet, of experimenting on her for years, of drawing blood and tissue samples, and Lord only knew what else, did not seem as straightforward as he made them seem. Maybe Moon believed what he had to say because she had limited experiences, or maybe she believed him because she literally had no other choice. But Lex saw something more. He saw the intricacies behind each action that perhaps even Moon herself did not notice. When his grandfather saw that two of his grandchildren, namely Bella and Liz, both had unique physiques, did he really not have any ulterior motives? The man who was easily able to take kids away from their parents really showed no other intentions toward his son and daughter-in-law, who were not only weaker than him, but had also given birth to two kids with physiques. Since his own father apparently had a special physique, his grandfather should have known how difficult it was for one to occur naturally. Then, on top of that, when he got his hands on Moon, who was the most special of them all, he still didn't target his son and daughter-in-law. Even assuming that his dad was capable of unleashing a very powerful attack, since he'd lost all his cultivation, how powerful could it be? Then there were his parents. They just had children with special physiques, and decided to keep on having them until trouble came, instead of letting the kids be born and then hiding them the way they did with Lex, until they were strong enough. Why couldn't they wait to have kids until they were strong enough to protect them in the first place? Even stupid people knew about using protection to avoid having unwanted children. So his parents, who were cultivators and were capable of achieving something no one else could, somehow lacked this bit of common sense? No, there was much more to this story than it appeared, and Lex would get to the bottom of it. Lex looked at everyone in the room, then began his explanation. Someone targeted my little sister, kidnapping her, and then using her for their personal experiments. Lex said, skipping over the meat of the story. Although I have now rescued my sister, she is far from safe. In fact, she can't even come to the inn yet. There's still a few things I need to do before I can safely bring her to the inn, but while I do that, I need a bit of your help. I want to find the man responsible. But more importantly, I want to find everyone involved in this. Whether they were simple employees working for him or some organization backing him from the shadows. Recalling the immortals that had come and surrounded Yildirim, Lex did not think his grandfather's background was as simple as he made it out to be. When I go to mete out the punishment for this, I want every single person involved to feel it. Silence filled the room after Lex spoke, as everyone absorbed the information Lex had just given. Chapter 1154, He is Goading Me. Chapter 1154, He is Goading Me. Velma cleared her throat, finally breaking the silence before she asked a question. What can you tell me about this person, and anyone he might be working with? Lex smiled. The man is my grandfather. His name, I believe, is Damien. I have some information, but I am about to get more in a short while. If you have any questions, think of them now. It'll help me find out exactly what I need to ask. Lex did not particularly want the details of his life being spread around, but in a matter directly related to his life, it would be hard to avoid details. Even so, Lex stuck to the basics. He mentioned how his sister was taken away at a young age, kept away from everyone, and bonded to a planet to keep her trapped there, surviving only due to her unique ability that Lex strongly suspected his grandfather was coveting. He then mentioned the numerous assassins Moon faced, and how Lex suspected that they also worked for or with his grandfather. At this point, it was not just Lex who was angry. Every single person in the room was fuming. To say that over the past 15 years they had not become close would be a lie. Although they had managed to avoid any major conflicts, spending time together in peace was also a good way to get to know a person, especially since they had seen what he was like in a pinch. More than once had Lex faced danger head-on for them. Now, to learn that this entire time he had a sister who had been suffering. If it were up to Velma, they would have all left immediately. But they didn't. There's a reason why Lex called them even before he got all the details he wanted. It was so that they could summon their family members and begin planning out how they would deploy them. While they made these preparations, Lex would have a meeting with William. The last time Lex met him, William had tried to bring up the topic of his family. The fact that he had tried was the only reason Lex was even willing to meet with him again. William had claimed that he had some misunderstanding with his family, but at that time Lex had been too bitter and too angry to listen. Now, though, things were different. He also wanted to know how complicit William had been during this entire process of kidnapping his siblings, though he highly suspected that this ancestor of his had no information of it when it was happening. He also wanted to learn about Liz and Belle. Moon did not know much, but William probably would. Lex had actually requested a meeting days ago, long before he even went to Dunya. But William had been busy. It was only now that he had sent word that he would be able to come. Considering their original agreement for Lex to help a few of their people undergo enhancements and the latest happenings, there was much for them to talk about. A few hours later, William finally arrived, though this time he was alone. Not only had Jotun not shown up, but William also looked pale and as if he was recovering from some injury. Much more importantly, he wore an expression that told Lex the man was in his flow state. He knew it all too well. I take it you have cleared up some of the issues between you and your siblings, William said, his tone completely neutral. Now that Lex had aged a bit, their appearances resembled a lot, though Lex did notice that this time around, as his body grew, his features were slightly different. That's one way of putting it, said Lex. Not just you and your siblings, William said, and then exited his flow state. His exhaustion was a lot more apparent without it, which might have been the point. I have something to show you. Why don't we have our discussion after you see it? William nodded and placed a small black bead on the table in front of Lex. The black bead began to glow and then projected a scene midair in front of Lex. Lex could see a hint of a resemblance between himself and the man in the image. Damien, he said in a low tone, his voice filled with controlled emotion. Indeed, this is not a message or recording. Lex nodded and played the projection. Damien seemed upset at something, and then a monster appeared in front of him, out of nowhere. At first he did not react, but as they continued to have their conversation, Lex realized that this must have happened only a few days ago. In fact, it must have happened exactly on the day he rescued Moon. He thought nothing of the name Jeffrey, right up until Damien mentioned rescuing the monster from Earth, and then things began to click in his mind. Was Earth a political prison, or a convenient way for Damien to hide secrets? Jeffrey was the man who had orchestrated many wars and conflicts on Earth, just for his entertainment, and what he had been doing since his departure from Earth had not gone unnoticed. He was near the very top on the list of wanted beings in the Origin realm, and why wouldn't he be? As the foremost terrorist in the entire realm, targeting the entire realm itself. He was an enemy of the entire Henali, and it seemed that he was one of his grandfather's partners. The scene ended right after Damien gave Jeffrey permission to hunt down his family, and disappeared through a portal, but Lex kept gazing at the place where the projection ended. It was not just you and your family he had been tricking. It was all of us. He meant for you to find this, Lex said simply. You're acting like a pawn in his hands. He wanted this found, and the reason he specifically mentioned me is because he anticipated you'd show it to me. William seemed surprised at Lex's deduction, but Lex did not seem goaded or angered or even irritated. He seemed perfectly calm. Lex finally looked away from the projection and towards William. he asked. Lex's mind was completely still. The more dire the situation was, the more comfortable he was. He was all too used to thriving in chaos. So by now, he no longer let his anger cloud his judgment. His priorities were straight. First, he would rescue his sisters, and then he would kill. Chapter 1155 Anger Issues. Chapter 1155 Anger Issues. The situation regarding your other sisters is not ideal, but it is nowhere near as bad as it is for Moon, William said as he rubbed his head. Lex could easily see that the man was not in good shape at all. He was most likely recovering from injuries, and was suffering some kind of spirit energy exhaustion at that. Considering he was an immortal, the inn itself should not have any service that can help him. Having said that, there was always... Lex waved his hand, and a cup of Midnight's signature brew appeared in front of William. This coffee could be strengthened using MP, and since Lex spent 10 million MP on it, it should somewhat be effective. The coffee did not do much. It just helped clear the mind and reduce fatigue for about an hour. But as soon as William took a sip, his eyes widened. It seemed he liked it. "I'm listening," Lex said, to remind him that he was waiting. Somewhere in his heart, he still disliked William just because they were technically family. The old man hadn't done anything, but something about him just ticked Lex off. Belle's situation was the simplest. She gained a unique bloodline somehow, and has since been trained as a warrior. She fought on behalf of the William family for years, and then directly began working for the Jotun Empire. There was a small incident where she was kidnapped for a short while, but she was returned and even benefited greatly from it. Previously, she was participating in the war efforts against the fiery mammoths, but since the incident with Damien and with the disappearance of Yildirim, she's been too hot-headed to obey orders. She has forcibly claimed the position of family head and rescued many of the remnants of the William family. For years, she's been trying to become the head of the William family. Anger issues. Belle always had anger issues, and she was kind of mean just besides as well. But Lex knew her anger derived from the fact that she was very protective of her siblings. Lex suddenly gained new insight into her personality. He could imagine her as a little girl, seeing her parents being suppressed by her grandfather, who knew what kind of drivel she had been fed when Damien took her away for training. If she was obsessed with trying to become the family head, maybe it was because as a child she thought that if she could claim that position, she could finally save her family. She could then finally reduce the pressure on her parents. Then, as her siblings were born, and she saw how they were being treated, Lex, blind to the truth, Liz undergoing God knows what. How could she not be angry? It made sense. If the one thing she cared about most was keeping her family safe, but she constantly knew that they were not safe and were being subject to oppression just for being weak, it would be natural for her to be angry. It would be natural for her to fight. Maybe, in her mind, if she were strong enough, then all the suffering would stop. But she had never been strong enough. Lex could not even imagine what she must have gone through when Moon was taken and bound to a planet. Compared to his parents, who seemed to have no real reaction, her unceasing anger and unrelenting drive to plant her fist into anything with a face was a lot more indicative of how badly she took it. Imagine wanting to become the leader of the family responsible for everything bad that happened in her life. He could not, honestly. He also could not imagine how she must have been feeling. As soon as I received word that Yildirim was with you, and so was Moon, I sent her word as well. She has not responded yet. You can just tell me where she is. I can find her myself when I need to, Lex said calmly, not letting any of his emotions show. Truthfully speaking, he did not think he could have gotten any angrier after learning what happened to Moon. He was wrong. Although he was drawing a lot of assumptions about Belle's experiences, the truth seemed to be in front of him. But before he met Belle, or Liz, there was something he needed to do. Since they had spent a lot of time with Damien, supposedly he needed to make sure they weren't brainwashed or being manipulated in some way. But these were not things he would share with William or anyone else. Well, for what it's worth, Belle may lack in other things, but she was an absolute combat genius. That, combined with her angelic bloodline, has attracted a lot of attention. Liz, young Elizabeth. William sighed as he thought about her. She has not gone through any extraordinary difficulty, or Depending on who you ask, her life has been absolutely chaotic. She has a level of affinity for a cultivation path that had been thought only to be only a legend. A 100% affinity for the Beastmaster path is literally unprecedented. When I heard about it, I thought that Damien would have found her an amazing beast to tame and helped her cultivate. Instead, he went for another route. Liz went through a lot of training, learning about cultivation, survival, alchemy, formations, arrays, and many more subjects. But the goal was never to turn her into a good cultivator. The goal was to turn her into the ideal wife. For many years, she had been facing numerous wedding proposals that Damien kept on standby, not only because they were not good enough, but also because he wanted your parents to get on board with this plan. Chapter 1156, Sand in the Wind. Chapter 1156, Sand in the Wind. Lex had thought he knew what to expect. He had considered many insidious evils that Damien could enact on his sisters. But of all of them, setting Liz up for marriage was not what he had expected. He wanted to see if she could pass on the affinity, Lex said, accurately guessing his reasoning, or at least his excuse. Yes, for that he was very particular about wanting to find the right match. But at the same time, he really wanted your parents to approve of the marriage as well. The excuse he gave was that he was trying to rebuild bridges and mend their relationship. It's good to know that his grandfather was quite dutiful in ticking off all the boxes and being just an all-around scummy guy. Of his sisters, Liz was the most introverted. He supposed constantly getting wedding proposals would make any person antisocial. But besides receiving various proposals from numerous powerful forces, Liz was relatively unbothered. She continued to receive her classes, but for whatever reason, she never actually ended up taming a beast. The reason for that is unknown as of now, because a few years ago Liz ran away from home. At first, everyone thought it was just a temper tantrum on her part, until they realized that no one could actually trace her. She had somehow gotten her hands on a piece of treasure that would hide her from any kind of tracking, and then she had run away. To this date, she has never been found. So Belle was lording over the remnants of the Williams family, and Liz was on the run from wedding proposals. He really didn't want to ask this question, but whenever he avoided things, it ended up biting him in the butt, so he asked anyway. "I don't know," Williams said, shrugging. "A few years ago, they showed up and threatened Damien to stay away from you once he learned about you, and then disappeared." "Very well. In that case, I'd ask you to compile a file and share any piece of information you have about Damien at all. Also, if you know anything about the Celestial Planets Club, I'd love to hear about it. In exchange, we can begin our cooperation. You can bring up to 10 people, and I will upgrade their bodies for you." William had the urge to ask Lex what his plans regarding Damien were, but he resisted. Compared to their last two meetings, where Lex was entirely emotional and willful, this time he was a lot more composed and clear-headed. That made him seem much more dangerous somehow. Celestial Planets Club, I can tell you about right now. It's an exclusive club, and to be a member, one must be a celestial immortal. Jotun is a member. Despite its exclusivity and prestige, the club is actually quite loose. It holds no great influence and plays no significant role in realm politics. It is, however, a good place for networking. The essence of the club is that, in the way others compare their cars and spaceships, its members compare planets. Each member selects a planet, and not only do they nurture an extraordinary environment on it, making it into a paradise, they use the whole planet as their vehicle. Let's expected something along those lines, so he wasn't surprised. If anyone had a spatial item that could carry a planet, then the Celestial Planets Club would. Even if they didn't, they sure had items that could speed up or boost the connection between a person and a planet. It seemed like he needed to go back to the Emporium and amend his request. Lex asked. The remainder of their meeting was short and straightforward. William had all 10 candidates ready, who had been numbed and blindfolded. They could not even use their spirit sense. They basically didn't even know that they had arrived at the inn. Lex then proceeded to upgrade their bodies and qualifications. Using his physique was far from simple, and Lex had not mastered it completely. But that was fine. The important part was to make it seem incredibly difficult to use, which it was. One by one, Lex touched the candidates on their foreheads, activating his physique. The process was both long and draining on Lex's energy levels, but he eventually completed it. He looked drained, but that was mostly theatrics to drive up the bargain. It was not like he was going to go around announcing that he had secretly elevated the qualifications of every single worker in the last few years. Then people would never stop bugging him. Once that was over, William handed over a file containing all the information he had on Damien to Lex, who not only perused it himself, but sent it to Gerard, Velma, Luther, and Z. Each of them read the files, gathered the information they needed, and began their plan. The Midnight Inn was no longer looking just for Damien. They were also looking for Jeffrey and the entire terrorist organization behind them. One by one, countless members of the Inn disappeared from the realm, appearing in various planets across the Origin realm. Some appeared in planets that were connected to the Inn, while a large number of them exited from the Midnight Tavern while seeming like regular patrons. They dispersed like grains of sand carried by the wind, and for the first time ever, the Midnight Inn actively extended its influence outside of its own borders. Lex, however, teleported back to Moon, and Z joined him. That was a mistake he almost immediately regretted. Chapter 1157, Cute Name. Chapter 1157, Cute Name. When Lex returned, he was relieved to see that Moon was awake. Harry and Nurse Jubilation were keeping her company as they chatted, and he froze. Why were they watching Lover's Island? He recognized the planet on the projection immediately, not to mention that they were following Thaliel, who seemed to be making her way out of a maze of giant mushrooms. Lex coughed to clear his throat. "I'm back." The trio turned to look towards him, and Lex could immediately tell, based on those schadenfreude expressions, that they had probably seen everything. That was fine. Lex had experience with such things. As long as he pretended to just not be embarrassed, they couldn't do anything. Wait a minute. Harry and Jubilation were looking at him, suppressing their giggles, but Moon's gaze was locked slightly to his right. Lex turned and saw that oversized teenager standing right next to him, using his typical neutral expression to hide the fact that he was actually shy. "Oh, this is my friend." Lex didn't want to go into the details of how Z was going to scour the planet, searching for any hidden formations, trackers, spies, or anything of the sort that might have been left behind by Damien. Of course, he wasn't going to do it himself. He would direct those from the Starcloak family to do it. "Oh, Z, that's a cute name." Time slowed down for Lex as he saw Moon tuck her hair behind her ear and flash a smile at Z. "Cute? So de." Lex's titanium will kept his jaw from dropping. But that did not mean he was not shocked. Moon was his little sister. She was like a baby, though technically she was in her early 20s now. But, Moon, you're older than Z, Lex said to her using his spirit sense. "He's a child. You're both children." Moon looked down from Z at Lex. She didn't say anything, but the way she had been looking up at Z and then had to turn her face to look down at Lex felt like an arrow shot through his heart. "It's not really short for anything," Z said with a warm smile. "It's nice to meet you, Moon. Don't mind me. I'm just here to make sure your planet is safe while everyone else does their own thing." She asked, suddenly standing up from her chair. "I'll tell you what. Since you want to look at my planet, let me give you a tour. I've spent a lot of time fixing up the place." Moon didn't give Z an opportunity to refuse before running off, though she pulled the nurse along with her for reasons Lex couldn't fathom. "I have pictures of your harem on Lover's Island," Moon said to Lex through her spirit sense. Lex's lip twitched. Was she trying to blackmail him into not saying anything? Since when has she been like this? Given that Lex hadn't seen her for the last few years, which were probably the years she might have started developing an interest in boys. Lex glared at Z, but the teenager was absolutely clueless about what was happening and just stood there waiting with his hands in his pockets. Lex sighed. Z was kind of hopeless in such matters. He'd had a crush on Sandra, the in-worker who had electricity powers for years, but nothing ever became of it. Sandra had a preference for more wild and energetic guys, and while Z definitely had that side to him, he was mostly that quiet guy who just made sure everyone he cared for was happy and taken care of. When Sandra finally rejected him, he had a dark, depressed phase, which lasted all of 2 weeks. Lex shook his head and then looked towards Harry. "How's her treatment going?" "It's going well. I found out why she was sleeping so much, by the way. The food you fed her went a long way to restoring her physical health. She just needed to sleep more to completely absorb it. Not only is she more energetic because of it now, I believe continuously maintaining such a diet can help her speed up her fusion process. Lex felt relieved and was about to comment on how they could ensure her diet was excellent when Moon reappeared. She was wearing a pure white sundress with floral patterns on it, looking quite adorable. And was she wearing lip gloss? Lex was about to say something when he felt the temperature in the room change. It was very mild, and others might not have been able to feel the temperature rise so lightly, but he noticed the abnormality. Moreover, he could hear the breeze pick up speed outside the palace. Was Moon's mood affecting the planet? Before he could come to a conclusion, Moon already began to lead Z away. So, you want to see my planet? I don't mean to brag. I'm kind of considered Saintus here. Let me show this small town nearby. I had the residents train the squirrels to properly garden. Oh, then I should definitely keep you company. Without so much as having a single proper exchange with him, his little sister just left. Was it not long ago that she was continuously just poking his face because she couldn't believe he was here? Now she couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge his existence. He turned to look at Harry and the nurse, but the two just shrugged. Chapitre 1158 Proposition. Chapter 1158 Proposition. The reason Lex brought Z to the planet was because he was genuinely going to be very busy from now on. Between finding a cure or remedy to Moon's situation, meeting Belle, finding Liz, as well as coordinating the complete and total destruction of his grandfather's entire organization, he was not going to be available. Not only did he want to ensure her security, but he didn't want Moon to be alone anymore. He was planning on slowly introducing her to people from the inn so she got accustomed to them, so that eventually, when she went to the inn, she wouldn't feel strange. Now, however, he was beginning to doubt his plan. Harry cleared his throat, attracting Lex's attention. It's really not my place to say this, but I think you should let them be. They're kids, and from what I can tell, it's been a long time since Moon had the opportunity to act like a kid, so Lex's lip twitched. Harry had come a long way from being a barber for some rich kids in New York. Look at him, giving advice about kids to Lex. To think, Lex had brought him on because he just gave a nice haircut. If you need anything else for her treatment, let me know. I'll check in from time to time, but if there's a rush, you can just return to the inn and let Mary know. Harry nodded. Lex hesitated once more. He wanted to go check up on Moon once more, but Z was a responsible kid. They'd be fine, right? It was not like a summer dress was all it would take to completely distract him. With a troubled expression, Lex teleported away. He knew he should have brought Velma here instead. But Velma was busy, just like all the others. Lex teleported to the Emporium, ready to find out more about the Celestial Planets Club. Meanwhile, Gerard had, for the first time, ventured out into the Origin Realm, though he was not alone. A couple of members of Umberguard followed him, though they would be splitting off soon. They teleported first to Talea, the neutral planet ruled by elves from where Lex found Kenta. Since it was a trade planet, it had teleportation facilities that led to various other places as well. Moreover, considering the neutral nature of the planet, some of the places it was connected to were quite unique. Gerard, as if he had done this a million times, walked into the teleportation facility and bought 3 tickets to a not-so-friendly place. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a large, technologically advanced city, though it had a certain metallic stench to it. Gerard immediately attracted attention, for while everyone else was covered in tattoos, or wore extremely loose clothing, or had some kind of cybernetic advancements to their body, he looked remarkably clean and tidy. To be honest, in his fitted suit and the fade that Harry had recently given him, Gerard did not look like a butler or worker at an inn, but rather like a corporate boss, and in such a place, they tended to be more dangerous than the regular folk. The confidence with which Gerard carried himself, walking through the cyberpunk city as if he knew it like the back of his hand, seemed to project that image even more. But everyone still kept their eyes on him. Not that he cared. He soon found himself in a common bar and walked up to a staircase that was being blocked by a bouncer. One look at Gerard was all he needed to step aside. The trio nodded at the bouncer before moving up. They knew what it was like working with guests all day. It could be exhausting. After climbing the stairs, Gerard directly walked up to a closed door and knocked. There were many private rooms up here, and many private booths as well, and there should have been no way to know who occupied which from the outside, yet the old man seemed to know exactly who he was looking for. The door cracked open, revealing only darkness. None of the inhabitants were visible. "We didn't order anything," a rough voice barked from inside. "My name is Gerard," he said politely. A shocked voice asked from inside. "I am here to meet Vice Captain Booty of the Iron Pirates." Gerard repeated himself. "Please let him know Gerard from the Midnight Inn is here to see him." The door slammed shut, but only a few seconds later opened up again. An entire gang of wary pirates, holding all sorts of weapons, were revealed. Someone asked, but Gerard didn't bother responding. He just stepped into the room. His abrupt behavior startled the pirates, and they began yelling and preparing to fight. But that's what the two followers were for. Shouting and screaming sounded behind him, but Gerard kept an even pace as he walked to the back, where at a table he finally saw Booty sitting aside an enchanting woman. "Vice Captain Booty, we meet again," Gerard said with a warm smile, as if he was looking at an old friend. "And you must be Lady Valerie, the true captain of the Iron Heart Pirates." Booty was startled, but Valerie smiled with intrigue. "The pleasure is mine. It's not every day I get such a handsome gentleman caller. I wish, Lady Valerie, that this was a social visit, but I come with a task, so the only place this is headed is towards business. I am in need of your unique services." Booty suddenly frowned and began looking behind Gerard to see if there was anyone else coming. The fact that the Ironheart Pirates were run by a devil was supposed to be a huge secret. It was not like pirates cared about things like politics between races, but the hatred between humans and devils ran deep. Considering the fact that devils use humans to farm demons, they were not fondly looked upon by other humans. If word got out, then the Ironheart Pirates would lose many of their connections among their own kind and be targeted by many. My, such a forward man. Without invitation, Gerard pulled himself a seat and sat down with them. "I have a proposition for you," he said calmly. The two other guards who had followed him suddenly appeared at the door and closed it, remaining outside to ensure no one disturbed them. Chapter 1159 An Offer I. Chapter 1159 An Offer I. While Gerard negotiated a deal with the pirates through guests who had visited the inn before, Velma was off on a small quest of her own. She started off on Vegas Minima, which had flourished over the past few years. It was practically unrecognizable, and the newer generations knew nothing of the zombie apocalypse that had devastated the planet for hundreds of years as a simple story from the history books. The most important thing, however, was that since the planet was far from the main Jotun Empire planet systems and bases to begin with, it had benefited from the investment and guidance of the Empire. But when the Empire was struck by trouble, it was spared. Due to various political realities and the distance this planet from any of the nearest war zones, it had effectively been spared from even needing to participate in the war. With reduced oversight, the governor of the planet had essentially become a king, though even now he dared not claim that title. After overcoming his Earth immortal tribulation, now, as an immortal, not only was he leading the planet to thrive, but his family was also thriving. Velma felt a mild urge to go find Layla, that little girl who used to play back at the inn with Jimmy and the rest. But Velma had other priorities at the moment. Cirque, the first designated pilot of the inn, escorted her to one of the terminals where he summoned the Silent Night and waited for her to board. From there, they took off, shooting towards one of the uninhabited planets in the star system. Calling it uninhabited was a stretch, since all planets that could not sustain life were being used to source rare and valuable minerals, ores, and spirit stones to the 3 Vegas planets. With that in mind, there was technically a colony on all the planets in this system, but that had nothing to do with Velma. With the Silent Night's speed, it only took a short while before they reached the intended planet, before changing course for one of the moons. This particular moon was not being mined because it held no valuable minerals at all, and so had nothing remarkable about it all. Or so it seemed, for when the ship began to land, it disappeared from sight. Only Velma and Cirque, who were on the ship, saw that it had not disappeared, but crossed through a very powerful illusion formation, hiding a small home. It was not large nor lavish, but through the use of various formations, it was cozy and livable. Artificial atmosphere surrounded the place. Grass and trees and plants grew as if on a normal planet. A few pet animals lazily walked the backyard or swam in the pool nearby. But the resident of the home was not visible. "I'll wait here," said Cirque to Velma after parking the ship. Since he was not really familiar with the target, he did not want to intrude. Velma only nodded and stepped down. "This is a lovely place you have here, Aslan," she said, looking around. "But you should visit the inn sometime." No one replied to her, but that didn't bother her. She casually strolled the place, taking in all the views it had to offer, before finally reaching the house itself. The door opened on its own to welcome her in. She made her way in, and though she was not familiar with the place, she eventually found herself in a room where a lone man was kneeling in front of a stone memorial. Lit incense sticks had been placed in front of the memorial, and the man seemed to be meditating in front of it. Velma picked up an incense stick from nearby and also lit it, placing it in front of the memorial. Though, instead of meditating, she only bowed to the memorial out of respect and then began to wait for the man to end his meditation. A short while later, the man opened his eyes and looked at the piece of stone in front of him. Instead of calm or peace, his eyes held only a deep sorrow. Something about his posture indicated that he did not want to move, but eventually he got up and looked at Velma. "Miss Velma, you have changed since I last saw you. You look more mature." "Thank you, I think so too," she said, and flashed a sweet smile. "You haven't changed at all, though." Aslan, the mature man with a head full of white hair, only flashed her a remorseful smile. "Time cannot heal all wounds, Miss Velma. To live is to suffer her absence, and to die is to condemn the memory of her to be lost forever from this universe." Velma had a great love for love stories, but not all love stories end happily. The man in front of her was a guest who had come to the inn only once, and though that visit was brief, he had shared with Velma his own love story. Truth be told, they did not have too deep of a connection. But since Velma had been considerate enough to listen to him when he had no one else to speak to, he offered her whatever friendship he could. Since he was a friend, even if a distant one, Velma did not really want to use him, but, "Aslan, I have a situation on my hands that I thought you might be interested in hearing about." "Miss Velma, I have nothing but time on my hands." The man led her to a back room, which had a lovely view of the back garden, and sat down on cushioned floor mats that were placed in the room. He summoned a teapot and poured her some tea before pouring himself some as well. Chapter 1160, An Offer To. Chapter 1160, An Offer To. Velma took a sip of her tea. Normally, she preferred some sugar or honey in it, but felt that it might be awkward to ask for some, so she gently placed the cup back. "I have a friend," she began. "He's a good fellow, loyal and trustworthy. A little odd at times, but who isn't? Some time ago, he came to me and a few others asking for help with a delicate situation." Aslan, who had been smiling softly up until, suddenly frowned. His light and easy demeanor suddenly changed, and a certain heaviness filled the room. He asked, "His sisters have been targeted by a terrorist organization. Although for now, it seems like one of them has been saved, based on what we know, it is unlikely that the terrorists will leave it at that. They surely have an agenda. My friend thinks that they're baiting him into reacting. The thing is, neither will they leave him alone, and nor will he let the terrorists get away with targeting his family to begin with." Up until now, Velma refrained from mentioning details because she did not want to use sympathy to get Aslan's help. "I'm not here to ask you for your help," she clarified. "I just couldn't help but think, when I heard about all this, that if you knew about this, you wouldn't ignore it. After all, like I said, my friend is a good guy. He has actually walked through fire and fury to aid his friends." Aslan closed his eyes for a moment. He closed his eyes and remembered those dark days, when all around him was only hopelessness and desperation. What he wouldn't have given to receive only a hint of help back in those days. A single helping hand, the slightest nudge, a guiding word. No, it wasn't until after he had lost everything that he discovered the death's worn family, who accepted him as his own. He had taken that oath to fight an impossible enemy unto death, but unlike most who joined his family, he actually came out of his fight alive. He had faced his demons and won. But victory was empty, for there was no meaning left in his life. But if he was going to help, then he first owed a debt to the death-sworn family. He looked towards Velma, a slight guilt in his eyes. Before he could even say anything, she understood what he wanted to say and chuckled. Like I said, Aslan Deathsworn, I am not here to ask for your help. I just thought you'd like to know. The Midnight families have been crossed, and neither heaven nor hell will be safe until our vengeance is sought. The terrorist organization we are going after are suspected to be affiliated with the Fugan and are known as Sanguispluvia. From what I know, a number of your family members have their death oaths targeting them. Aslan looked at Velma with a new understanding, for the formerly delicate and dainty little girl was now overflowing with valor and drive. She had not come to ask for help against a great foe that even his family had not been able to topple, but instead to give them an opportunity to join if they wished while her own family fought against them. Deep emotions flashed through Aslan Deathsworn's eyes. Very few knew his name, for he left no legends behind. If any, beside his own family, knew of him, then it would be from the Midnight Registry, where Aslan had once ranked 5th on top. That is because he had achieved something truly extraordinary. As a human with no backing and no support, he had risen to the rank of heavenly immortal and even reached its peak. But that was not enough to put his name near the top of the registry. Waging a war against an impossible enemy, alone, and coming out the victor had earned him that right, especially when his enemies had been celestials, not the cultivation realm, but one of the dominant races of the universe. Aslan leaned forward and began to discuss a few details with Velma, interested to learn more not only about Lex, but about how they planned to face Sanguispluvia. Simultaneously, across countless star systems in the Origin realm, members of the Inn were silently meeting hidden and reclusive cultivators who wielded great power and authority. Unknown and unseen to the forces at large, an invisible thread began to connect powers that should have had no interaction ever. Names that had been forgotten in history, or had never been known to begin with, were quietly called upon by the various forces of the Midnight Inn. The only thing that connected all these forces was that, at one point or another, they had visited the Midnight Inn, and the Midnight Newsroom had collected information about them. Lawful and above-board organizations made deals within lavish meeting rooms. Dark and dingy corners of the most forsaken lands in the realm witnessed an understanding between unlikely allies. Even deities were not spared from the temptations the inn offered, as no place else could so readily provide fruits containing divinity. At the same time, devils, who were known across the universe for their ability to offer a tempting and irresistible deal to their targets, became targets themselves when they were presented with offers they simply could not refuse. Amidst the chaos that the realm was embroiled in, no one noticed the shift taking place. While all of these deals were being struck, allies being contacted, and leads being followed, Luther and John entered a particularly notorious building, the existence of which was famous across the realm. Powell smiled at the two new guests. Chapter 1161 Newsroom. Chapter 1161 Newsroom. I need a few things, said John, who had long heard of the Infinity Emporium, but never had the opportunity to use it. I need all of these ingredients, he said, slipping a piece of paper to Powell. Powell took the slip of paper from John and began reading it, and the more he read it, the bigger his smile became. These were all very rare ores and ingredients used in treasure manufacturing. Alone, they may not have cost a significant sum, but this entire list, when considered, was a sizable sum of money. That wasn't even including the other two requests, which were extremely large as well. Dear guest, your requests are not so easy. It will take a few hours before everything is ready. We'll wait, said Luther, who was not interested in wasting time. Fulcrum was supposed to be a planet that was virtually inaccessible except through very special means. Teleportation could count as one of those means, only under very specific conditions. The Emporium could, of course, fulfill those conditions. The reason why the planet was so hard to reach was natural and unique, But the thing that was truly important was why they were going there. It was the largest, most renowned black market in the realm. What was the point of a black market that everyone knew about? Why go there if they can shop in the Emporium to begin with? What did all of this have to do with Hell's Diner? The answers were simple. It didn't matter if everyone knew about it if no one could stop or affect the black market, which they couldn't. The things they could buy and sell there could not be sold or bought by the Emporium. Lastly, Hell's Diner had nothing to do with either of those things. In fact, it was something they learned about incidentally. What truly mattered was that within that diner a special kind of flame was sold, which would help Luther tremendously if he absorbed it in his body. Considering what they were about to face, it was best to strengthen themselves as much as possible. Luther asked John through his spirit sense. "It's impossible to directly find the information there," explained John in an experienced manner. "I cannot comment on what DOA lords can or cannot do. However, I can tell you that although we won't find the information there directly, we will certainly find something that will put us on the right track to eventually find a lead to the information. You understand what I'm saying? This is called a fetch quest. Besides, we have one advantage. The Henali cannot find the Sanguis Pluvia because they are taking special care to hide from the Henali. But no one is hiding from the Midnight Inn. After all, didn't you notice that even the name of the terrorist organization was so hard for them to find, but we got the name directly from a newsroom? What they can do, we cannot do." While John explained his brilliant plan to Luther, both of them remained wholly unaware that the reason the newsroom even knew the name of the organization was because of two rhino centaurs. Every day, they would come in and provide 2 pieces of unique information about current events in the universe at large. What had originally started out as a prison sentence had actually turned out to be a remarkable reward for them. They looked forward to the day they could escape from the inn until they realized that it was literal paradise, and all they had to do to stay there was provide some random information. That was easy, since they had access to the group chat that spread across the universe. After years of spending time in the inn, they had changed their ways. They no longer wanted to hunt for systems. Just spending more time in the inn was enough to help them raise their cultivation. As such, they had been trying to delay their rescue quest that they had issued, which is why their rescuer had not returned to the inn immediately once it reopened. But while they could delay it, they could not cancel it. Now, the two spent each day thinking up plans of how to stay here longer. If their rescuer came and started a huge fight and got them into trouble, they might now be allowed back into the inn. That was an issue they could not live with. But so far they hadn't been able to come up with a proper answer. While the two continued to think, it was time for their daily check-in with the newsroom, and so they strolled on in peacefully, waving and joking around with the regular guests. The inn really was an amazing place. Finally, once they arrived, one of the rhino centaurs went in first and provided his latest piece of news. With that piece of information shared, he stepped out and allowed the other to step in. The Celestial Court has rejected the excuse of outstanding debt for a reason to attack one of its members by the Versailles Bank, and issued a hearing, but the bank representative never showed. With that, the Rhino Centaur stepped out, his mind still on his own problems. But they remained unaware that the 2 pieces of random information they provided were noted down and added by an important member of the newsroom to an extremely complex and extensive information web, connecting countless various, seemingly random bits and pieces of information. Roland, the little boy who once collected news and sold newspapers in the city of Babylon, was one of the most prominent members of the Nixhart family now. His eyes gleamed as he focused on a pin tied to a note that read, Versailles Bank. On that pin were tied countless threads, but one of them led all the way back to the Henali. He began to scribble something on a notebook. Chapter 1162, Keep Those Flags Coming. Chapter 1162, Keep Those Flags Coming. Lex finally returned from the Emporium, feeling much better. It turned out that the Celestial Planets Club was exactly who he needed to reach out to. Getting his hands on a spatial treasure that could carry a planet was still out of the question, but he had been looking at the problem all wrong. The celestial immortals who liked carrying their worlds with them clearly didn't put their planets in their pockets, although he suspected that might be possible. Nor did they fly their planets across galaxies. Instead, they tethered the planet to themselves so that when they teleported, the planet traveled with them. It naturally put a burden on the teleportation, but that wasn't a problem for Lex. His system could handle it. Now all he needed was to tether Moon to the planet she was fusing with, which was easier said than done. But that's what the Emporium was good for. Powell worked out a deal and hired someone on his behalf, since he was such a high-value member of the Emporium. Since Lex didn't want any powerful people observing Moon to keep her secret hidden, the hired person would just prepare everything he needed for the tethering, and then Lex would do the rest himself. It would take some time, but that should be fine. But his good mood was ruined as soon as he came back. Z and Moon were sitting on a sofa, eating pizza, and watching an anime about a ninja kid. It was a starter anime, and it was an amazing one. Due to the unique circumstances of her life, Moon might have never seen it. It was nice that she was finally getting the opportunity to enjoy her life. The problem was, where the hell were Harry and Jubilation? Why was it just these two? Watching the ninja kid's sad backstory, Z naturally noticed Lex's arrival. So he paused the show and very innocently offered Lex some pizza. Resisting the urge to give the kid 20 more years' worth of work, Lex put on a neutral expression. "Thanks for the offer, but I just came here to give you all an update," Lex said, refusing the pizza. "I found a solution to Moon's issue with the planet. I cannot cancel your fusion, but at least distance from the planet, and teleporting alongside it won't be a problem much longer." "That's great," said Z, looking serious. The idiot, stupid, dense little teenager had no idea how the words he said were making Moon's eyes shine even brighter, and it was irritating the hell out of Lex. But then he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Technically speaking, they were both adults. They could do what they wanted. Until then, stay here and keep an eye on things, Moon asked, finally looking at him. Resisting the urge to pass a sarcastic comment, Lex said, "I need to tie up loose ends. I heard that Belle hasn't been doing well since your planet was kidnapped, so I'm going to go find her. If you have any idea where Liz is, it would be great if you could help. Liz has been on the run for a while, so I have no idea where she could be. She used to send me postcards from time to time, so I knew she was safe, but that won't be easy anymore. As for Belle, good luck. If possible, make a video of the reunion." Lex's lip twitched. He knew exactly what Moon was thinking, but he would not let his older sister bully him anymore. "Stay safe," said Lex, before teleporting away. He returned to the inn, but from there he was about to buy a ticket to the planet that was, for now, being used as the new home for the William family. That is where his sister would be. After meeting her, Lex also had a very good idea how he was going to find Liz. It was the exact same way he intended on finding Damien. Since they were blood relatives, he would use a spiritual technique to locate those closely related to him. He hoped these things wouldn't take too long. Just as Lex bought the ticket and was about to leave once more, he paused. Someone from the newsroom had sent him a message. He opened the slip and read what it had to say. Finally, a hint of a smile returned to his face. He crumpled the paper, then tore the ticket, teleporting to the planet of Pangea. It was an ocean planet with only a single, massive continent. Finding out that this is where Belle was rebuilding the William family wasn't hard at all, even without the Henali portal. Considering that he was rebuilding ties with his sisters, and knowing that the chances of Belle willingly following him to the inn were nil, he decided to just build a connection to this planet instead of teleporting here from the Emporium. That way he could come to Belle whenever he wanted. Of course, this was under the circumstance that his older sister had not been completely brainwashed and wasn't being controlled by his grandfather through some sinister technique, or barring some other unforeseen circumstance, because those just never happened to Lex, right? Shaking his head, Lex lamented his inability to avoid raising flags. Not that he believed in such things, and spread out his spirit sense. He had teleported over the ocean, so first he had to find the continent, and then look for his sister. But as soon as he spread out his spirit sense, the first thing he saw was a mermaid, and she was mesmerizing. Chapter 1163, Unexpected. Chapter 1163, Unexpected. It was not that the mermaid was beautiful, but that she was mesmerizing a group of sailors on a ship, causing them to veer their ship towards them. But instead of jagged rocks and a dangerous island, like Lex had heard in stories back on Earth, the mermaids were attracting them toward his sales booth. They were selling deep-sea items, though the usefulness of those items was questionable. After years of practicing with his glyph that could identify treasures, Lex had developed an innate understanding for the value of random objects, and he could tell that nothing they sold was particularly precious. Lex used a simple illusion technique to alter the appearance of his face before teleporting down to the booth. "Excuse me, ladies," Lex said warmly. "Could you possibly point me towards the continent?" The mermaids looked at him, then looked down at their booth. The meaning was simple: buy something before asking them any questions. Lex gave the items a cursory glance and picked up the most valuable thing on the table, a necklace with a pearl at the end. "You have a good eye. That's for 30 superior spirit stones." Superior spirit stones were just a type of spirit stones with a higher concentration of spirit energy. They were very widely used by rich cultivators below the immortal realm. Fortunately, Lex had a few thousand lying around in his spatial bangle. He ordinarily didn't bother with these kinds of spirit stones since he directly dealt with spirit crystals, which is what immortals use for cultivation. But even having that was just as a random form of currency for Lex. He'd always cultivated in energy-rich and dense areas, so he'd never actually used those stones to cultivate. Lex could have technically asked the sailors as well, but considering the fact that they were drooling over the wares the mermaids were showing, Lex didn't know how cooperative they would be. "It's quite simple. We're very close to land, actually." "Thanks." The mermaids once again looked at their wares. Lex just put down a spirit crystal and grabbed everything on the booth, which made the mermaids' eyes gleam. The sailors also glared at Lex, but they simply grumbled and turned back towards their ship. Yes, the William family has been operating on this planet for many years. Even some of the mermaids and mermen have married into their family. Though recently, a lot more of them have come here. No one knows why, but they're all excited about it. The mermaids, besides focusing a lot on money and economy, didn't really stand out in any way. They didn't try to scam him using their charm, nor did they try any funny business. After asking them a few more questions to get a better understanding of the Williams family and their role on this planet, Lex left. It seemed that the locals did not know that the family were down on their luck lately. Finding the continent barely took any time since he directly teleported 8,000 miles north and was able to spot it. Lex finally slowed down upon finding a town, and instead of searching for answers in a rush, walked through the town at a casual pace. With his spirit sense extended, he could easily absorb a lot of information around him. He did not expect that he could just go up and ask to see the head of the family, nor did he want to reveal his identity till he was sure of Belle's state. Soon he learned of the details of the new city that the Williams family had built, which would function as their base of operations. One teleport later, he found himself in the city. Lex actually felt slightly nervous upon thinking that he was about to meet Belle. From the moment he decided to meet her again, he had been visualizing their reunion. It had to be perfect. Owing to the number of immortals in this city, he could not just flagrantly blare his spirit sense again. So it actually took him some effort to learn where exactly the family head was supposed to be. Lex was already fantasizing about how he would infiltrate into a secure compound, sneak past all the security undetected, and finally discover the truth about his sister, when he learned some news that gave him pause. Just a few hours ago, in fact probably only a couple of hours before Lex arrived on the planet, Belle had declared that she was giving up her position as family head. That news came as a shock to everyone, especially since everyone knew that she had been aiming for that position for so long. Now, not only had she finally achieved it, but she claimed it completely through her own merit and ended up saving a lot of lives in the process. No one knew what she was thinking. She just gave up the position, declared the next family head, and left the planet. No one knew where she was going or what her intentions were. The news left Lex dumbfounded. He had even gone as far as to try to build a connection to Pangea, to the inn, so that his future travel to this planet would be easier, since if Belle was normal, he might want to come here to see her regularly. But she had just gotten up and left. A wave of denial hit Lex. No, how could he give up? This could be just a ruse. He had to sneak into the family mansion like a spy and find out the details. Chapter 1164, Don't Forget. Chapter 1164, don't forget a depressed Lex swirled a drink in his glass aimlessly. He had been sitting in this bar for hours. Last night, he had snuck into the William family mansion and seen for himself that the head of the family had changed. That left Lex feeling a wave of disappointment, but for unexpected reasons. He was not as much disappointed about the fact that Belle wasn't here as much as how easy it was to infiltrate the mansion. Even though there were dozens of Earth immortals there, all Lex had to do was hide inside the thoughts of one of the servants, and no one detected him. Moreover, although he saw a bunch of Earth immortals, which was impressive considering that the William family had just suffered a major loss where many of their strongest died, he was disappointed by how weak the family was. Was this it? Was this the powerful and mighty force that had pressured his family? This was the force, in name, which had kidnapped his sisters and held them against their will. Lex was hoping that they would be stronger, that he would be intimidated by them, that they would present as a formidable challenge that he had to be careful around. But honestly, it was not impressive at all. Lex had every bit of confidence that as soon as he became an immortal, he could take on this entire family himself, excluding William, who was a heavenly immortal. But considering the fact that he hardly took part in family matters, he didn't count. But to be fair, Lex himself was very strong. Logically, he knew it. And logically, he also knew that it wasn't this family who had done everything against him and his siblings. It was his grandfather. But that didn't erase the bitterness. He felt no familial connection to these people. And quite frankly, after testing out cool last names like Dragonbane and Amore, Lex didn't feel so attached to his own last name either. Maybe one day he'd change it. For now, he just wanted to sulk in this bar. He was hoping Belle would return, but she didn't. Eventually, Lex rented a room for himself and began working on something else. One of the most important parts of his plan for revenge depended on him finding Damien. It was not impossible, since they were blood relatives. He could use his own blood to trace him, theoretically. He could do the same to find Belle and Liz, but since he had never used the technique before, it would take him some time to master and comprehend its use properly. Fortunately for him, he had the time to spare. It took 3 more days before the end finally connected to Pangea, and this time, not only did Belle not return, but Lex still could not find the reason for her departure either. It was fine. Lex was ready to move on. But using the technique to find blood relatives could not be used on Pangea, as the other members of the Williams family would attract the attention of his technique. He teleported to the inn, and then to another random planet before he started to use the technique. Finding Liz and Belle would also serve as practice for finding Damien, since the technique was not so easy in the first place. Considering the fact that he was searching for relatives on an intergalactic scale, using the technique was a burden even for Lex. Then using it to find people who were actively hiding somehow, such as Liz and Damien, was even harder. But with some guidance from Pell and his own high comprehension, Lex quickly put the technique to work. This was actually a technique that worked in conjunction with glyphs, as it once again was an ability that dragons highly valued. Dragons, as extremely virile creatures, had many offspring, but not all of them were born as full dragons. Sometimes, it was only later that their offspring evolved into dragons after purifying their bloodline. When such a thing happened, dragons used this technique to locate their ancestors or descendants across realms. As Lex's domination slowly channeled into the glyph, a projection of the galaxy Lex was in slowly appeared around him, before it began expanding outwards. Lex's energy reserves began to drop rapidly, but he could sustain this for a few minutes. More galaxies appeared around him, and in those galaxies Lex began to detect various pulls. Anyone who was even remotely related to him began to react to this technique. But considering how large the William family was, he wasn't surprised to find out he was technically related to a lot of people across the galaxies. That didn't matter, as he was only looking for specific people. He would know when he found them due to the strength of the pull he would feel. But his energy kept dwindling without any results. Just as Lex began to feel like this attempt would be a failure, he finally got a significantly strong reaction. He couldn't say for certain who the reaction was from, but for the reaction to be strong enough, the relation also had to be close enough. He He was certain it was one of his sisters. Now, as he looked at the projection, he just had to find out what galaxy this was and what planet within that galaxy. Lex, I know you're busy. I just thought I'd remind you that the midnight games are about to begin soon, said Mary suddenly. Oh, don't worry. I haven't forgotten, Lex said as he teleported back to the inn. How could he forget? He planned on using every tool available to him to hunt down Damien and everyone involved. The Midnight Games, organized by the Midnight Inn, was one of the hallmarks of the inn. It would be grand, and so naturally he would use it to set up the board for what he was planning and gather as much information as possible. Then Lex went to the Emporium. This time he would teleport directly to the planet he had discovered from there, since he didn't want to waste time. He could feel that his revenge could not wait for long. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 1165 Cattle. Chapter 1165 Cattle. I need to go to this planet, Lex said to Powell, showing him a zoomed-in projection of the galaxy, displaying the planet as well as its nearby star systems. Powell, who was smiling, looked at the projection with a frozen expression, and then at Lex. Then back at the projection, then at Lex. You know we're a store, right? Not a teleportation facility, Powell said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Lex shrugged. Lex shrugged again. Powell sighed, and then walked to the back room. Lex was certain he'd be able to do it, and he wasn't wrong. Soon enough, he found himself once again teleporting through a number of teleportation facilities, since there was no direct teleportation available. Powell also included a VIP security check free access for Lex, so that he could avoid problems with the TSA. He was hoping that this time, Lex would not cause an intergalactic incident, though he didn't say that out loud. Lex was too good of a customer to annoy over something as trivial as disrupting the flow of goods and people across an entire galaxy. There may or may not have been hints of sarcasm mixed in when Powell had that thought. Either way, soon Lex found himself teleported to a planet suffering from an artificial ice age. The dominant race of the planet were called the Yeti and preferred lower temperatures, and so had to deal with an environment conditioning agency that ensured long periods of ice ages on the planet. Though for the health of the planet, every so often the ice ages would need to end, but that was not coming up anytime soon. The Yeti were tourist-friendly and ran various ice and snow-based resorts for visitors from around the neighboring star systems. At least, that's what the pamphlet he was reading said. After taking note of all the local customs and major attraction points, as well as safety notices which warned which areas of the planet were off-limits for tourists, Lex turned to look north. That was the direction he sensed his blood connection, and that was one of the off-limit zones. Sneaking around on this planet was not as easy as it had been on Pangaea, since, to be fair, on Pangaea, they had not had time to set up all their defenses yet. This place was different. Not only were there countless Earth immortals patrolling the place, there were formations and various other defenses in place as well. It was such tight security, in fact, that it actually prompted to change into his stealth suit. Getting Lex to don a different suit specifically for the purpose of stealth was a very big. But on a serious note, Lex would not be able to teleport around the planet as his spatial ripples would easily be detected. So he had to do this the old-fashioned way, walking. As Lex blended in with the environment, pulling in all his auras and disappearing from detection even through spirit sense. Before walking at the speed of hundreds of miles a step, he began to imagine his reunion with Liz. Compared to Belle, who he had planned out his reunion with in great detail, he had not much considered how he would meet Liz. Her somewhat introverted personality made it so that it was tough to plan things for her. Maybe he should crack a joke about arranged marriages. No, that was too insensitive, which meant he should definitely do it. Due to his slow pace, it took him several hours to reach deep into the restricted portion of the planet. The deeper he went, the more somber his mood became. Although there was no proof that the person he was looking to find was one of siblings, the deep connection he felt meant that the connection had to be someone close to him. His parents were nowhere to be found, so he thought it was unlikely it would be them. So what were either Belle or Liz doing this deep into this planet? The level of security, by now, was something Lex could no longer joke about. Even with his stealth suit and his many means, not to mention his instincts guiding him, he was nearly caught multiple times. Eventually he reached a mountain, covered in snow with the black stone underneath visible in certain areas where the snow had slipped. His connection was coming from within the mountain. Either there was a very convincing illusion formation, or there was a base inside the mountain. He entered his soul state and slowly approached the mountain and carefully went through it. The fact that he was repelled meant that it wasn't a formation. Carefully, so as to not let his building anxiety rush him, Lex entered the mountain, passing through layers and layers of rock until he eventually reached some kind of hidden facility. Lex had kept his spirit sense contained so that it was not detected, which is why he was not prepared for what he saw when he entered. Master Pell, who had been Lex's silent companion for quite some time, finally spoke. But Lex did not care, because it was not the sword hiding in his soul that was causing his anger to bubble. It was the sight of dozens of glass containers in front of him, each carrying an unconscious, naked clone of Moon, floating in some kind of liquid that was causing the bubbling anger. Master, do not act rashly, said the former dragon trapped in the ring. These clones can be beneficial for your sister. But Lex could not hear Pell's words. His gaze was locked onto a particular Yeti who was standing in front of one of the glass containers, taking voice notes about the growth of the clones, talking about them like he was talking about cattle. Chapter 1166, Strong Prey. Chapter 1166, Strong Prey. We have finally made some significant progress with Clone 117, Joseph talked into his voice recorder. Although we achieved complete basic physical replication with the very first clone, we have failed to replicate any of the unique properties contained within the blood and tissue samples. Joseph raised one of his fat, hair fingers with only his black nail uncovered by his white hair. He scratched the air with his sharp nail, slowly dragging it down, and a similar cut in a straight line appeared on the clone's abdomen. Blood leaked out of the body, but only for a few seconds before the wound began to heal. This clone displays limited self-healing ability beyond the norm, similar to that of a high-level cultivator, despite the clone being immortal. Careful attention must be paid to how the clone was nurtured. Worthy of special attention is the fact that this particular clone was replicated using samples from heart tissue, which may be one of the critical reasons why it displays this ability. To confirm, we need to make more clones that underwent the same treatments as 117, but from various other tissue samples. As a final note, the client who approached us recently stated that the original's abilities were not healing, but had more to do with approaching the perfect state, and therefore healing was indirectly a result of that ability. Joseph put the voice recorder away as he watched the cut he placed on the clone's abdomen slowly close. It had been a long time since they had faced a challenge with cloning. Joseph felt something tap on his shoulder, and when he turned around, he was stunned. He felt a hand pierce into his body, and beyond it, grabbing onto his very tenets. All the strength in his body suddenly dissipated, preventing him from resisting. He saw brown eyes, though in one he saw a sword, and in the other saw a fiery inferno. One by one, the many protective treasures Joseph had on his body began to activate and then break. Something deep inside of him panicked and told him that he immediately needed to activate some kind of panic button, but the thought slipped away from him. His mind began to weaken until he lost the ability to think. Lex infiltrated the Yeti's mind so that he could learn everything there was to learn about this cloning operation. Even though Lex was absolutely boiling with anger, he was in perfect control of all his actions. He did not allow himself to blow up. This could be a lead towards Damien. More importantly, if more clones of Moon were being made, then he wanted to end all of them, and for that he needed information. So peering into the Yeti's mind, stripping away his ability to think or react. The Yeti was not only one in the facility, but he was the only immortal, which is why Lex restrained everyone else with domination while he pulled what he needed from him. What he learned was simultaneously infuriating, disappointing, and shocking. The Yetis, under the guise of running a tourist planet, actually ran a secret cloning facility. They collected DNA samples from countless people and races, continuously increasing the size of their database, while completing commissions for others. The project with Moon was one they only started a short time ago, coincidentally right after he rescued Moon herself, and was just one of the commissions they received. That was the infuriating part, especially when he learned that the tissue samples provided to them for cloning included tissue from all her organs, including her brain. They knew nothing about who the samples came from, or who gave the commission. To them, this was just another job. That was the disappointing part, as they had no idea if other clones are being developed elsewhere. It was especially so since there was no way to track Damien through this cloning facility. But the thing Lex was completely unprepared for, and could not have even conceived in any way, was that among the other cloning commissions that Joseph had, one was completely identical to Fenrir when he first found him. It was not just that. The species was the same, or that they contained nearly the same bloodline. They were actual clones of Fenrir. Lex had spent more than enough time with the little pup to know everything about it, and could sense its aura. What was extremely coincidental was that the commission relating to Fenrir started a few years ago, coinciding exactly with the time Lex selected Fenrir as a prize for one of his quests. But unlike Damien, who hid his tracks well, there was a lead that could be followed for the person who commissioned clones for. The situation was becoming complicated. But regardless of how complicated it became, it was best to collect as much information as possible so that they could be prepared for any eventuality. Lex summoned Fenrir. Although he was around 2 decades old now, Fenrir's physiology was still that of a pup, which is likely why he could still not speak. But even so, as soon as the pup arrived in this facility, he woke from his slumber with a start. It was not the teleportation that shocked him, but the connection he felt from his blood. Some feelings and sensations that had overwhelmed him when he was born came back with a fury, and Fenrir was suddenly reminded of the fact that he had a sister. It was something the pup had felt at birth, but because it was too weak, it had forgotten. Perhaps forgetting had been a defense mechanism back then. But right now, he was no longer weak. Just as Fenrir began to growl and was about to unleash his power, Lex gently laid a hand on his head and calmed him down. "Go look at the situation first," Lex said, his voice completely serene, as if he wasn't furious. "Remember, for strong prey, we cannot let them know we are coming." Fenrir resisted its urge to kill everything within 1,000 miles, and began to follow the blood connection it was feeling coming from within the facility. Meanwhile, Lex turned back to look at Joseph. Indeed, the reason he did not make a mess of this place was because he didn't want anyone to catch on yet. "Hell, you once told me about karma techniques." Indeed, the reason he did not make a mess of this place was because he didn't want anyone to catch on yet. Chapter 1167 Bad Taste. Chapter 1167 Bad Taste. Like I said, karma is one of the most mild laws because it touches everything in existence. Yet at the same time, it is devastatingly overbearing. Everyone can influence karma, since anything you do carries karma. Yet to forcefully influence existing karma, or to prevent it from forming or influence it into forming prematurely, carries a devastating heavy burden. Even as strong as you are, trying to tamper with karma on your own right now will be very dangerous for you. Lex pursed his lips. He had naturally been looking into the matter of laws, consulting not only Pell, but various guests as well. Through this, he finally began to understand some of what things such as destiny and karma really represented. Even among laws, there was a hierarchy, and at the moment Lex was only fit to touch the lower or more common laws. "I'm already here and have sowed karma. How can I thoroughly erase all my traces from here?" Laws are complicated things and interact with one another in mysterious and unpredictable ways. One way to hide all your traces is to wash this place with divine energy. Divine energy, capable of raising deities to amazing heights through only worship, naturally has many unique traits. Although doing so will make it obvious that someone has hidden all traces here, it will naturally wash over any karma you have with this place. Lex nodded, and then looked from the Yeti to the floating clones of his sister. Each of the clones was of a different age, ranging from toddler all the way to a late teenager. After going through Joseph's memories, Lex knew well the kinds of experiments that they had in store for these clones, and even thinking about them set his blood on fire. But at the same time, it gave him a new perspective. He always touted the inn as a place to get away from the worries of the universe. But he himself had never faced these worries, so how could he understand what they were? The inn was not just a place with pure energy and exquisite sights. More importantly, it was a safe space. Or at least, that's what it was supposed to be. He no longer paid attention to such minor things anymore. But just a few hours ago, some remote civilization that knew nothing of the origin realm or greater powers got their hands on some golden keys. Upon coming to the inn, having limited experience, and thinking themselves all-powerful, they naturally tried to take it for themselves. They were naturally dealt with. It barely took a few minutes, and no one from the inn was hurt. But it just went to show that the universe was not a friendly place. Lex, keeping Joseph contained and everyone in the lab suppressed, walked up to the computers and began to pull all the records and data they had saved up. After gathering anything that he felt like might be even remotely useful, he took out his butter knife. It used divine energy to grow stronger, so naturally it also contained divine energy. He was ready to destroy this place. But first he collected all of Moon's clones, gently wrapping them in blankets. As it turned out, they were just bodies without a soul or consciousness of any kind. He went to see what Fenrir did with the clones, and was momentarily stunned to see that it had killed them all, though its eyes were filled with a look of pity. His clones, all of the ones here at least, were finally put out of their misery. But that still left hundreds of other clones belonging to other beings. Lex intended to destroy them all. After sending Fenrir away, Lex pointed the butter knife towards the ground and began to channel his energy. Divine energy began to leak out of the knife and took the shape of a much larger butter knife. Although a butter knife was not the same as a sword, it was close enough. Lex unleashed his sword intent, coating the divine energy with it, and slashed. The planet trembled, though at first no one realized what that meant. Most assumed it was an ordinary earthquake. But the trembling slowly got worse, not better, and storm clouds began to gather around the planet. Many immortals realized that something was amiss and swiftly ran towards the epicenter, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. The mountain that had once stood there proudly was gone entirely, leaving behind only a deep slash that seemed to cut deep into the planet. One of the immortal Yetis screamed once he realized what was about to happen, but it was already too late. The slash cut deep into the ground, leaving behind a dark, empty hole. Yet it did not remain dark for long, as an orange and yellow light suddenly emerged in it. The immortal tried to suppress it, to close the slash and prevent the disaster that was coming, but it was impossible. Divine energy filled the cut, maintaining, eroding any attempts to tamper with the hole. With time, the divine energy could have been eroded, but time was one thing that they did not have. There was a thunderous roar, and a pillar of molten lava shot into the air like a geyser. The mountain range began to crumble, collapsing in on itself as more and more pits began to open up, resulting in more and more volcanic eruptions. Someone or something had used that slash to tamper with the core of the planet. The resulting chaos was not enough to destroy the planet, but the repercussions were still inescapable. Countless dormant volcanoes around the planet suddenly began to erupt, and new ones formed as the tectonic plates moved under the immense pressure that was being released from within the planet's core. The countless cultivators worked tirelessly to rescue all the tourists and locals, and due to the large number of immortals, the casualties were brought to a minimum. But in a way, the planet itself had become a casualty. For an untold number of years, the planet had been existing in a perpetual ice age, and within the span of a single day, it had been covered in vast lakes of lava. Moreover, there was some power at work, keeping the lava hot even when it should have cooled after meeting the ice. Where previously the planet had glaciers the size of entire continents, it now had pools of lava the size of oceans. The Yetis had not become homeless, for there were other planets they could migrate to, but in a single day, they had at least lost one of their homes, but no one could figure out why. Oracles failed to determine the reason, and when more powerful cultivators came and tried to peer into what happened, all they could see was a blade of divine energy, cutting through all causality. Lex, who had returned to the Midnight Inn, cared not a speck for what was going on with the Yetis. He was instead thinking of how he would explain this to Moon. It was not like she was a child. She was technically an adult by Earth standards, already in her early 20s. But in his eyes, he would forever be that tiny little girl who used to ride on his shoulders and pull his hair. So how would he tell that little girl? How would he explain these clones to her? "Hey, system," Lex said as he sat in his room, his elbows resting on his knees and his fingers interlocked in front of his face, hiding his eyes. "I don't think I've ever probably asked you this, but where do you get all the in-workers from?" Lex waited for a response, but the system did not respond. It did not even pass a funny or criticizing remark. Just as the silence seemed like it would go on forever, Mary appeared in front of him, a look of deep concern on her face. "The inner workings of the system cannot be revealed to you," she said hesitantly. "This is not even a matter of authority, it just can't. But each worker is a genetically modified clone of people who once existed. The genetic modifications refer to the bloodlines you select for them, or the traits you want them to be genetically predisposed towards." Lex responded without saying any more. It was not like he would suddenly blame the system for being evil for doing this. He always knew what he was doing, but this cloning business suddenly left a bad taste in his mouth. Lex sighed, and then extended his spirit sense to all the clones, then teleported away to Yildirim. Chapter 11, 68 Tears. Chapter 11, 68 Tears. When Lex appeared on Yildirim, Moon was jumping on the sofa, screaming and pulling her hair. Z was just laughing. The same anime from last time was still playing on the television, but now the main character had made an appearance just in time to keep his love interest from dying to a bad guy. On top of that, the main character was coming in from a training arc, so everyone was super excited to see how strong he was. Lex smiled. He remembered when he saw this fight himself. It could only be described as the ultimate hype. Watching Moon lose her mind over it was quite amusing. But Moon, still holding her hair, suddenly turned to look towards Lex with confusion in her eyes. She could feel something, but couldn't understand what it was. It confused her. "Can I see you for a moment?" Lex said. Z paused the show and excused himself. Although he could not sense the clones, nor did he extend his spirit sense outwards to check what Lex had brought, he could feel that the mood wasn't right. That left Moon and Lex in the room, awkwardly looking at each other. She asked when Lex didn't speak. Lex sighed, thinking of various polite or delicate ways in which he could phrase this. But sometimes, a thing did not need to be polite or delicate. Leaving it as cruel or disturbing was what it deserved. "I used a technique to track down my blood relatives to find Liz. I ended up on a snow planet with Yetis." Lex removed the blanket, revealing the faces of the various clones. He waited for a moment to see if Moon had any reaction, but all she showed was a confused expression. Then, suddenly, something clicked in her mind, and she showed an expression of realization. "So that's what all of those samples were for," she murmured. Though even now, she didn't look upset, which for some reason upset Lex even more. He had read Joseph's memories before he killed him, and everyone else there. He knew where these tissue samples came from. Even though he himself could revive after taking a ridiculous amount of damage, most people weren't like that. Most people, even cultivators all the way up to the nascent realm, could not just brush away having a part of their brain removed or having a chunk of their heart cut out. But the nonchalance with which she treated it meant that, much like him, she had been through a lot of pain to the point where it didn't bother him anymore. Lex thought back to that moment he was being burned by dragon fire and was treating the pain like a joke. For some reason, the thought of his sister doing something like that hurt him. "My pet dragon told me that you could absorb them. They will help your body regain strength." Moon asked with shock and excitement, showing a lot more expression at that than at seeing her own clones. Lex smiled, removed his ring, and tossed it to Moon. "Well, part dragon. He's a treasure spirit now. His name is Pell. You can hang out with him if you want." Whether or not Moon heard anything he saw was completely unknown because she put the ring on and was staring at it with gleaming eyes. No doubt Pell was talking to her. "Hey, Moon," he said, distracting her from her brand new toy. She asked without looking up. "From now on, No one is going to be able to hurt you. She said softly, but didn't say anything else. Though she did not say it, how could Lex, who could read others' emotions so easily, be unable to see through her? This was something she was not ready to talk about yet. To avoid an awkward silence, Lex said his farewell. Don't leave them out too long. Hurry up and absorb them. Lex teleported away, giving Moon the space she wanted. But it was almost as if she was too entranced by the ring to notice anything else as she kept playing with it. Almost since the tears she had been holding back finally began to flow. The reason she didn't look up was because she didn't want Lex to see her crying. Back at the Midnight Inn, Lex's soft expression turned neutral. There was no point in showing his anger now. Those who needed to see his anger would definitely see it. Until then, he kept his emotions in check. Lex, the president of New Earth, is asking to see you, said Mary, standing there in a secretary outfit, holding a clipboard. Tell him yes, he can participate in the Midnight Games. But Mary was not deterred by Lex's obvious bad mood. She knew he probably wanted nothing more than to go out hunting. She'd already seen how Fenrir was gathering his new pack to go hunt some bad guys, as the pup put it, but she also knew that the inn needed overseeing. A bad mood was no excuse for mismanagement. Lex would thank her for it later. The spaceship has finally agreed to exposure therapy and has started flying over 20 feet in the air. Lex sighed and rubbed his eyes. What kind of spaceship was afraid of heights? Tell him he can go to outer space where there is no gravity. But no matter how Lex tried to get out of managing, Mary would not let him. There was only so much work he could delegate to others. Eventually, several hours later, Lex finally got time to himself again. He returned to his meditation room and once again employed the technique to search for blood relatives. He was either going to find his sisters or he was going to find their clones. This was not something he was just about to give up on. But the technique was not easy to use and required a lot of energy, which slowed down his progress. A few days later, Lex left the inn once more. By now, Powell was prepared to help him teleport wherever he wanted, though it didn't help that this time his target was an asteroid belt in the middle of nowhere, far away from any star systems. Since it didn't have a specific teleportation formation on it, they had to get creative, but it wasn't like the vacuum of space bothered Lex by now. Even if they failed, he wouldn't really be hurt. A few days later, he once again showed up on Yildirim and dropped off a few more clones. The days started to roll by, and the starting date for the Champions Tourney kept closing in. After a couple more weeks, Lex finally got his delivery from the Celestial Planets Club and began the tethering process for the planet and moon, who was looking just a little healthier these days. But due to her low cultivation level, the tethering process was slowed down drastically. To speed things up, Lex brought dozens or entire spirit stone veins from random, uninhabited planets from nearby star systems over to Yildirim and had a planetscaping specialist, as well as a feng shui master on consultancy, for how to speed up the development of the planet itself. He would also, from time to time, bring the corpses of immortal-level beings and bury them in random places on the planet as fertilizer. He even brought a special breed of earthworm over from a Midnight Inn to help speed up the fertilization process. Like that, time slowly passed by, with the spirit energy on Yildirim becoming more abundant and Moon slowly becoming stronger. Since the tethering process was taking much longer than anticipated, Lex also started sending Amoran workers on the planet so that they would get to know Moon. As for why he didn't bother setting up any protection for the planet, it was because no protection he could buy would be on the same scale as the World Eater, who was lately becoming more and more protective of Yildirim. Lex wasn't exactly sure, but he was starting to think that the World Eater treated Yildirim like a pet. During all this time, Lex never stopped looking for his siblings, but unfortunately never found them, though he found countless Moon clones. That was why Lex felt incredibly reluctant when he had to stop his excursions. But it couldn't be helped. The Midnight Games were about to begin, and next week he would be leaving for the tourney. Chapter 1169, Monsieur Beast. Chapter 1169, Monsieur Beast. There was one more reason Lex stopped going after clones. In his last two excursions, the security had been amped up a lot. It was not that Lex was afraid of them, but that with the tourney so close, he didn't want to risk anything. Just a little more time, and he could face his tribulation, and then there would be nothing that could stop him. But until that happened, Lex had to put a stop to his hunting. Speaking of hunting, Lex looked towards Fenrir and Little Blue. The cute little whale had grown up and somehow become even cuter. Now it just looked like an oversized baby whale with angel wings. Although Kuin Pongs, which is what Little Blue was evolving into, were legendary beings of absolute and unquestionable power that did not exclude them from being cute. That made it hard for Lex to believe that Kuin Pongs were apparently so strong that they were the primary hunters of dragons, at least until Fenrir brought Little Blue out with it to hunt. Fenrir had formed its own pack, even though none of its pack members were wolves and had power over them. So, whenever Lex encountered clones of Fenrir, the pup would summon its pack. Little Blue and Zen, the small patch of sentient grass that was also an earth immortal, were both in his pack, alongside a rainbow-colored peacock, a magic carpet that evolved differently from the rest of its group, a bunny, and a butterfly. The pack was quite comedic in his opinion, but he was proved wrong when he saw Little Blue's power. Honestly, it put Fenrir, the pack leader, to shame. If dragon's might was a representation of a dragon's pride, then the force which erupted from its body when it spread its wings with powerful intent was a representation of its magnificence. Suffice to say, the little guy could take care of himself now. It was so much so that Lex included Fenrir and his pack in his plans for Sanguis Pluvia. "Lex, the president of New Earth is here again," Mary said, causing Lex to sigh. This guy was so persistent. The most annoying thing was that he actually wasn't interested in meeting the innkeeper and specifically wanted to meet Lex. "All right, Fine. I'll go see him," Lex grumbled before teleporting away. There was a very specific reason Lex had been avoiding him. The guy was too nice and thoughtful. Being around him made Lex feel guilty, as if he wasn't doing enough to help others. But he really was. It was just that no sane person could match that beast. Lex teleported over to find the president of New Earth, sitting and laughing with a group of his friends. The man was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Nothing about him or his demeanor indicated that he was the leader of the refugees from Earth, or that he had rebuilt society into something so much better. "Mr. President, I hear you've been wanting to see me for a while," Lex said formally, attracting the man's attention. "Oh, come on, Lex, don't be so formal," he said with a fond smile as he got to meet him. "Oh, no need to bring up that old name. My online days are behind me," the man said. "I can help people in other, more direct ways now." "Ah, but you see, this is not about me." Lex raised an eyebrow. That one, honestly speaking, he hadn't seen coming. More than anything, that was an indicator of how mysterious James was, that even Lex's instincts could not predict his actions. Over the past few years, New Earth has really flourished. After we overcome the loss we all endured, we could finally focus on building the future. With the arrival of our newer generations, who have never even seen Earth, building up the future became even more important so that it would be a good one. Lex asked, surprised. "Yes, of course. The innkeeper and the Midnight Inn offered us a place to live and survive. But Earth is not the only planet that has suffered such tremendous loss, but it is the only one that has received overt help the way we did. Everyone realized it, and after a while, everyone came to realize that it had to be because of you. Who else could influence the innkeeper enough to get him to offer us help?" "We've talked to Harry," Lex asked after a while. "Well, to be entirely honest, we're not sure how we can help. But recently, more and more of our people have been trying to get a job at the Midnight Inn. Although we've had little success so far, with the inn reopening, I think it will start hiring again. After all, not so long ago the inn took in those elves. All I want you to know is that if they start getting hired, the people of Earth stand behind you. We've heard rumors that you haven't joined any of the houses of midnight." Lex said nothing and studied James' face for a moment. The man had imagined so much drama on his own, but then again, maybe from an outsider's view, this is what it seemed like. Lex could no longer deny that he was one of the most well-known members of the inn, especially after everyone started to guess that the name on top of the guest registry was his. That naturally bred speculation, and now accompanied his newfound infamy as a wanted man, as well as fame for being the most wanted husband among angels. It made sense that people would speculate about him. Once Lex left a trail of breadcrumbs for people to follow to explain why he spent so much time at the inn. Now it seemed like he would need to start another trail of breadcrumbs for why he was so influential at the inn. "Thanks for your support," said Lex. "Now you should really focus on the midnight games." With those final words, Lex disappeared. Chapter 1170 Negotiations. Chapter 1170 Negotiations. Lex reappeared inside a small conference room within the inn, where two humans, an orc, a devil, and an angel were sitting, chatting amongst themselves. Originally, he hadn't planned on having a meeting with all of them at the same time, but time constraints and a few logistical issues made it, so that all of them ended up arriving close to one another. "Sorry for being late," Lex said politely as he grabbed a seat. The orc looked at Lex and very blatantly probed him with his spirit sense. From what Lex knew, they were a very warlike race and lacked subtlety, which is why one needed a certain level of strength to have a discussion with them. Otherwise, they would not deem you worthy of even having conversation. Lex was not bothered and only revealed a hint of his domination. Right now, all Lex needed to do was show him that he was not weak. He did not need to show him the extent of his power. The orc grunted with approval before saying, "It is not often I see devils and angels sitting together on the same table." "Not at all," Lex said casually. "Before we begin," said one of the humans, "I must inform you of some of our rules. Before agreeing to the task, the parameters need to be clearly defined. If you want us to do anything extra, then that will require additional payment. Moreover, the Reaving Dread is a very popular mercenary group, which means that there's a chance that your opponent may have also hired some of our people. Just know that the Reaving Dread mercenary group will never fight its own people." The two humans and the orc were from the Reaving Dread mercenary group, the very group that often provided security to the inn for its events. But this time, Lex was hiring them directly, which is why for the first time he was actually having a meeting with them. "You will have very specific orders," Lex stated. Lex asked, intrigued. "Well, I can venture a guess. After all, each of us here has a certain reputation. We're not exactly farmers and flower pickers. Each of us represents a formidable fighting force, so I can foresee a fight. Now requiring all three of us, well, that must mean the fight coming up is big. If that's the case, hiring everyone will be expensive. Which is why I have a proposal for you. It's for your own interest, really, to make this whole endeavor more affordable for you." Lex shook his head disapprovingly. "There will be no prisoners left alive. This is a redundant offer. Let's get on to the actual discussion." The orc and the humans didn't care about that, but the devil and angel were perturbed. "How can I agree to anything unless I know the details? What if you want us to attack our allies? This is our first time cooperating, so of course there is a deficit of trust," Lex said very calmly. "I can share the details with you, but for that we would have to go to the Chamber of Secrets. You can decide then if you find it agreeable, but then the details will be wiped from your memory when you leave. You will only remember whether you chose to agree or not." Indeed, simply wiping memories was much simpler than making soul oaths or being bound to contracts, which would result in devastating damage or repercussions if the agreement was breached. They contemplated for a moment, but saw no drawbacks to the suggestion. The orc and humans, though, once again did not care. The group then ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, and Lex began to reveal some of the basics of what their agreement would entail. Even with the chamber in play, Lex kept most of his plan a secret, but he did divulge who and what they would be targeting and what would be expected from them. Of course, Lex also detailed what benefits they gained to stand by agreeing to work with him. The angel was very good at masking her emotions, showing nothing of what she actually thought, though Lex could still read her. The devil, on the other hand, was visibly excited. The more Lex talked, the wider his smile became. It was almost like he couldn't restrain himself. That wasn't really a good thing, for him at least, because when it came to negotiating his pay, Lex knew he could push hard. The angel, on the other hand, presented a much tougher front when it came to negotiations. Of course, that was only what she thought. Lex could read her like an open book. It also helped that he knew exactly what the angels wanted from him. They could have gotten treatment for their wings from the inn anyway, but Lex didn't mind upselling his treatments in exchange for more of their favor. Chapter 1171, Getting More Workers. Chapter 1171, Getting More Workers. The meeting went just about as Lex expected. The mercenary group was, as they stated, quite a popular one, even if they were expensive. As long as they were paid, they would do as asked. Lex was extremely wealthy, with all the resources of the Midnight Realm at his disposal, but that didn't mean he would be wasteful with it. By handing over looting rights, he could reduce the cost of hiring them. And besides that, he intended to recoup all his investments by taking from his enemies. The Devil and Angel were, by comparison, not the most influential nor the most powerful among their race. But according to Velma's research, they were the ones that Lex could most easily come to an agreement with. With all the homework done for him, it was fairly simple to land the deal. Lex was now beginning to consider that instead of a programmer, he should have been a salesman. There were more things to do. There were so many things to do. But at this point, Lex had to stop doing everything himself and relegate the rest to the other workers. His focus had to be on kicking off the Midnight Games and making sure it was progressing smoothly before he himself entered the tourney. There was a reason why Lex was not concerned about the timing of the tourney and the Midnight Games overlapping, and it was because the format of both was different, as well as the scale. Despite the fact that the Midnight Games would be much larger than last time, and would probably include multiple galaxies, it was not on the level of the tourney. Lex had purposefully made sure that the games did not become too big, and that the marketing for it was extremely specific. This was because even though the inn would not be the venue for the games, it would attract a lot of attention. Though they had grown, the Midnight Inn was not ready for billions, if not trillions of guests. The last few hours passed by in a blur as Lex prepared everything. Even though the inn was not ready for the masses, there were already over 600 million guests inside the inn at that moment. Besides his few main cities, Lex built 50 more cities, spending 900 million MP just on infrastructure alone. But though this seemed like immense work, the inn-level division made it much easier. This basically meant that, other than a few common areas, most places inside the inn were divided based on the cultivation level they were focused towards. Based on that, the cost of the living facilities and services cost different MP obviously, then the performance was also scaled to that level. This did not create hard divides, segregating the various groups. Anyone could enter any other level if they wanted. But to go from one level to a level higher than one's own cultivation level required a small MP cost. It was not a significant cost, but it was enough to deter excessive mixing and discourage roaming. This cost also scaled based on the level one was trying to enter. There was no cost to go into a lower level, but the fact that each level had a significantly different spirit energy concentration in the environment made it naturally less comfortable than the level they were supposed to be in. These were simple tricks, but it was enough to keep the levels divided effectively, since no one was really missing out. Each level was designed to perfectly cater to the guests of that area and included all main services. As a result, even though Lex had 600 million guests, a little over 500 million of them were in the Golden Core and under, and so did not require as much manpower. Of course, hundreds of millions of guests still did require workers. Fortunately, Lex had come up with an organic way to get more workers than just simply getting more from the system. The first was the most obvious, which was to accept interested guests as workers. But for that, Lex would be very selective. Although the system itself filtered all the applicants, selecting only those worthy, Lex was not sure what the system's criteria was, or if it fit his own. So far, despite having countless workers, he'd avoided internal conflict. That was because most workers were bought directly from the system, and usually had amenable personalities. But as more people joined, conflicts were inevitable. As such, he was very careful in who he selected. One such example was the tribe of elves who worshipped technology. They had spent years inside the inn as a tribe, the entire time just wanted to be able to work with the large spaceship. Considering it was an entire tribe and that he had studied their behavior over a large period of time, he allowed the tribe to apply for a job. Similarly, guests who frequented the inn and had somewhat of a reputation were allowed to apply to be workers. But the majority of the workers came from the local populace of the realm, and the Midnight Portal was a huge help in sifting through them and finding those worthy of the opportunity. Even after 15 years, most living in the realm did not know where the Midnight Inn was, and the memory of the innkeeper's words had already begun to fade. That is why the Midnight Portal, or as most knew of it, as only the online portal, appeared. Most did not connect the two. They simply marveled at its amazing capabilities, allowing them not only to communicate and trade across the realm, but send deliveries as well. Though, admittedly, the deliveries were being managed by certain users of the platform rather than Lex. But hey, if the Shadow Talons found a useful and productive way to use their ability to travel the entire realm in secret, then who was he to stop them? What truly mattered was that over the past few years, Lex had experimented with various social media platforms and online tournaments, which is how he formed the outline of what he wanted the Midnight Games to be like. Most importantly, by delivering privacy to all the users, Lex allowed them to behave as they wished online, which allowed him to study who they were and what they were like, picking out only the best to deliver an opportunity for becoming a worker at the inn. After years of this, the population of workers at the inn had grown by the millions, though of course all the training and management of the new staff was still managed by the older, more experienced workers. Chapter 1172 Rise. Chapter 1172 Rise. Lex sat in the innkeeper's office, looking out at the inn, though he didn't really need to do that. As long as he didn't block it out, he was always aware of what was happening in the inn. He could feel the subtle excitement in the air. Most people didn't even know what to expect from the upcoming event. Even the award from last time had only been briefly mentioned. Lex felt like there was a very subtle desperation that each of the guests carried. Life had been very tough recently, and they all wanted something to celebrate. Lex closed his eyes and stretched his fingers, as if he was getting ready to play the piano or write a long report on the computer. When he closed his fingers, Naraka's handle was there waiting for him. The sword still had not tasted its first blood, but it could feel the coming war. It was ready. Damien had been very bold in his goading of Lex. Did he know Lex's background when he did that, or was he targeting something else? Maybe he was trying to understand why his parents had hidden Lex and no one else, and was only trying to lure him out. Maybe working with a terrorist no one could find or catch boosted his confidence. In that case, Lex wondered how he would react now that he was finally about to properly respond. Lex opened the event panel and spent 21 midnight tokens. That meant he spent the 21 trillion midnight points he had accumulated in the past 15 years from the Midnight Realm, almost wiping his entire accumulation. He only had about 200 billion MP left, but such wild expenditure was necessary. After all, the venue for the Midnight Games this time around was the Origin Realm itself. The participants were more, the venue was larger, the stakes were greater, and so naturally, the prizes also had to be that much grander. Suddenly, all activity inside the Midnight Inn stopped. In the Origin Realm, all activity on the countless planets that had signed up for games seemed to come to a halt. More importantly, anyone and everyone who had a golden key in their possession felt a tingling feeling coming from it, and when they grabbed the key, they could see a vision in their minds. It was the same vision that filled the sky of the Midnight Inn and covered the skies of all the planets that were taking part. In the vision, there was an ant carrying a piece of meat in its mandibles, crawling through a field of pebbles. Power! It was a single word, itself filled with power, and it reverberated through the realm, through space, through time, through the very minds and souls of all who bore witness to the grand visions, and it gave them goosebumps. They could feel something hidden deep within them, maybe in their bodies, in their souls, in their memories. With the voice, something awoke, and even though they did not know what it was, they felt that it was important. But while all the guests were entranced by the vision and the word, the workers, those who had been at the inn for a while, were filled with uncontrollable and unsuppressible excitement. That was the voice of the one and only innkeeper. Another insect, a larger, more fearsome one, appeared in front of the ant, causing it to stop in its tracks. There are those with more power than others, and they use it as they please. The insect attacked the ant, flinging across the pebbles and injuring it. Yet, tenacious as it was, the ant did not let go of its prize. It scrambled back onto its legs, ready to face the charging insect. Yet they forget that they are not the only ones with it. There is also strength in numbers. Just as the larger insect was about to smash into the ant once more, a larger guard ant appeared in its path, blocking its way. Then another and another. Before the insect even realized it, there were ants crawling on its back, and other ants pulling its legs right from underneath it, until it was swarmed. There are the weak, the strong, the winners and the losers, the fighters and those who just give up. Just before the ants could win the fight, a big metal boot stepped on the rock and then went away, leaving behind nothing. More boots stepped on the pebbles, and the vision zoomed out over an ever-growing army, all garbed in full body armor, carrying their swords and shields with them, ready to go to war. The scene zoomed out even more, and it became apparent that not only were the soldiers going to war, they were coming from one as well. Beat and battered. Some of them had broken armor while others had broken swords. As the scene kept zooming out, it became impossible to see the finer details of each soldier. But at that point, different things came into view. The soldiers were marching away from a conquered castle, its walls broken, its armies slayed, its king dead. For long, they had been spreading chaos. They had been spreading havoc. They had been playing with the lives of others, all for their amusement. The army passed by villages and towns. They passed by cheering crowds of women and children. The army grew bigger as farmhands and laborers joined them, as blacksmiths melted down metal gates and ornaments to make armor and shields, as merchants and lords gathered their coins to buy them food. A wall appeared in front of the army. Void creatures and monsters ill-suited for the world of the living lined the wall, and behind it stood a tide of death and corruption in the form of countless hellions. A flaming stone, thrown from a catapult, slammed into the wall, breaking off a piece of it and killing countless monsters. The battle began, and the vision seemed to constantly go through various scenes of battle. At one moment, a team of humans were fighting against a monster. A sword slash covered the image and revealed beasts, elves, devils, and angels fighting against monsters made from a cloud of darkness. The ground tore open and the hells were revealed, opening the gates to endless horrors. Yet they had barely crawled out of their hole when a beam of light shot down from the sky, eviscerating them all. The clouds spread apart as the light tore through them, revealing countless spaceships fighting in the skies. Green and red lasers filled the air. Winged creatures and insects alike attacked, roaring with bloodthirsty cries. But magic shimmered in the air. Fairies zoomed through the air, their glittering fairy dust eroding all the corruption. Wizards and witches flew on brooms, shooting through wants. Space troopers garbed in white body armor shot their blasters. Today, I am here to remind you, even in the face of death, above the planet, consumed by a raging war, hung a lonely moon, clearly visible. Yet the moon suddenly started to shatter, and large chunks from it flew out, revealing a skeletal claw. The war momentarily stopped as everyone looked up at the dying moon. More chunks of it were torn free, until the moon suddenly exploded, revealing an undead dragon. Wearing black armor, the dragon roared, its black flames threatening to burn all of reality and its roar extinguishing the souls of the living. The light dimmed and darkness spread as the dragon looked towards the planet with its green, flaming eyes deep within its skeletal face. A soldier dropped his sword to the ground. The dragon spread its wings, its mighty aura encompassing the planet, and then took flight towards the planet itself. In the vision, a single figure came into focus. As the whole world was losing hope, a single defiant figure stood in the air with his arms folded, looking up at the sky. The figure was wearing not armor, but a black suit. The undead dragon closed in, and just as it opened its maw to drown that lone figure in its black flames, a space tier opened in front of him, and from it dove out an even mightier Kuin Pung and clashed against the dragon. The damned and the wicked aren't the only ones who can play games. So can you. I hereby announce the start of the Midnight Games. So rise. Rise to the occasion. Rise against the tyranny and fear that has gripped countless worlds. An overwhelming surge of courage, pride, and ambition burst in the hearts of a trillion beings. The tiny, small thing they had felt wake within them was hope and passion, and more importantly, the fantasy that life could be worth living. Across the Origin realm, it was not the rich worlds that had been targeted by the Midnight Games, nor was it the powerful ones. Instead, it was the ones scarred by war, by tyranny, by greed. It was the planets that had known suffering and pain. It was the planets that had suffered at the hands of terrorists. It was the planets ready to evolve into something more that had heard the call of the Midnight Games. Thus it was that long-forgotten, forsaken worlds felt the might of the Innkeeper as portals opened, leading to other worlds in dire need. Since they had all registered for the Midnight Games, they knew that this was not an individual competition, but rather one of worlds. How many worlds could they save? How many terrorists could they foil? How many heroes would they give rise to? As they felt the Innkeeper's words resonate within them, their armies roared as they rushed through the portals. When they needed help the most, there was no one to hear it. But now that they had heard a call for aid, they would not leave it unanswered. The second ever Midnight Games started off with a war that spread across many galaxies. As it happened, each army landed on a planet being invaded by insects. Lex's eyes gleamed, and Naraka in his hands trembled. Soon, it would be their turn to act as well. Chapter 1173, Unexpected Help. Chapter 1173, Unexpected Help. Lex kept sitting in his seat as he watched the numerous screens, which showed all the competing participants. This was not his original plan of what to do with the Midnight Games, but it worked out well enough. Having the event take place outside the actual and made it much more difficult to control the specifics, and that in turn made it much more expensive as well. But by registering themselves as a whole, the planets linked themselves to the inn as participants. Then came the much harder and more difficult task of finding the appropriate planets to have the fights on. It was impossible to just pick every planet he wanted randomly, but that is where having such a large workforce came in handy. His workers spread out across the galaxies, collecting information. Since they knew exactly what to look for, it was simple enough. Even without the Henali portal linking the entire realm, every significant force had its own information channels, and Velma had her own ways of tapping into them. With the participants registering themselves and the target locations picked out one by one, he just needed to find a way to connect them so that the participants could go to the targeted planets. That, as it turned out, wasn't as tricky as Lex originally imagined. The only difficult part was sending a worker to each of those planets being consumed by terrorist attacks and the plague of insects. Once there, he just needed to find a local with enough authority and have them register their planet inside the Midnight Games as well. But they were just registering as targets that need to be saved instead of participants taking part in the game. Still, despite finding loopholes, the process was expensive and convoluted. In fact, the 21 metric tons that he had spent would not even last the entire duration of the games. It was just enough to fuel the starting teleportations, as well as prizes. That was the cost of operating outside the inn. But considering the countless guests inside the inn, and the countless more who would watch the games and choose to participate in some way, Lex was more than confident of funding the entire event easily. After all, what was more popular in the universe than watching a live war? And even among wars, this one was like no other. The prizes for the victors, decided at the end, would be delivered then. But even now, each and every participant was earning their individual prizes. For killing enough enemies, saving enough people, or committing some heroic act that contributed to the war in some way, such as procuring critical intel or spotting enemy leaders, they would get points. Each and every individual could then use those points to redeem individual prizes. One critical piece of information was that whether it was the participants fighting or the planets being rescued, none contained Earth immortals. As such, with all participants being in the nascent realm and below, coming up with a way to boost their cultivation or providing them with rare and valuable treasures was a simple task for Lex. Any random blade of grass in the Midnight Realm could replace a treasured herb for a Foundation Realm cultivator, and the dew that appeared on the grass in the morning could cleanse their body of all impurities. A random pebble was a valuable treasure containing earth properties, and a random piece of bark contained enough vitality to bring a dying person back to life. So providing prizes for the participants, allowing them to have breakthroughs in their cultivation and grow stronger than they could have ever on their own, was the easiest part of things for Lex. Even then, he didn't directly strip the inn of its bountiful harvest. He still relied on the system to generate the items given as prizes, but because they were common materials inside the inn, their total cost remained low. Like that, Lex set the stage not only for a war that would specifically target his own enemies, but he created a prolonged source of entertainment. Audience members could follow along their favorite warriors, following them on their incredible journeys to save lives and grow stronger in the meantime. If, during that time, they decided that they liked someone and wanted to help him overcome a particular hurdle, they could also choose to pay up. Their payments would cover the MP cost of the prizes their favorite warriors would receive, allowing them to bypass the need to raise points in a critical moment. Of course, since this was an event, the Reaving Dread mercenaries were hired as well. Not only did they patrol the inn, keeping everyone here safe, but they stayed close to each planet where a fight was taking place. If any immortals showed up, it would be the mercenaries' job to ensure none of the participants were hurt or targeted by them. Mere minutes had passed since the game started, and the inn's income was already shooting through the roof. Each planet had a scoreboard, listing the strongest warriors, the warriors with the most kills, the most saves, anything and everything that could be ranked was being done so. Through the Midnight Portal, he could see that someone had already compiled a Midnight Games top beauty list, listing out the most beautiful warriors from across the planets, regardless of their race. This was made up by one of the viewers, and the list was entirely based on votes. There was another made list comparing the strongest moves used by the warriors, and another one comparing those who had the strongest defense. By allowing the viewers to make and popularize these lists, Lex increased the viewers' attachment to watching the games, as well as those participating in them. The more they were attached, the more they would spend. The more they spent, the stronger the warriors became. The stronger they became, the more of those terrorist scum they killed. It created a perfect loop. Of course, what no one knew was that there was a lot going on behind the scenes as well. Not everything was shown on screen, since not everything was a part of the games. By interfering with the terrorist plans and attracting their attention this way, he created a distraction for a much larger and much more powerful force to move silently and undetected, positioning themselves for the critical moment. After all, as long as the fight was limited to just below the immortal realm, then that was equivalent to not really hurting them at all. A force that had the guts to take on the Henali directly would never be limited to just those below the immortal realm. But all big things begin small. This was merely the first step. Lex continued to watch, making adjustments where they were needed and quickly addressing any issues. Since the games had only just begun, this is when they would most likely have the most issues, which is why Lex gave it his undivided attention. Whether it was with the games themselves, or with the guests at the inn, or those viewing from the Origin Realm, he did not expect such a large move to go without obstruction, so he was watching for any problems that arose. Fortunately, while there were problems, they were not too big so far. But of the many things Lex had expected, the thing he had not expected was that there were outside forces completely uninvolved with his plan that not only did not create problems for him, but ended up helping him as well. A number of teenagers and young adults suddenly teleported on one of the planets that was participating in the games. One of the adults asked, Yes, good. Remember, this is an individual trial, so we cannot help each other," said one of the teenagers with a laugh, but his comment wasn't malicious. "Not just brown, but bronze as well. This is just the start of my journey." Everyone laughed. They were all in a good mood. Why wouldn't they be? The students of Ventura were all powerful, so they were all confident in passing this sudden trial that would allow them to graduate to a higher level Ventura campus. Horace looked out at the portal, but his thoughts ventured elsewhere. He had discovered the Midnight years ago and used to rendezvous with his girlfriend, Aisha, there long ago. But it had been so many years since they lost contact, once she stopped showing up at the inn. One of his greatest motivations in entering a higher level was so that he could get more freedom and track her down. Like them, on various planets, many students from Ventura suddenly appeared, taking part in this sudden trial. Their sudden arrival went unnoticed by everyone, but it would not be long before their actions began to attract attention. Chapter 1174 must be someone else. Chapter 1174 must be someone else. The midnight games had begun. Countless guests were inside the inn, but for some odd reason, the most popular and workers seemed to be absent. Many of the regular guests began to wonder where Z or Velma were, and those who saw Lilith but not Gerard wondered if something was amiss. In fact, quite a few faces seemed to be missing from the inn, yet no one paid it too much mind. After all, while the midnight games were happening, due to the large influx of guests, the inn still needed to prepare other forms of entertainment. As such, the inn finally saw the much-anticipated return of the machines of torture, or roller coasters as some folks called it. Theme parks returned, cultural fairs were organized, and there were even a number of local fights between guests who could challenge each other in the ring. Of course, those fights never became nearly as popular as the main fights of the games, but it still attracted some attention. The Mountain Man, who had been sleeping for years and years, and had essentially become a tourist attraction, finally showed signs of waking up when another Mountain Man, or rather, Mountain Woman, appeared at the inn as well. At the same time, Lex was swamped. There were only so many things he could delegate to others, but now that most of his integral staff was outside the inn, he could delegate even less. Moreover, now that the system was much more active, with a little over 40% of its functionality returned, if Lex spent too much time away from the inn, it gave him stupid quests with extreme punishments for failing. Furthermore, in certain circumstances, it insisted that Lex himself handle the situation. With so many guests at the inn, and more coming every day, there were obviously others who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. They did not cause trouble, no. Instead, they wanted to host their own events simultaneously and take advantage of the massive crowd at the inn. Lex had to accept or reject all such applications himself. As such, soon there was a circus set up near one of the new cities, run entirely by gnomes. In another place, someone set up a fishing competition, trying to catch the magic carpets, while in another someone wanted to host a butterfly catching competition. Their wings were razor sharp, and they cut through the nets, and then began kidnapping those who tried to catch them. Lex refused to lend any aid to those who had been kidnapped by the butterflies. Before he approved the event, he also gave a disclaimer. It was not his fault no one listened. The fishing well also once again became popular. The well was now connected to 3 realms, namely the Midnight Realm, the Origin Realm, and the Crystal Realm, so the randomness of what one could pull out had increased even more. But by far the most popular thing in the inn, almost even surpassing the actual midnight games, causing Lex to seriously reassess what he wanted for the future of the inn, was the daycare. Those who left their kids in the inn daycare were more than satisfied, as not only was it safe, it kept the kids satisfied and occupied without causing a scene. Over the years, the daycare in the inn had evolved tremendously. Once Lex created a massive daycare area filled with toys and rides and places to ignore. While that place still existed, as the inn grew larger, that area became too small to handle all the kids. It was relegated to being a side or small daycare. Then, for a while, the massive spaceship served as the daycare. The many automatic functions of the ship, as well as its ability to keep everyone safe and happy, were what mattered most. In fact, if the ship hadn't come to life and become prone to crying, Lex would have continued using it. But since he couldn't, he needed to come up with another idea. In truth, Lex had many things he could do, but he liked being innovative. So he turned the new 2D realm law that he replicated and turned the entire daycare 2D. Kids, when they entered, were so extremely fascinated by the platformer life that they forgot about everything else. Lex had developed an extensive yet safe world using those 2D laws, as well as copies of old Marlowe's Brothers video games. That did not mean he copied them in any way, but he may have figured out that in a 2D world, no one needed to breathe, and so there were underwater levels. Of course, the daycare was still run by the bunnies, who were actually quite enjoying the 2D world as well. Their hopping ability really came to shine when they were required to hop from one level to another. But, at least for now, Lex had no time to consider expanding this into something else. He saw immense potential here, but he wasn't quite ready to launch the Midnight Daycare properly. On the once frozen planet of the Yetis, a number of figures gathered. Their shapes were illusory, so that no one could identify who they were or which force they represented. But they maintained a blurry outline so as to ensure that the others who were gathering all knew that someone was here. One of the figures asked another, looking down at a bubbling lava lake. There was a new law operating on this planet that kept the lava from cooling down. The function of the law was not nearly as impressive as the fact that someone literally dropped a new law on this planet like they were dropping a diss track against the Yetis. This was far beyond the capabilities of even common Earth immortals. Whoever did this was making a statement. They just couldn't figure out what that statement was or who it was targeting. After all, the number of forces using the Yeti's cloning facilities was not few. I can't tell anything. This place has been washed in divine energy. Whoever did this was very blatant in their efforts. Normally, when erasing their footprints, culprits are subtle. Naturally, there is, another figure answered. Divine energy works to hide your trail from low-level cultivators. One of the figures exerted a strange power, and everyone could sense that the trace of divine energy was slowly vanishing. That wouldn't automatically reveal other clues, so they waited to see what this person intended to do by erasing the energy traces. After all, they had already tried, but could not trace the source of the divine energy. Once all the energy was gone, one of the figures extended something out, as if they were holding a wand. Now watch this, the person said with a hint of pride. He definitely did something, because a second later the man screamed out in horror and then blew up. Everyone was stunned, and then retreated in case they got caught up in whatever had happened. Yet nothing more happened. They also didn't have answers for why that person had suddenly blown up until another figure that was invisible up until now revealed themselves, if only marginally. The aura of divine energy was a trap, the figure said. It was baiting someone to look behind it. But hiding behind is the aura of a Tao Lord. All the figures who were standing in the air, lording over the sword cut that reached into the center of the planet, suddenly pulled in their necks. A Tao Lord? They did not want to get involved. Who the hell did this? Yet if any of them had an answer, none of them revealed it. Most of the figures at that point retreated. They wanted nothing to do with this anymore. But two figures remained. One of the figures asked, maybe, but if it were the Henali tracking us down, they wouldn't be hiding their tracks. Forget about it and focus on the games. Both the figures disappeared at that point, leaving the once thriving, now barren land behind. One of the figures wondered, thinking of his grandson who was increasingly popular these days. But that didn't make sense. How could he get in contact with a Tao Lord? It must be someone else. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 11, 75 Billions. Chapter 11, 75 Billions in the first few hours of the Midnight Games. Its influence was already massive, overturning countless battles in the realm. But as more time passed, its influence grew only larger. Such a precise, coordinated assault was one that even the Henali had failed to make against the terrorists. After all, while they had countless resources, being able to effortlessly transport entire armies across entire galaxies at a moment's notice without the use of formations, it was utterly beyond them. It was not an exaggeration to say that it would literally require one or more Tao Lords to personally act, using their own powers to make such a change happen. But it was not as if the Henali Tao Lords were sitting around, lounging and doing nothing. If there was a war going on between those at lower realms, then there was one at the higher levels as well. It was just that the battles of a higher caliber happened out of sight, and away from where the common people could detect them. After all, if the Fugan, or even Sanguis Pluvia, didn't have the confidence to occupy their Tao Lords, why would they waste their time with the small fry? That was not to say that the Henali never responded to such threats. But just that their responses took hours or sometimes days, whereas the Midnight Games teleported entire armies in mere moments. As hours turned into days, the Midnight Inn once again came into the limelight, and the population at the inn exploded. The number of guests went from 600 million to over 10 billion in just a few days. But this boom did not take Lex by surprise. In fact, he was well prepared to accommodate even more guests. MT rolled in, and Lex spent it nearly as soon as it arrived. A few midnight tokens, MT, was more than enough to accommodate 1 billion guests, including infrastructure, temporary staff, protection and security, as well as miscellaneous expenses. What Lex was really focused on was maintaining guest satisfaction levels, which are hovering around 81%. If the ratings dropped by even a single percentage, his expenses would increase exponentially, which is why Lex had to do his best to ensure that the inn was operating as best as it possibly could. At the same time, he could not cater to every whim, since the inn had to maintain his prestige. So when a spoiled prince from a rich planet demanded that all commoner filth be removed from his sight, instead of inconveniencing other guests, the prince was teleported to the peak of the Midnight Mountain. When he complained further, he would be given a warning, as the inn would not tolerate threatening his other guests. When he acted out, but while Lex expected this rise in guests, he was also anticipating that the numbers would eventually go down as well. After all, the inn was not cheap, and not everyone was so rich that they could stay at the inn forever. Even most people who could afford it could only afford to be there once in a while. So after the initial craze of the inn went by, which for now had only just begun, Lex expected the numbers to go down. Of course, they would go down only compared to the peak, and that down might actually end up being more than the current 10 billion. But that didn't change the fact that Lex was dealing with a hell lot of people, beasts, monsters, and races he had never even imagined. Yet, oddly enough, dealing with 10 billion people was no harder than dealing with 600 million. Yes, it required more resources, but the problems were more or less the same, just greater in number. But Lex could not afford to get cocky. For once he had a very important mission to focus on, so he took every moment of managing the inn very seriously. He oversaw every issue, from the smallest to the greatest, repeatedly refining his system for handling issues. Remarkably, the results were evident to all. Even the guests could feel that as the days went by, the staff at the inn was getting more and more experienced at catering to guests and handling situations. What they especially loved, most of everything else in fact, was when some random person dared to attack someone at the inn. That was their favorite, oddly enough. With billions of guests, finding someone who was incapable of controlling themselves was pretty easy. That's when they knew there would be a show. Whether it was vines ripping out from the ground itself, restraining the attacker, or staff members teleporting in and beating the attacker, or a flying whale showing up and slapping people with its wings, or a battalion of highly trained, extremely lethal peacock-mounted guards. All of it was very entertaining to watch. Then the few times when someone went too far, thoroughly offending the inn, beyond the point where even banishment would do, there was the hearth. Offenders of that scale were killed, plain and simple, and their souls would be added to the hearth, where red-hot coals would burn their souls until the souls eventually vanished. The hearth was put in place as a warning to everyone not to commit heinous crimes, but a lot of people just liked watching criminals burn. It was kind of twisted, but it worked to a degree to deter people. It also helped that at a certain point, a number of Celestials came to the inn, all strongly advocating for the inn and publicly voicing that anyone who offended the inn would be their enemies. Lex literally had no idea where they came from or why they did that. Most of them were from races that he hadn't ever met before. Ordinarily, he might have considered meeting with some of them to get to the bottom of things, but for now he didn't want to stir the pot. He strongly suspected they were sent by the Henali, especially since he was technically helping them by killing terrorists. As the week finally came to a close, with the inn hosting more than 50 billion guests, Lex was immensely grateful that the realm was big enough. Otherwise, he didn't know where he would put so many guests. But as the event had stabilized, Lex looked at his system panel. The system, now more than ever, wanted to keep him busy managing the inn. But it was impossible to constantly stay at the inn all the time since he might have other tasks to do. such as with the tourney that he was about to enter. So for that, the system had introduced a new feature. He could purchase time off with MP. He looked at his current balance of 73 metric tons and spent 20 of it to buy time off. This bought him an entire year free from the miscellaneous quests that popped up every day, ensuring he handled the day-to-day functions of the inn. He then spent 52 metric tons, ensuring that the event kept running. Fortunately, as expected, he was earning just as fast as he needed to spend. With that taken care of, Lex sent a message to Hera, Jimmy's mother. She was the first non-native worker of the inn he trusted enough to oversee things. Over the past few years, she had worked extremely hard in any task he assigned her, and had proved herself worthy of his trust. So as he left the inn, and most of his other most trusted workers were out doing other tasks, he handed her the reins. He could naturally ensure that she did not mess up or do anything suspicious, so it was not a huge risk letting her take charge. But the thing that Lex worried about was lowering the guest satisfaction rating. He felt like she could handle it for now. If she performed well, who knew, maybe he could groom her to be his new assistant. Having one assistant was clearly not enough to manage the inn. Lex realized he was lingering, so without any more procrastination, he teleported out of the inn. Although he could use the innkeeper's recommendation to directly enter the tourney, it would interfere with his plans, so instead he summoned the coupon the strange ghost Bacterius gave him so long ago. He then channeled his spirit energy into the coupon and felt it activate. The coupon dissolved into a liquid and entered Lex's hand, turning into a silver tattoo in the shape of a circle. Or maybe it was a zero. He wasn't sure. A few moments later, he felt his tattoo warm up and detected the familiar signs of a long-range teleportation about to activate. For a brief moment, Lex wondered if he wanted to hide his identity. Should he wait until a critical moment and reveal himself to the world, or appear as the notorious world kidnapping Lex right from the get-go? A second later, he was teleported away. Chapter 1176 Temple of Frozen Dawn I. Chapter 1176 Temple of Frozen Dawn I. When Lex reappeared, he was surprised to find that he was actually inside what looked like a hotel room, with no one else there. This was most likely his waiting room. He already knew what to expect once he was invited out. The actual tourney itself would start soon, but it would not be such a straightforward competition. There were, in fact, several concurrent streams through which the tourney would take place, all happening in various places across the realm. Similarly, the preliminary tournament he had entered had several streams as well. The purpose of the preliminary tournament was to pick out any worthy candidates for the Champions Tourney that were not a part of any major organization, and hence missed the opportunity to be nominated. After all, the objective of the tourney was to complete a few challenges or objectives, not to promote their own people. As such, the Henali wanted anyone capable to get a chance. At the same time, there were likely many hidden reasons, but that did not concern Lex. In his years controlling the tavern, Lex had gathered enough information about the events. His ultimate goal was a place called Trial of Eternity. Contrary to its name, the destination did not include any actual trials. In fact, in the history of the Origin Realm, at least the bits of it which were known, it was quite a popular place. It cannot be reached so easily. It was not on any planet, or even in any galaxy for that matter. Within the Origin Realm, there were certain places that were unique, similar to minor realms, but at the same time, not quite. The details eluded Lex, but what mattered was the fact that they could not be entered normally, nor could Lex get any items or artifact from those places. But those places were the exact venue for the tourney. So what he needed to do was, in the preliminary tournament, follow the stream that would ultimately lead him to the Trial of Eternity. That is where he would undergo his tribulation, which was the first and most important step in getting his revenge. Lex walked up to the exit and tried to leave, but as expected, the door was locked. He shrugged and strolled over to the bed to take a nap. He had been working non-stop all of last week, so he might as well get some rest. He woke up a couple hours later when he sensed a small but significant change in his room. The door had been unlocked. Lex took one look at himself in the mirror before he stepped out. There was also one more very significant difference between the preliminary tournament and the Champions Tourney. Most people did not actually know about the tourney, nor were they qualified to learn about it. Only the very top powers of the realm would be aware of it. Yet the preliminary tournament would be streamed across the realm. So as soon as he stepped out, Lex expected to be seen across the entire realm, or at least be capable of being spotted from anywhere. He doubted many people would pay too much attention to him from the start. He left his room and found himself in a hotel hallway. That was anticlimactic. To his left was a werewolf who also looked surprised by where they were. The werewolf asked, looking at Lex. Lex shrugged. Do you think that the preliminary tournament has already begun? What if we're in a test? The hotel could be in a dash. A loud announcement interrupted the werewolf. The werewolf's shoulders slumped. He had already become invested in his own thoughts about how the tournament had already begun. Finding the lobby was pretty easy, though since teleportation was somehow banned here, Lex had to walk along with the werewolf who began to spin a new story about the treacherous traps that might await them in the lobby. Instead, what waited for them was a pamphlet that briefly stated what the 9 different streams for the preliminary tournament were, their difficulty on a scale from 1 to 5, and the passing conditions for each stream. Lex skimmed them all until he found the one that would lead to the trial of eternity upon passing. It was the hardest of all the streams and had a 100% chance of death unless successfully resolved, unlike the others, and was called Temple of the Frozen Dawn. Lex walked up to the receptionist and told her his choice. After a surprising amount of paperwork, Lex walked through one more door and suddenly felt his environment change. He was still in the Origin Realm. He knew that much. He could feel that this was the Origin Realm. But at the same time, the energy in the atmosphere reminded him of the Midnight Realm. It was rich and vibrant in a way that reminded him of a newborn realm, still figuring out its laws. Lex activated his left eye to get a look at the laws in this place, and his jaw dropped. The laws in this place were incomplete. It really was like a newborn realm. But that was not enough to shock Lex. No, what shocked Lex was something much greater. He had come to understand that one of the immutable truths of the universe, if not the only immutable thing about the universe, was time. Although some realms had a faster or slower flow of time, that did not change the fact that time existed everywhere. Even in the void, where space did not exist, time was present. Not only that, but to mess with time was perhaps one of the most dangerous and difficult things to do, though it was still technically possible. For example, the flow of time in certain regions could be altered to flow faster or slower. But that was the extent of what could happen with time. It could not be stopped as far as Lex knew, and it especially could not be turned back. He got that piece of information from the mouth of the super mysterious guy who just showed up at his in one day. Yet if Lex interpreted what he was seeing correctly, then the laws of this place had somehow eroded, or perhaps messed with the law dictating time itself. Chapter 1177 Temple of Frozen Dawn 2. Chapter 1177 Temple of Frozen Dawn 2. All contestants, welcome to the Temple of Frozen Dawn. A voice echoed through the rainforest that Lex seemed to find himself in. You are in a segment of the Origin Realm that has been cut off from the rest of it for billions of years. How or why it was cut off, nobody knows. All we can tell is that something very significant happened here long ago. The temple has opened up naturally and on its own, and based on our calculations, in exactly 721 hours, whatever event happened billions of years ago will happen once more. When that happens, time in this small piece of space will freeze for another few billion years. Just to be clear, without a clear, consistent flow of time, your soul will not survive. So in a few billion years, when time resumes in this place, your body will be perfectly intact, but your soul will be gone. The condition to pass this stream of the tournament is to identify the anomaly that took place and stop it. If, in 721 hours, the anomaly does not happen, this piece of space will be automatically assimilated by the rest of the origin, and everyone in this space will pass. If it does happen, then everyone in this space will die. There is no way to exit this space without preventing the anomaly. Lex had only just raised his eyebrow, unable to even complete a thought, when a familiar sound rang in his ear. Only this time, The notification sound that the system made was deafening and reeked of urgency. New emergency quest. Prevent the destruction of the system. Quest time limit, 721 hours. Quest reward, the system won't die. Remarks, what the hell are you doing? At hashtag $****. That's not promising, said Lex out loud, and tried to connect to the Midnight Realm. But the connection was cut off. He was isolated from the outside. Lex asked. Yes, she answered in an extremely low voice. I take it this is not good, he said very casually, as he began to spread out his spirit sense. It was strange. The surrounding plants were technically alive, but they lacked soul. No, Lex, this is not good. Mary appeared in front of him, her entire figure exuding a sense of excitement. You're in a time bubble. Lex, the rarest, most valuable resources in the entire universe exist in time bubbles. The 721 hours is not just the time limit to stop the anomaly, but it's also your countdown for how many valuable things you can get your hands on. The system doesn't seem to share your excitement, Lex commented. Of course not. It's scared. Truth be told, Lex might have panicked as well if his instincts were not so clearly telling him where to go. It was as if every fiber of his being and forsaken every other function, other than to direct Lex to move in a certain direction. It was as if even his body sensed the extreme threat that this place posed on him. Lex asked, after all, someone could just send a clone in here. You wish, Mary said, scoffing. You think time is a joke? There's a reason why no one alive, regardless of their cultivation realm, tries to do anything funny with time. Its destruction is absolute. Death was born. Mary was silent for a moment before she hesitantly said, I'm not exactly sure. It's just something I've heard. You better not focus too much on it. Lex got the distinct feeling that Mary was not revealing everything she knew, but this was not exactly the best time to get distracted. Within the range of his spirit sense, Lex discovered thousands of other contestants, all below the Earth immortal realm. It seemed like there was a cultivation level limit to enter the Temple of Frozen Dawn. Lex flew into the sky to get a good look at his surroundings and saw an expansive forest that seemed to extend to eternity. He focused in on the direction his instincts were guiding him and saw a distant hill, too far to make out the details. Lex tried to see if he could teleport, but his spatial abilities weren't working, so he began flying at full speed in that direction. Lex, to be entirely honest, although time bubbles are very dangerous, they're not necessarily difficult to resolve. Just be sure to avoid time fractures, and you'll be fine. But if you see any treasures radiating an aura of time, any treasures at all, don't hesitate to grab them. I guarantee that these are not things you will ever find outside a time bubble. Mary smiled sheepishly. Mary looked at him lovingly, and Lex was reminded of the fact that her current appearance was selected because he used to have a crush on this character as a child. This was unfair emotional blackmail. Not that Lex knew of any kind of fair emotional blackmail. But still, we'll see what happens. For now, let's focus on the anomaly. As soon as he said that, Mary facepalmed. Even she knew by now what flags were, and of Lex's consistent habit of raising the wrong ones. Chapter 1178, A Daring Idea. Chapter 1178, A Daring Idea. Lex asked as he flew towards the distant hill, various thoughts running through his head. Traditionally, resolving a time bubble is actually very easy, Mary said. Her projection, tiny as ever, was sitting on Lex's shoulder with one leg crossed and one dangling down. She looked like she was out on vacation. Consider it this way. The law governing time is the strongest in existence. Although sometimes it might encounter issues, it is the inclination of a law to automatically return to its most stable state. The law itself will do most of the work for you. You just need to give it a gentle push. Of course, that does not mean that it is not dangerous. Remember, there is nothing in the universe that time cannot eradicate, so the tiniest bit of carelessness can result in your death. That makes sense, Lex said calmly. With my luck, I already expect to face something ridiculously tough. Lex stopped flying forward and came to a standstill. Not to mention with my eyesight, how far would that hill have to be for me to only vaguely see it? Mary, however, was not alarmed by this statement. They were in a time bubble. Although she said it was easy and simple, that was based on her perception. She was born a celestial. The universe was her cradle, her oyster, her everything. To top all of that off, she had a system with her when she was alive. So her perception of things was skewed. She asked casually. Lex frowned, then spread out his spirit sense and activated the abilities in both his eyes. He used every glyph he knew and listened to his body. There was nothing. Then he checked his latest quest. The time limit read 720 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. How had only 3 seconds passed? Lex had literally been flying for at least a few minutes. The flow of time is messed up? No, that doesn't make sense. My perception of time is messed up. Lex had spread his spirit sense as wide as he could, and so it encompassed many participants in this same trial. At first he was not paying attention to them, but eventually he picked up an anomaly. Those who were moving in the same direction as him, meaning towards the hill, were moving at the same speed as him. Those going literally anywhere else were moving faster. He mused. Mary still didn't answer. Not that he was expecting her to. She was limited by the system, which meant that although she seemed like she was sitting on his shoulder, what she could perceive was dictated by the system. That meant she could only offer guesses, not provide him accurate answers. Lex closed every other sense he had and focused only on his left eye, which could perceive laws, then turned his back to the hill and walked away from it. He studied how he was being affected by the laws and how everyone else was being affected by it. The more he studied the odd behavior of the laws, the more solemn his expression became. Eventually, Lex did something he hadn't done in a long time. He entered the state of flow. He needed to maintain an absolutely rational state of mind. For while only a few seconds had passed for him, he could tell that dozens of hours had already passed for some people down below. Each and every single one of them was experiencing a different flow of time, and that flow depended on whether or not they were trying to approach that hill. It was as if this very place was conspiring against all of them. Lex had a suspicion that as soon as a single one of the participants experienced 721 hours, the anomaly would occur. It would slow down the flow of time for anyone trying to approach the epicenter of the anomaly, thereby preventing them from reaching it in time, and speed up time for anyone going away from it. That way, the time limit would be reached long before anyone could ever reach the point of the anomaly. Suddenly, Lex had a sneaking suspicion that there was more to this palace that met the eye. That much should have been obvious to begin with, but what he was referring to was the Hinali's intention in trying to resolve the time bubble in. This place. He felt like someone had hidden something from them in this place, forever keeping it out of reach, or at least delaying them by billions of years. Considering this place could even kill Tao lords, even the Hinali did not dare venture in here, which is why they used the contestants from the tourney. Lex suddenly became interested in the various other streams. He wondered what else they were having others help them achieve under the guise of holding a tournament. Considering that he was doing the exact same thing with the Midnight Games, he could not really judge them. In fact, he felt like he should be taking notes. This was the perfect capitalist mentality. It was like a company organizing a hackathon and using genuine problems the company needed to resolve as the theme of the competition, gaining a solution for free from the winners. Mary, you said that I can find treasures radiating the aura of time here. A very, very daring idea began to develop in Lex's mind. Chapter 1179, A Dumb Idea. Chapter 1179, A Dumb Idea. The more dire the situation became, the more calm Lex had to be. Realizing that he was very literally running out of time, Lex had to reassess how to go about this challenge, or he would soon die. For him, the threat of death this time was no greater than any other time he had faced death. For example, being crushed to death by the aura of a dragon might feel different than being erased from time, but both objectively ended up with the same result. That is why, although the danger was from a much more powerful source than Lex usually faced, the pressure he faced was actually the same. Not only had Lex learned to tolerate that pressure, he somewhat enjoyed it as well. Now that he was, more or less, on the path to becoming the strongest being in existence, Not that he had decided to pursue that goal yet, he would constantly be faced with death, so there was no reason to be so apprehensive about it. With his back still turned towards the hill, Lex activated his treasure searching glyph. There were few who could compete with dragons in searching for treasure, and Lex was quickly becoming one of them. As a man who had his body absorb Tao-level ingredients, he was not afraid of eating time-related ingredients as well. Who knew? He might even develop an affinity for it. That thought was nearly enough to throw Lex out of his state of flow. Time was the most dangerous thing in the universe. Mary had said it straightforwardly. If Lex could develop an affinity for it, he dared not even imagine what he could do, mostly because he himself didn't know. But he could find out. Under the guidance of his glyph, Lex identified something extremely attractive, and like a flash of lightning, disappeared from where he stood. Those standing below him literally gawked, for he had disappeared so fast they could not perceive his movement at all. This was partially due to Lex's speed, and also due to the fact that he was purposefully moving away from the hill. His flow of time surpassed everyone else. And so, through the strange twist created by multiple flows of time existing simultaneously from the point of view of others, Lex had moved several times faster than the speed of light. Lex asked randomly. He was genuinely curious. Between the most dangerous thing in existence and the darlings of the universe itself, who would come out on top? It's not like there are no sovereigns who haven't died, she answered. So they definitely can die. Lex nodded. It was just a random, fleeting thought he had while he directly approached the strongest aura he could detect. In this entire rainforest, despite its vast size, Lex only sensed 4 or 5 powerful treasure aura, and even of them, he directly went for the one that attracted him most, arriving quickly to the mouth of a cave at the base of a tree. Lex looked at the time remaining for his quest and realized that it was already 600 hours. Not willing to dilly-dally any longer, he stepped into the cave and saw something extraordinary. Most trees have their fruits hanging high up in their branches, but not this one. No, in a hollowed-out region directly underneath the trunk of the tree, a single, thin root was dangling down, and from its end grew out the tree's fruit. He didn't know why he knew that what he was looking at was a fruit and not something else. It was as if the information directly entered his brain. So the fact that the fruit had the appearance of a hardcover book with ominous characters drawn that he could read solely because of his system was not creepy at all. The title of the book, or fruit, was The Fable of Time. Minutes ticked by like seconds, but Lex didn't approach the fruit book. He was searching for danger. He was looking for the trap, or the guardian monster, or void creature, or time creature, or something that would make taking this clearly magnificent treasure a huge risk, but he couldn't find it. Usually, in life, when a thing was too good to be true, there was a nasty surprise waiting around the corner. I'm not crazy, right, Lex? Asked Mary, and even she looked around confused. Lex looked at his quest time limit and realized that it had reached 500 hours. He really didn't have the time to be messing around. He stepped forward and carefully grabbed the book fruit before pulling it off the root. Nothing untoward happened, so Lex carefully retreated from the cave to a safe distance. I'm totally about to get cursed, he said as he looked at the creepy characters on the cover of the book. He realized at that moment that those characters were array characters. He had literally discovered the array character for time. Unsure if he should take a bite out of the fruit or open the book, Lex did the only sensible thing and opened it. After all, some fruits needed to be peeled first. What if opening the book was the same as peeling it? Somewhere else, out in the universe, Jack the Fairy suddenly felt the connection between himself and Lex disappear. That was not the same as dying, for he would have felt that in his soul. He just felt the connection disappear altogether. Jack paused and recalled the last thing he remembered. Since he and Lex were the same, they shared each other's memories. But for some reason, he could not remember what Lex had been doing. All he remembered was that he entered the preliminary tournament. Chapter 1180 Eternity in a few minutes. Chapter 1180 Eternity in a few minutes at any given moment. Even when he was alone, there were a number of beings keeping an eye on Lex. Since his system had a soul, it could somewhat be considered a being, and since it was inside Lex's soul, it was more or less paying attention. Mary, too, had a permanent connection to Lex, and so could connect to him whenever she wanted. There was that mysterious being from the primary realm who just decided to pop into the inn one day. It was unlikely he ever consciously paid attention to Lex, but a being of his caliber would always be aware of anyone he had ever paid attention to. Moreover, not only could he see Lex, he could foresee exactly how his entire life would play out from a single glance. It was not prophecy that he would use, just probability and prediction. The scale upon which such a being operated was outside the realm of understanding of mere mortal's life, Lex. Then he was also connected to two sovereigns, who knew if they could peer through space and time and find him whenever they wished. There was the sword inside of his soul, and although it was not a living entity, who could tell if it could serve as a conduit for a powerful being to peek into his soul? There could be any number of more powerful beings spying on him at any given moment. The more Lex comprehended the abstract powers wielded by immortals, the more he understood that he was a genuine ant in front of the powerful and mighty. Although he could now duke it out with some Earth immortals, he was likely an insignificant ant in front of heavenly immortals or celestial immortals, not to mention Tao Lords. There were also deities whose powers were entirely unique. Divine energy was much too versatile in what it could achieve. He could not say for certain that there wasn't someone out in the universe capable of spying on him using it. Yet, in the moment that Lex opened the fable of time, every single entity connected to him in any way whatsoever lost sight of him. Not only that, they were not even cognizant of this change, or capable of perceiving that anything had happened at all. Only Jack sensed something amiss, and that too was because Jack was actually still just Lex. Depending on the perspective, such a period did not last long or lasted an eternity. When Lex reappeared in the cognizance of the universe, only a few minutes had passed on his quest timer. He looked at the book in his hand, dumbfounded as it faded away. Lex had lost a few minutes of his time, and he had no recollection of what had happened in those few minutes. But unlike everyone else, even Mary, who had been sitting on his shoulder the entire time, but still failed to be aware of him, he knew distinctly why he had no memory of those few minutes. In his brain, he sensed a seal. More importantly, it was a self-administered seal. It was not even that powerful, and all Lex would require was a simple thought to undo it. After all, the only thing the seal contained were his memories from those few minutes. Yet Lex knew that he could not, or rather, should not ever undo that seal. A feeling of overwhelming dread filled him at the thought of undoing that seal, a kind that he had never felt before. What kind of superpower had he not seen before? What kind of powerful entity had he not encountered? All they could do was kill him, and he had long become accustomed to such pressure. But the feeling he got from his own seal of his own memories outweighed the threat of death infinitely. Lex sighed. Yet another, overpowered, earth-shatter, probably universal-level secret was hiding in his body. It was like he was some kind of collector. Lex diverted his attention away from the seal in his mind, because there was one more seal that had been added to his body, once again by his own hand. Yet while the seal on his memories was simple, the seal in his body was the very peak of what he could achieve, or perhaps even beyond what he could ordinarily achieve. This new seal was even stronger than the ones that were sealing his cultivation level. But, oddly enough, the seal had not come into effect yet. He could feel that it would need about one exact day to activate, so until then he still had access to the thing it was supposed to lock away. Of course, the thing that was going to soon be sealed away was his newly gained affinity for time. He had no idea how he had gained it, because he could distinctly feel that he had not used his cultivation technique recently. Such a thing would leave traces within his body and his energy. So he had, somehow, mysteriously gained a time affinity, and then for reasons unknown decided to seal it, giving himself only enough time to perhaps overcome the obstacle in front of him. "Thanks, Lex," Mary said sweetly as a wonderful smile bloomed on her face. "I don't know how you did it, but I can feel you've given me a wonderful treasure related to time." "No problem," Lex said as he activated his own affinity and began feeling the flow of time around him. It was harder than it seemed, because he felt no different at all. His perception of time was exactly the same as before. Moreover, he did not feel like he had any influence on time at all, so he basically couldn't do anything with this affinity. But he would not give up so easily. This required some testing, so Lex turned to look towards the hill and tried moving towards it. Maybe he'd be able to sense the difference in the flow of time then. Chapter 1181, Mesmerizing Glow. Chapter 1181, Mesmerizing Glow. Lex took one step and paused. That was odd. He sensed his affinity act on its own and do something. He had no idea what it did, but he could tell that it was merely responding according to changes in his body. It seemed like besides just putting a seal on his affinity, he had used some kind of technique that would automatically use his affinity, since grasping it currently seemed outside his realm of understanding. But if it was outside his realm of understanding, how had he used this technique to begin with? His attention was once again reverted to the seal in his mind, but the dread that accompanied it once again took hold of him. It was so strong that he could physically feel the emotion of dread. Ugh! Lex groaned and turned his attention back to the matter at hand. It seemed like, for whatever reason, he had found a solution to his problem. At least that's what it seemed like. Lex leaped forward, and his affinity began to act on its own once more. Lex kept an eye on his quest time limit, as well the hill in the distance at the same time. As he confirmed that the flow of time was steady and that he could actually get closer to the hill, a trace of relief filled him. Lex then began to fly at his fastest speed. He had no idea how much time had passed by for others. While he still had hundreds of hours left on his quest time limit, who knew if others only had dozens of hours left? It had been a long time since Lex had to travel a long distance without using his spatial abilities, but fortunately, he hadn't neglected any aspect of his training. It took him 10 hours to approach the hill, though oddly enough, he could not tell how much distance he had traversed. It only felt like he had traveled 10 hours, as if time itself was the distance that needed to be covered. The stone blocks were colossal, perfectly aligned, and strangely untouched by the encroaching vegetation of the forest, as if an invisible barrier divided them. No vines marred its surface, no moss clinged to its edges. It stood as a testament to an era long gone, defying the relentless advance of the jungle around it. Lex's eyes traced the pyramid's steep sides, leading up to its peak where a solitary temple sits, shrouded in mystery. He did not need to be a genius to guess that this was the Temple of Frozen Dawn. The temple was a relic of unimaginable age, its walls adorned with intricate carvings that depicted scenes from a forgotten civilization. The glyphs and symbols, though weathered, told stories of deities and heroes, of rituals and sacrifices, frozen in time. His eyes eventually fell to a chamber with open doors, though the darkness within is impenetrable, save for a faint, otherworldly silver glow that seems to emanate from deep inside. From that glow, casting strange shadows and filling the air with a sense of profound, ancient power, Lex sensed something oddly familiar, though he could not place it. Yet what he could see was that the glow was fighting against the oppressive darkness, trying to lift its veil. At that moment, Lex suddenly understood the significance of this place. This was not just a relic of a bygone era, but a monument to a time when the very fabric of reality was different. The temple contained the energy from when the origin realm was still in its nascent stages, barely beginning to form. Cut off from time itself, the untouched pyramid and its temple were a sanctuary of the past, preserved within the time bubble. If the anomaly of this place was resolved, this sanctuary would re-enter the origin realm, and whatever secret it held would become available to the Henali. If Lex weren't a walking collection of ancient secrets, powers, and treasures himself, he might have been interested in uncovering what secret this temple held. If such great pains were taken to hide it, and the Henali were trying their best to get in touch with it, the treasure would be remarkable. Heck, if Lex didn't have a mission he had to focus on, he might still be tempted to explore and uncover the secrets of this temple. But as it was, he could not afford to be distracted. Even if a great treasure was hidden here, getting his hands on it would not be worth being distracted from his revenge. He would leave this prize for the Hanali or anyone else who wanted to get it. Lex just wanted to end the anomaly. He stepped into the dark room, where his instincts were guiding him, and immediately he felt the darkness try to swallow him. In fact, Lex had entirely underestimated the danger this darkness presented and actually stumbled. But that was it. The weight of this darkness could only cause him to stumble at best. Yet to fight back against this darkness, Lex needed a light. He instinctively knew that, for his domination, or aura, or any other ability would not work. So Lex held out a finger in front of his mouth and blew a small, thin streak of dragon fire that collected above his finger like a small candlelight. Within the darkness, there were now two sources of light. One tiny, flickering dragon fire and an ethereal silver glow. The darkness was pushed back, and it was suddenly as if two lights were working together against the darkness. Lex walked deeper into the hall, approaching the silver glow until he was only a few feet from it, where he was forced to stop. For the second time today, Lex was stunned by what he saw. Of all the things he could have guessed to be the source of that strangely familiar light, what he did not expect was to see a ballerina. The darkness was her stage, and her graceful yet delicate dance, mesmerizing to behold, was literally lighting up the room. Chapter 1182, Other Intentions? Chapter 1182, Other Intentions? Giselle, Lex said to himself as he recalled the name of the enchanting dancer in front of her. Last time he saw her was on Pol Bitvi, right before the planet got stolen by Jeffrey. They had fought off hordes of alien insects together, and Lex had to admit that she was a pretty good fighter. But either because he was too distracted by the war, or because she was very good at hiding it, Lex never sensed anything too extraordinary from her. She was just a passionate young lady who was an excellent dancer and fighter. Yet now, where here she was, in the Temple of Frozen Dawn, even before him, Lex knew just how absurdly difficult it was to approach this temple. So he could not imagine how just a simple dancer had made it till here. That's when he noticed a peculiar aura from her, one he knew all too well. It was a seal, and the thing that had been sealed was her cultivation. Based on appearances, she was a peak nascent soul cultivator right now. That was believable progress from when Lex had seen her a few years ago. But if there was a seal, that meant she was an Earth immortal. Such rapid progress was quite amazing. Combined with the fact that she was in this region, fighting against the darkness, then it was likely that she was far from as simple as she appeared. As much as Lex would have enjoyed to just watch her dance, they were short on time. So he decided to help her. Through her dance, or rather through a carefully orchestrated sequence of movements, she allowed her body to glow with a light that pushed away the dark. Lex, fortunately, did not need to dance to do the same. It was clear that ordinary light would not work against this formidable darkness, but what aspect of dragon fire was ordinary? The flame on his finger grew bigger and began to push away more of the darkness, and it was only then that he felt its weight properly. Yet he was not one to give up easily, so he pushed harder. Conversely, the weight that Giselle felt began to reduce quickly. Since her eyes were closed, she did not know what was happening. She could only attribute it to her dancing working, so she tried even harder. Eventually, the hall began to reveal itself to Lex. He saw pillars, carved with pictures of animals worshipping a deity, though the deity's picture seemed smudged. He was empires, planets, even galaxies all surrounding that smudged galaxy, and then in the next pillar, it seemed as if the deity suddenly vanished, abandoning everyone. It made sense that this temple, which had passed through time, should belong to some deity, yet he felt no divine energy from the building. Maybe it had already been eroded by time. More and more the hall was revealed, showing colorful walls, decorated by marble and jade of all kinds. More hidden secrets saw the light of day, and many key details were smudged. Lex took them in, but did not focus on them. Finally, with the darkness almost completely retreating, he could see that it had been originating from a chandelier right in the middle of the room. Instead of illuminating the palace, it was covering it in darkness. Yet as the darkness was pushed back, it could take no more. It shattered, and the sound of it breaking suddenly filled the room. Giselle was suddenly free of her burden and opened her eyes, feeling glee at her success. She thought it would be much harder. What she had not expected was to see Lex standing there in front of her, holding a massive ball of fire. It was obvious that the ball of fire had played a stronger role in eliminating the darkness. "Giselle, we meet again. I never thought I'd run into you here of all places," he said softly, as one would to a former acquaintance or old friend. "Likewise. I thought you'd still be on Lover's Island. Did you take a break for the tournament, or were you kicked out?" Lex froze and swore to every deity in existence that he would kill that accursed rancher the next time he saw him. No, I was just there to find one of the contestants," Lex tried to explain. "Yes, that's usually how these dating shows work," Giselle said. "No, that's not. What I mean to say is, look, I'm not interested in your dating life," she explained, as if indicating that she was not the judgmental type. Lex sighed in defeat. That was it. His reputation was ruined. He'd never be able to explain himself, though this truly wasn't the time to be lamenting such a thing. That did not, however, ease the pain in his heart. Lex looked towards the end of the hall, where a broken throne lay. In front of it was a small hole, torn directly into the ground, leading down into the pyramid. "The source of the anomaly is there," he said, pointing in the hole. "I'm exactly here to resolve that anomaly. We can work together if you wish." Giselle nodded. "That sounds good. But before that, do you know what this place is?" "Nope, and nope," Lex said. "Quite frankly, I suspect that whatever it does hold will give me attention I don't want." Giselle looked at him skeptically. He didn't want the ancient treasure hidden in the time bubble? That sounded too good to be true. She narrowed her eyes. Did he have other intentions? Chapter 1183, Eden Watch. Chapter 1183, Eden Watch. Lex immediately realized the problem. His lack of interest in the treasure made her think he was lying. Lex asked. The anomaly could go off at any moment. "Yes, I know," she said. She did not wait for Lex, and instead jumped down the hole first. Going down first was dangerous, as it was unknown what kind of danger she would be facing, but she was confident. Lex asked as he jumped down the hole behind her. The last time he saw Giselle was on Pole Bitvi. They had split because she was trying to find some kids under her protection, while he was trying to get the entire army to retreat to the inn so that there weren't any unnecessary casualties. After all, not only was there a war going on with alien insects, but everyone had been poisoned with such a potent poison it was almost impossible to heal. "Yes, I got them out in time," Giselle answered, showing a brief moment of softness. "But too many other kids died on Pole Bitvi. It's impossible to save everyone." "I know," she responded, with a hint of sadness. Lex shut up after that, and began to wonder if he was really as good a conversationalist as he thought. As Lex expected, the internal structure of the pyramid constituted various hallways, corridors, and halls, arranged in a way to form a maze, laden with traps. The traps themselves were largely inconsequential, not only for Lex, but for Giselle as well. What was dangerous was something Mary had brought up before: time fractures. Certain halls and rooms suddenly dissolved into nothingness, and the dangerous thing about that was that nothing was literally imperceptible. The first time fracture they stumbled upon was right in their way, ending the pathway abruptly. There was no darkness replacing where the path formerly existed, no end to the road, no cut or fracture to indicate that any part was missing. It was literally nothing, and even looking at it, Lex could neither see it nor sense it in any way. His brain was incapable of processing it, so it replaced that nothing with what it expected to see, which was the continuing path. It was only when they almost touched the nothing that they finally sensed something amiss. Even then, all Lex felt was an abnormal reaction from his time affinity. He could not understand what it was. Giselle, on the other hand, did not sense itself. Instead, a watch she was wearing set off an alarm. Lex, who was about to step into the nothing, paused and looked towards the watch. He had missed it earlier. He had neither seen it nor sensed it. How was that possible? Giselle said quickly, jumping back herself, the color draining from her face. Lex did not hesitate to take a step back. Even if he hadn't sensed something from his own affinity, Just the fact that Giselle had taken this matter so seriously would have been enough for him to retreat. In any other circumstances, Lex would have been willing to test out his defense. But when it came to time, he wanted to take no risks at all. He asked as he looked back at the corridor. He could sense nothing. But as Giselle explained, Lex's expression became more solemn. Time supports the existence of everything. So where there's a fracture in time, nothing can exist. Lex studied the hall in front of him, and even used his left eye's ability to study laws, and used various glyphs, but could get no feedback at all. That's a pretty handy watch, Lex said finally. It's an Eden watch. Giselle did exactly lie, but it was obvious that she wasn't exactly being completely forthcoming. Not that Lex blamed her, since he in fact knew, or at least suspected he knew, the origin of that watch. As a result of two very cooperative captives, over the past 15 years, he had learned a lot about the universe at large. While the Origin realm was still a developing realm, there were many realms that had already reached full maturity. It was extremely rare for a completely mature realm to be owned entirely by one entity or power, and instead the norm was for mature realms to be controlled by a group of cooperative powers. Eden Corporation was one such power that shared control over a completely mature realm. Since it was a corporation, it wasn't a surprise that they had products, and that they would be phenomenal ones. What was surprising was that Giselle got her hands on such a product. After all, based on his understanding of the Henali, they would not easily allow any other powerful forces to enter into the Origin realm. It was their ambition to claim complete control over this realm. It was easy to invite others in, but not so easy to invite them out. Whatever the case, Lex realized that Giselle was definitely not as simple as she appeared. But that was not the problem. The problem was that his instincts were telling him to go down this corridor, since they could not detect the time fracture. That meant he could no longer allow his instincts to guide him. I can sense that the anomaly is directly in that direction. Lex asked. This time, it was Giselle's turn to be stunned. He could sense the anomaly? Even her Eden watch couldn't do that. I mean, it's pretty simple, she said, and punched a hole in the wall before walking through it. The fracture shouldn't be too big. Chapter 1184 Mop. Chapter 1184 Mop. Lex followed Giselle without hesitation. After all, now he knew what the strange feeling he got from his innate ability was. If he ran into any more time fractures, he could identify them himself, even if her watch failed to detect it. The room that they had broken into looked like a storeroom, as odd as that seemed. It just felt a little mundane for an ancient temple hiding a secret, powerful treasure to have a room filled with dusting cloths and mops, among other things. In fact, Lex grabbed a broom and observed it closely. You'd think they would use arrays or formations to keep things clean in this place. Giselle, who was walking past the mops, paused and turned to look at him oddly. "Oh yeah, sorry," Lex said as he placed a mop back. "I'm too used to doing these kinds of things alone." "Time bubbles?" "No, this is my first time. But explore underground tunnels and caverns hiding a power that can easily kill me?" They didn't speak much after that. The inside of the pyramid, as it turned out, was not too dangerous in and of itself. This was most likely because a few billion years ago, whenever this temple was from, the cultivation standards of the realm were probably low. The traps would have been dangerous for mundane nascent soul cultivators, but that standard was so low that Lex expected every single participant in this temple of Frozen Dawn Stream to be able to surpass it. There were a few formations, but they were so immature even Lex could resolve them without having to use brute force. The only real danger were the time fractures, but fortunately they were few and far between. But while the traps were not dangerous to them, as they proceeded deeper into the pyramid, the paradigm of the traps began to change drastically. Lex and Giselle found themselves standing in front of a door with two handles, one white and one black. Each handle was radiating a powerful and potent energy. More importantly, the wall in which the door was placed was covered by a barrier that was most ingenious. Breaking it by force would not be impossible, but exceedingly difficult owing to the two unique energies in the handles, which also served as a power source. Of course, there was a much easier way to get through, which was to simply open the door, but doing that would require turning both handles. This is divine energy. That much is obvious, Lex said, looking at the white handle. The energy radiating from the dark handle was, predictably, sinister and malevolent in nature. Lex felt like even touching it would cause his skin to melt. This was a very good defense mechanism, because the key lay in these two high-level energies. This was no longer a matter of cultivation, realm, and power, but rather the ability to handle these specific energies. It's called profane energy, Giselle said. The exact opposite of deities. What? Lex asked. Although he had no affinity for profane energy yet, he was sure he could tolerate it. He wondered what would happen if he grabbed both handles at once. Unlikely. The energies, while perceived as opposites, do not cancel each other out. Giselle looked at her watch and then frowned. We have less than 100 hours left. This is bad. Lex raised an eyebrow and then placed a finger on the handle containing divine energy. He just absorbed it all into his body and then diverted it towards his butter knife. Giselle looked at Lex once more, but this time she thoroughly observed him. She had gotten the sense that he was far from ordinary, but the ability to absorb divine energy was beyond just simply extraordinary. Only two beings were known to be able to do that, deities and angels, and Lex was clearly neither of them. But then again, she was not exactly in a position to judge. She grabbed the dark handle, and the profane energy quickly gushed in her body as if it was greedy to enter her body, rather than her pulling it in herself. Yet what Lex found most curious was that while the name of the energy and its associated being, profane energy and defiler, projected very strong visualization of a nature of this energy, not to mention the creepy vibes it naturally gave off. As Giselle absorbed the energy, her body gave off an aura of profound purity and clarity. It was even purer than divine energy, and reminded Lex of a strange, ethereal feeling she gave off whenever she danced. He was curious, but he did not ask any questions. She had been respectful enough not to ask how he absorbed the divine energy, so he could only reciprocate. The door opened, revealing the final staircase leading to the heart of the pyramid. The two quickly descended and entered a hallway that continued towards two opposite halls. His instincts were guiding him left, but before he could say anything, Giselle's watch beeped and pointed towards the right. It seemed the time had come for them to split up again. Lex didn't mind. It was nice having some company on one of his adventures for once, company that was not residing inside his body or equipment, but now they had more important things to do. Chapter 1185, Problematic / Chapter 1185, Problematic. I can feel the anomaly on the left. I will go resolve it. You can go on the right if you wish. Based on my understanding, as soon as the anomaly is resolved, this entire place will be reabsorbed into the origin realm. Giselle looked at him oddly. Was he being odd on purpose, or did he not realize he was being odd? His extremely casual attitude in the face of almost uncertain death, focusing on completely trivial things such as mops, as well as the sheer disregard for ancient and powerful treasures that are being searched for by massive organizations, were far from normal. Perhaps a very clear-minded and level-headed person could avoid the temptation of such a treasure, but even then he would at least show some reluctance on giving up treasures so that he could avoid getting involved in matters that would end up getting him killed. But he did not seem to care at all. Giselle was very clear at reading people's intentions, which is why she knew for a fact that he was genuinely telling her to be careful, and that he genuinely wasn't interested. But that confused her even more. In truth, she should be just killing him. After all, going after a treasure so powerful and valuable, it had to be hidden inside a time bubble meant that she should not be taking any risks. Leaving Lex alive was a huge gamble, but she trusted her instincts, which were telling her that Lex was trustworthy, as strange as it was. More importantly, given their huge time constraints and the remarkable abilities he had shown, she did not think she could do anything to him before the time was over. So she had a compromise. Lex asked, actually feeling amused. Giselle held out an oval, seemingly ordinary jade stone and handed it to him. Channel your energy into the stone and take an oath keeping my presence here secret, and it will automatically take effect. Even if you want to, you won't be able to break the oath. Lex grabbed the stone and made the oath. He wasn't particularly bothered by it, and he understood her caution considering that they technically didn't know each other. Besides, as the oath took hold inside of his soul, Lex could feel that it was just a simple not inside his soul, using his soul. Others might find it hard to undo without harming his soul, but it was a simple thing for him. Lex looked at Giselle with schadenfreude. He wondered how she would feel if she found out her oath wasn't that effective at all. Giselle paused before leaving. She was just too curious. Are you really not interested in what's hidden here? Not really, Lex answered with a shrug. Lex didn't answer immediately, but looked at her for a moment. How should he phrase this? He asked eventually. The question stumped her. She had not been expecting that kind of response. Lex turned away, looking towards where his instincts were guiding him, mostly to hide his expression as it became grim. I'm sure that whatever is hidden there is great. Once again, Giselle could feel the sincerity in his words as he walked away. But more importantly, she was still stunned by the question he had asked. On Polbitvi, she had been protecting 2 kids she took under her care. She did not know them personally, but felt like they were too pitiful and wanted to save them. It was not the first time she had done such a thing, nor would it be the last. After all, she spent her whole life helping lost kids. But how many people could just ignore a life-changing opportunity to save a couple of kids? She didn't think that the situation Lex was referring to was necessarily exactly the same as back then. His point was that he needed to save someone, and the troubles associated with treasure hunting might prevent him from doing that, so he just didn't want to bother with it. Even so, it was not an easy thing. For once, she looked at Lex seriously. Right now, the solemn aura he was radiating was quite pure and filled with incredible focus and drive. No wonder he got himself a harem. She could see how other girls might find that attractive. Then Giselle turned away. Even if Lex said he would end the anomaly, she was not in the habit of relying on others. She would get the treasure in time to end the anomaly herself. After all, whether Lex could achieve what he stated was still unknown. Lex walked into a huge hall in the center of which 2 figures stood, frozen in time, clashing with one another. Yet Lex could not see them. After all, the 2 figures were surrounded by time fractures in every corner. Lex entered the hall, and when he detected the time fractures, he moved aside. But no matter how he went around them, his instincts were always pointing in the middle. The anomaly hid behind a wall of time fractures that had surrounded it completely. Chapter 1186 that day. Chapter 1186 that day. Mary, I have a small, tiny, almost inconsequential problem, Lex said as he looked at the empty space in front of him. He was not aware of what existed within, but his instincts were clearly guiding him towards this, and urgently. It was almost as if he was running out of time. Mary asked, as she appeared on his shoulder, this time dressed up as a cowgirl. Or, well, a very Hollywood version of a cowgirl. She even had the tiny silver pistols and everything. Nothing too serious. He pointed at the bunch of nothing right in front of him, as if that was what he was talking about. Mary unholstered her gun and pointed it towards a nothing, as if threatening it. For a few seconds she stayed like that, until she twirled the gun with her finger and put it back in a holster. I have good news, and I have bad news, she asked. The bad news, Lex said. He didn't trust the good news. Good news was just bad news in disguise. The good news is that time fractures are not complete barriers, and actually consist of cracks. That basically means you can slip right through the cracks. He knew good news was just bad news in disguise. Is there any additional news? Such as how I can avoid touching the cracks? Well, I recommend you become as small as you possibly can be. I recall you learned a lot of techniques to shape shift back when you still looked like a baby. That will drastically reduce your chances of running into cracks. At the same time, if you have managed to get yourself any time-related treasures, use those. Lex looked at her skeptically. Mary, is it just me? Or has your mood been especially chipper since we came into this time bubble? Lex gave her a bland look. He regularly faced deadly situations, but it was rare for even the system to be threatened by them. But while the system itself was panicking, Mary almost seemed jovial. He hadn't seen her in this good a mood probably ever. He knew she wasn't being completely upfront, but it's not like he was interrogating her. Lex sighed, and then began to shrink in size to the smallest he could become. Coincidentally, Lex shrunk to the same size as his fairy body, which also happened to be the same size Mary was now. She yelled before disappearing. In truth, Lex had caught on to Mary exactly. Her mood was the best it had been since she attached her soul to the system because, in the time bubble, the system was glitching in pretty hard. Lex had not noticed only because he was disconnected from the inn at the moment. The inn itself was operating fine, but he would have noticed the countless small anomalies indicating how poorly it was operating. Even when the system was completely drained of energy and required Lex to repair its functionality, it still was operating in a better condition than it was now. The reason this put her in a good mood was because Mary understood systems better than anyone else she had ever met. She had hijacked a system to save her soul from being destroyed. Now that the system was malfunctioning, she could use this opportunity to do a lot of things she had planned. It was made especially easy for her since Lex refused to absorb the system into his soul. This kept a disconnect between himself and the system that anyone with the right knowledge could use against him. A powerful immortal could steal Lex's karma and destiny, and through that directly hijack control over the Midnight Inn from Lex, and he would never know. These were things Mary had hidden not because she had bad intentions against Lex, but because the system never allowed her to reveal the system's flaws directly. While Mary worked on and made a few subtle changes that neither Lex nor the system itself would notice, she paused. Technically speaking, she could do Lex a lot of harm as well. She was in the perfect position to steal the system from him. It couldn't be done now, but she could work her way towards it. With the system at her command, once more she could. Mary closed her eyes and clenched her fists. Lex had trusted her, listened to her requests, even though he had no reason to. She could not betray him like that. She opened her eyes once more and began working on the system with renewed vigor. Only, this time she was not making arrangements for her new body. Instead, she was closing some of the loopholes through which Lex could be threatened. What even Mary did not know, as she suddenly decided to help Lex instead of take advantage of him, was the subtle change Lex had undergone when he saw naked clones of his sister that day. He did not want to think about the atrocities that could have been committed, most certainly were being committed, and all of that because his parents had been too weak and too trusting. That day, a part of Lex stopped trusting everyone and everything just a little bit less than before. That naturally included Mary as well. Although he never showed it, because in front of the world, Lex still liked to show his happy, goofy self. Inside his heart, he had begun to take many precautions. If at that moment Mary really had thought about harming Lex, the system might not have realized it, but Lex certainly would have. After all, one more reason he was able to remain so calm in the face of deadly situations was because of the extent of his preparations. Chapter 1187 Marble. Chapter 1187 Marble. In truth, Lex did not need anything to detect time fractures. His affinity for time, which still had not been sealed yet, reacted perfectly to time fractures in a way that let him know where they were. Lex also had absolutely perfect control over his entire body, down to every single hair, so he was absolutely certain he wouldn't accidentally touch the cracks. But considering the seriousness of the matter, he still took a few moments to compose himself. Or a few hours. Honestly, by now, he had no idea what rate time was flowing at. His personal quest from the system still showed over 300 hours left, but according to Giselle, the time they had left was much less. He had no idea how her watch was able to calculate the remaining time for whomever time was flowing the fastest in this entire bubble, and now wasn't the right time to ask either. Lex closed his eyes and retracted his spirit sense. He even withdrew his sense of touch. Right now, he only needed 3 things to occupy his mind. The first was a total awareness of his body, the second was his instincts guiding him, and the third was his time affinity to warn him. Lex walked towards the time fractures literally blind, maintaining his utmost composure. His affinity reacted, and from more than one direction. There were cracks in front of him, to his left and his right. But there was nothing above him, so he began to fly, inch by inch rising higher, until the path forward was clear. If Lex had his eyes open, then in a few moments, where his line of sight wasn't interrupted by the cracks, he would have seen the two figures. For billions of years, their postures hadn't changed, unaware that their fight had literally ceased the flow of time. One of the figures was a black minotaur, rising 16 feet tall with taut muscles, larger than a normal man's entire body. He was wielding a golden hammer that, in itself, was 10 feet tall, and smashing against the silver sword of his foe, a banshee made of purple flames, her ethereal form blazing with an eerie light. Their weapons, a testament to their might, were interlocked in a perfect stalemate, and the raw, unyielding force of their clash has warped time itself, encasing them in an immortal moment. The chamber, a silent witness to their relentless fury, suffered countless cracks in time. The very hall itself felt charged, as if the vibrations of their clash, the echoes of their unresolved battle, still hung in the very air itself, waiting for time to flow once more so that they could be unleashed. Amidst that unresolved tension, Lex navigated the invisible, deadly maze, hoping to find a path through. He did not let his thoughts stray to those who were waiting for him. He did not think of those who he still needed to save, nor those who he needed to kill. In those moments, his focus was unprecedented, and his mind completely clear of all distractions. A drawback of such pure focus was an unusually clear perception of the flow of time. It felt an eternity was passing in each moment, and the closer he came to his target, the longer each moment felt. He was certain he was coming close, just by how strangely time felt to him, but the more it was like this, the more careful he had to be. This continued until, suddenly, there were no more cracks in front of him. Still, as a precaution, he continued forward, slowly and steadily, but still he felt no cracks. Instead, he eventually felt something touching his body. Lex unsealed his senses and saw that he had crashed into the hoof on the Minotaur. The sight stunned him. Even though the two were frozen in time, he could feel their power. Both of them were mere nascent realm cultivators, yet the strength they wielded was a lot more. Lex was pretty confident in himself as a nascent cultivator, but even he did not think he could use his physical body to demonstrate the kind of power they were wielding. How was that possible? For a moment, he was confused. Then he quickly came to an answer. This was not the natural strength of these two, but an augmentation of their gear. The gear they were, from their clothes to their bangles, earrings, belts, weapons, everything and anything, they all were treasures of the highest quality and order, and they all strengthened them physically. Even Lex, who cared little for treasures usually, felt a little tempted by such a grand display of wealth. He was admiring their magnificent figures when he noticed something. In the middle of their clash, caught between the hammer and the sword, was a tiny, green marble. Neither the sword nor the hammer were actually touching each other. Instead, they were both connected via the tiny marble, and his instincts were guiding him to remove that marble from between the two weapons. In fact, for a while now, his instincts had been absolutely screaming at him to hurry up. But to maintain his focus and avoid any mistakes, he was forced to ignore it. Now, finally, he flicked a finger, and a small pulse of energy traveled out and hit the marble. There was no freaking way Lex was going to touch that marble with his body. He had learned his lesson by now. No touching mysterious objects that could alter reality. Instead, he popped the marble free from a distance, completely unaware that he removed the marble just in time. Less than a single second remained for the time to elapse. But whether it was a fraction of a second or an hour, what mattered was that Lex propped the marble loose in time. In fact, as soon as the marble escaped the reach of the two weapons, it disappeared completely, and the flow of time resumed. The hammer and the sword clashed, resulting in a shockwave that launched Lex's tiny body across the room. Chapter 1188 Prophenite. Chapter 1188 Prophenite. Giselle paused as she entered the chamber and laid eyes on exactly what she had been searching for. The chamber lay in shadow, a sanctum untouched by time, its very air laden with the whispers of ancient secrets. She stepped inside and felt a shiver of awe and trepidation, her breath catching in her throat as she finally saw what she was searching for. Before her, suspended in the gloom, was the secret treasure of legend, the sands of time. It was a small loop, delicate and mesmerizing, formed by a few grains of sand that seemed to defy gravity, eternally cascading in a hypnotic fall. The grains glowed with a soft, golden light, creating an aura both surreal and mythic. The power emanating from the sands was palpable, an immeasurable force that tugged at the very fabric of reality, promising the unattainable, the incomprehensible. Actually, she had no idea what the sands did. Standing here now, she could even count how many grains there were trapped in the eternal loop. There were mere 13 grains. Yet for these 13 grains, someone had gone through great efforts, carefully orchestrating events billions of years apart. The fact that someone wanted them hidden so badly told of how gravely powerful they were. It also explained why she had to go through so much effort to get it. Her heart raced, a blend of exhilaration and dread. As she took a step closer, the pull of the sands almost irresistible. She was almost there. As soon as she took the sands, she could go back and in this time bubble herself. But she paused, and her eyes drifted from the sand to a dark corner of the room. A tall, lean figure emerged from the shadows at the edge of the hall, his presence as stark and cold as death itself. His skin was so pale it seemed translucent, a ghostly white that contrasted sharply with the abyssal black of his eyes that bore no reflection, no hint of life. He was a wraith in human form, his intent unmistakable. He was there solely to stop her. "Prophenite scum," she said as she looked at one of the dedicated followers of a defiler. While deities had religious followers who worshipped a deity and became a source of power for them, prophenites were those who had been defiled by a defiler. A defiler was the source of power for his prophenites, which meant that each of them wielded profane energy. They were similar, in a sense, to religious zealots who had been granted power by their deities. Now, that is no way for a lady to speak," the prophenite said and smiled, revealing his ebony teeth. She asked, though she knew the answer. They both circled around the sands of time, maintaining a distance from one another. "This time bubble is about to end. My partner is ending it as we speak." "Oh dear, Giselle, you don't fool me," the prophet said, chuckling. "Who would partner with you?" Giselle kept her gaze locked on the prophet. Well, it was too much to hope that he would just leave as soon as he learned that the sands would be leaving here one way or another. But that meant she might not get enough time to fight him off and go and in the time bubble. She'd have to trust Lex with that. For a moment, she considered if she could actually trust him with that. If he failed, then she would die, and all of this would be for nothing. Then she recalled his resolve as he talked about those he needed to save. If nothing else, she could trust that was real. It was foolish, extremely foolish, but she decided to take a gamble. Even if the sands escaped the time bubble, they wouldn't end up with her, which meant she'd have to risk everything to get her hands on it now. She summoned a sword, the sight of which caused the prophenite to grin, and suddenly the battle began. "If you don't escape now, when the time elapses, you'll die," she said. "One way or another, I'm going to die anyway," the prophenite said with overflowing glee. Giselle clicked her teeth and gave up talking. Prophenite or not, using profane energy or not, it was not so easy to stand in her way. Even a fight of life and death seemed like an intricate dance when she did it. With her nimble maneuvers and quick strikes, she avoided taking a single hit while slowly wearing down the prophenite, his black blood staining the otherwise immaculate hall. The more she wounded him, the more frustrated the prophenite became. The most frustrated he was, the more aggressive he became. The more aggressive he became, the easier it was for her to dodge his attacks. It became nothing more than a matter of time until the prophenite, for all his sacrilegious powers, was brought to his knees. Giselle wasted no time in decapitating him, and then grabbed the sands, putting them in an appropriate container she had long prepared. Then she ran. There were precious few minutes left for the time bubble, and if Lex hadn't succeeded, yet then he might have run into a problem. At worst, there might have been a prophenite standing guard to block him. Yet the flow of time was quick and incessant, and before she could reach the hall, she felt it slipping away. Just as she felt all hope was lost, and time was about to stand still, a mighty boom reverberated through the pyramid, its shockwave knocking her back. Before she could get up and understand what had happened, the entire world began to shake. Chapter 1189 More Problem Solving. Chapter 1189 More Problem Solving. Lex exclaimed as his body was lunged across the room. He tried to resist the force of the shockwave, but it came too quickly and without warning. For a moment, Lex felt his heart drop. There were time fractures right behind him, and he couldn't afford to touch them. He turned his hands into claws and dug them into the air, grabbing onto space itself. Even if he could not teleport, that did not mean his space affinity was useless. After all, he was still surrounded by space. Using pure physical strength, Lex resisted a shockwave he suspected was more powerful than the one produced by nuclear bombs. Fortunately, it did not last long. In truth, this was not enough to hurt him, and if he hadn't been caught unprepared, he would not even have been blown away. But he had been taken by surprise. Nevertheless, he had saved himself. Yet when he turned back to look, he realized that the time fractures might no longer be there. This was because he could see the impact of the shockwave traveling across the room, whereas if the time fractures were there, the shockwave would have been destroyed upon touching them, like everything else. A loud thud sound attracted Lex's attention, and that's when he turned to see that the Minotaur had fallen over, while the flames that made up the Banshee whittled out. No matter who they were so long ago, or why they were fighting after suffering the ravages of time, they were both dead now. A flicker of interest passed through Lex's eyes. Even if they were both dead, their treasures were still as good as new, and they were quite impressive. Lex wouldn't mind adding them to the museum in his penthouse. Lex grabbed the 10 feet long golden hammer and instantly learned that he could control its size. Shrinking it down to a more reasonable 4 feet, he stored it away, while doing the same with the silver sword and every other piece of gear they were wearing. It was funny. He gave up the more valuable treasure that was hidden here, but was now looting these small things. A familiar notification sound tinged in his ear, and Lex gave a cursory glance at the system notification informing him he had completed the quest. The reward was, as expected, keeping the system alive. Lex wondered if Giselle got the treasure she was after. He was about to go look for her when he felt a change occur throughout space. Something gripped him, covering him in a protective shield as the pyramid unraveled around him. He saw the walls dissolve, as if they were nothing, and the body of the Minotaur also turned to ash. Everything around him was undergoing a change, though that allowed him to briefly catch a glimpse of a hidden basement underneath the floor where he was, as well as a sarcophagus. Unfortunately, whatever secrets were hidden in the basement would remain a mystery. As the pyramid finally disappeared from around him, Lex caught sight of the first ray of sunlight peeking over the horizon. The dawn was no longer frozen, and as the distant sun came into view, the world around them completely dissolved. Throughout it all, Lex never caught sight of Giselle again, so he could only hope she was fine and got whatever she wanted. For a few minutes, Lex was surrounded by darkness and nothing else. But then, like a rubber band returning to its normal shape, he snapped back into the world and found himself in a familiar lobby. It was exactly the place he had entered the Temple of Frozen Dawn from. Countless others appeared around him as well, all of them contestants in the same stream as him. None of them even know how close they all came to die. They also just passed purely on luck. But that luck would not follow them forever. "Congratulations, Mr. Lex, on passing this ground," said the receptionist standing in front of him. "There's a 20-hour break during which you can feel free to rest and rehabilitate yourself." Next round, Lex groaned and left. There was no point in arguing with the receptionist, so he returned to his room and then returned to the inn. He wanted to check and make sure everything was fine and operational during the time bubble, but there didn't seem to be any issues. The only thing worth noting was that he had been gone for 30 days, or roughly 721 hours. That was good and bad. It was good because he had accumulated a lot of MT, and it was bad because the midnight games almost stopped because of it. He was continuously spending the MT he earned to keep the games running, and after 30 days the amount he had spent to keep it functional was almost used up. But that was easily fixed. Lex spent a majority of his income, which would keep the Midnight Games running for easily 3 months now, and observed a little. It was funny because his first Midnight Games had attracted the attention of a Tao Lord, but this time around nothing like that happened. Maybe it was because the innkeeper already had a bit of a reputation by now, or maybe they were just busy with other things. Either way, fortunately he did not end up attracting any troublesome attention, which was not to say everything was going smoothly either. With a sigh, Lex sat down in his chair and began addressing the many issues cropping up. The first of which was not even a midnight issue. Instead, he had to address the large number of applications that had been sent in to join Lex's harem. Every time this came up, Lex swore in his heart he would make that stupid rancher pay. Chapter 1190 Midnight Games Update. Chapter 1190 Midnight Games Update. Havel Elion roared triumphantly into the night sky. The corpses of an entire legion of insects all around his long, serpentine body. He was the ruler of the Jade Sea, the king of serpents, but most of all, he was a warrior who had built his odyssey over the corpses of his enemies. Years ago, when he had been invited to the first Midnight Games, he had not imagined how much of a boon it would be, and how much of a burden. As Nibiru thrived under the influence of the innkeeper's rewards, so too did chaos thrive. The world was brought to war with itself, as new contenders rose every day and challenged him for power. Many of his peers had fallen. Many other kinds were replaced. New beasts grew to replace them and begin their own journeys. But any who sought to challenge him met the same gruesome end. He was still king, and he was stronger than ever, which is why, this time, when news of the games arrived, Haval was ready. This time, he let his ambitions guide him, and he was no longer afraid to dream the impossible dream, and it was exactly as he expected. The innkeeper did not disappoint him. The innkeeper gave him war, gave him combat, but more important than anything, gave him a means to grow stronger. Haval looked around, and after ensuring that no living insects remained, swiped its claw in midair and summoned an interface that showed the number of people he had saved, the number of insects he had killed, the amount of points he had earned, and how many points he had been donated. There were also a few gifts many generous patrons had sent him, alongside a side tab filled with quests that viewers had assigned him. If he accepted and completed those quests, he would get even more amazing rewards and prizes, all sponsored by the viewers. But Haval was interested in no gifts, nor did he care for quests lest they earned him more points. He navigated to the shop tab of the interface, and then went to his shopping cart where he had an item waiting for him. Without hesitation, he bought it, and a moment later, a Mana Stone of Humility appeared in his hand. This unparalleled treasure of epic proportions could achieve the one single feat that Haval had dreamed about his entire life. Without hesitation, he ate the rock and felt its power spread through his body, strengthening the lost traces of a bloodline until only the smallest fraction of it became noticeable. Yet even that tiny change caused a massive metamorphosis in Havel's body, causing him to begin shedding his skin prematurely. From beneath the shed skin, scales began to appear, and the Serpent King suddenly took on a dragonoid appearance. He roared once more, but this time his roar carried a hint of dragon's might. It was just a tiny, nearly imperceptible hint, but it was enough to show that the Mana Stone of Humility had purified his bloodline and brought him closer to his stronger ancestor. With enough points, he could continue to buy this mythic treasure and refine his bloodline until he became a full-fledged dragon. Only the innkeeper could bring him such a reward. Only the Midnight wielded such awesome power. Feeling a surge of energy, the dragonoid serpent leaped forward in the hunt for more insects. It was impossible for him to know that the treasure he was so desperately seeking was a random pebble found in the Midnight Realm. Guests who stayed at the inn could literally pick up a pebble, eat it, and it would purify their bloodlines. But most guests never thought to look at the pebbles they were walking over as treasures. More importantly, as the inn was divided into levels, which level actually contained such pebbles was also something that needed to be looked at. Finally, The most important measure Lex took to prevent the inn from being strip-mined in case any guest ever realized how truly valuable everything in the inn was to keep only a certain threshold of things from the inn they could randomly take before they get charged for it. For example, if a guest booked a room at the inn, there was only a certain number of rocks or grass or anything else they could randomly eat before they get a prompt that eating any more would cause them to be charged for it. It sounded mean, but the inn was, well, an inn and not an all-you-can-eat buffet. On another planet, Pramod, the heart demon that led the zombie horde in the first Midnight Games, was once again leading an army of zombies against the insects. Every once in a while, he would buy Radiant Mire, which not only increased the toughness of his skin, making it more durable, but it also removed freckles and pimples and made his skin fairer. Another name for Radiant Mire inside the inn was mud. It was the common roadside mud. On another planet, the former pontiff of Bunny Nation on Nibiru, Falufa, was using a pair of nunchucks to completely dominate the battlefield. His every strike would break the earth and shatter tectonic plates. Time and time again, he would get warning to restrain himself lest he get disqualified, but the bunny knew only how to exert itself, not hold back. When it gained enough points, it bought for itself a wilting dream, eating which would bring it one step closer to the next realm. What realm was that? It did not know. It had no concepts of realms. It was only a bunny. Falufa would settle for whatever realm brought its brethren peace. Unfortunately, as it had not visited the inn in a while, it did not know that its brethren were very much at peace, excluding the kids harassing them. It also did not know that it was just eating dead flowers. Like that, millions and millions of humans, beasts, monsters, and creatures of other kinds slowly became stronger using only the mulch from the Midnight Inn. And every time they grew stronger, Sanguis Pluvia grew weaker. Chapter 1191, All from the Same Planet. Chapter 1191, All from the Same Planet? Pass the popcorn, dear, said Noah, looking at her lovely little granddaughter. Layla, who was slightly distracted, handed her grandmother an empty bucket. Everyone in the room looked at each other. They all knew why she was distracted, but it couldn't be helped. This was the first time that they, as a family, were taking a vacation together. Previously, even the thought of taking a vacation was inconceivable. Their world was at war against zombies, and the most likely scenario was that they would die fighting. Then the change happened, and the Farron family was caught up in rebuilding their world, so they sent Layla away so that she might have a semblance of childhood. Indeed, a childhood she did have, and as expected from her, she became a leader of countless children. Yet her ever-growing close association with a commoner with no future was worrying, so they pulled her back to Vegas Minima, where she resumed her cultivation path. Indeed, she was a genius, far surpassing even her parents. Her growth was rapid, and she executed near perfection in every technique she learned. In a mere 5 years, despite beginning cultivation prematurely, her foundation had grown so solid that despite their best efforts to prevent her realm from growing, she became a foundation realm cultivator. Yet while her cultivation grew, her personality diminished. She became quieter by the day, until she only spoke when spoken to, and even then her responses were minimal. She became the perfect, obedient child, and in the process lost all her individuality. When the Farron family learned that another Midnight Games were about to launch, they obviously knew they had to partake. That's when they learnt the phenomenal news that the flow of time in the inn was 3 times that of the Origin realm. That meant while 5 years had passed for them, 15 years had passed inside the inn. That means that all the children she used to play with were adults, and any attachment they may have had would be long gone. They brought her back to the inn in hopes that it would rekindle some of her passions. After all, it was not like the Farron family abused her or were strict beyond measure. All they did was distance her from some people who would, in the long run, have a negative influence on her future. But it wasn't working. She seemed even more glum than in the past. It also didn't help that all the workers she was familiar with were out doing other tasks. So returning to the place she was most familiar with made her feel more lonely than ever. The only redeeming factor was that there was a specific peacock that still remembered her and came up and nestled beside her, wherever she went. "Oh, there's another live event being streamed," Layla's father suddenly said, pulling up another screen in front of them all. As a result of the time difference between realms, watching the midnight games was a little complicated. They could watch everything live, but that would show the combat in slow motion. On the plus side, that gave viewers enough time to buy aid for their favorite fighters in a critical moment. But the drawback was that watching live was very slow, so most people were watching playbacks of fights that were already over. But while this was happening, they suddenly introduced another tournament being streamed inside the Origin realm, and this one wasn't being run by the Midnight Inn. Furthermore, the stream wasn't live, and instead was available for full streaming right away, so those in the inn could watch it at normal speed. Layla gave the screen a cursory glance, but was surprised to discover that she actually saw someone vaguely familiar. Before the stream officially began, there was a narrator giving some information on some of the more popular contestants. The one she recognized was a young man with 6 swords floating behind him. There was a yellow force field around him, making him look like an anime character. His name was Alexander. The narrator then skipped to another person dressed entirely in black, wearing a mask and holding a scythe. It went through a few more different contestants, and Layla was surprised to find that she had actually seen many of them around the inn at one point or another. For example, there was that guy Marlowe. He used to be very popular at the inn because he was always causing some problems. But now, after 5 years, he looked a lot bigger, as if he had put on a lot of muscle. She saw that Anakin Indiana McLean guy, who always looked like he wanted to cause trouble. From what she recalled, he had a group of friends as well. Before she could even complete the thought, she saw the rest of them. There was that samurai guy, who always carried a katana with him. Then there was Larry, who would always drool whenever he looked at the spaceship. Heck, she even saw that weirdo who always accused everyone of lying. Then she frowned for a minute. From what she recalled, weren't they all from the same planet? Wasn't that a lot of representatives from the same place? Before she could complete the thought, the narrator finally presented the most popular contestant, and the one to keep an eye on during the stream, Lex Dragonsbane. He looked familiar too. Before she could recall where she had seen him, the sound of shouting and screaming distracted her. She looked outside her window of their private booth and saw countless people who were watching shouting as Lex came on screen. Even the workers were shouting. Quickly, the news spread. Apparently, Lex was a very popular worker at the inn, and if rumors were true, a very strong one at that. He also went by another name, Leo. Suddenly, a spark of interest flashed in her eyes as she looked towards the screen. The stream finally began, and the venue was shown. It was a graveyard for giants. Chapter 11, 92 Creatures of Flame. Chapter 11, 92 Creatures of Flame. After taking care of his problems and returning to the hotel lobby, Lex was sent to the next round. He had also taken this break period to look into how long exactly these rounds would last. All of his plans were more or less coming together, but there was a catch. The longer he took to execute his plan, the more variables that came in, which meant there was a greater chance of something going wrong. In fact, Roland had already passed him certain news about Bank Versailles, which made the situation slightly complicated. Obviously that had nothing to do with Lex, but it had much to do with the Fugan, who were closely connected to the very people he was targeting. For now, this was not a bad thing, but the more time went by, the greater the chances that something could go amiss. So Lex felt the need to rush. But these things were not in his control. He needed to be calm when there was nothing he could do, but act decisively when he felt he could make a change. This was especially when he found out that the Champions Tourney would be at least 10 years long, and the preliminary tournament was also expected to last a year. As he was teleported to his next trial, Lex almost resigned himself to the fact that this would take some time. That was fine. He would, in this time, help Moon build a connection to her planet and help her move to the inn. The search for Liz and Belle would be slowed down, but maybe being streamed live across the realm would help them find him instead. Yet that thought changed as soon as he was sent to the giant's graveyard. To pass this trial, all he needed to do was cleanse this graveyard of all abominations born as a result of accumulating energy, a type of energy that was abundantly found in dark and cold places, but as well as in places where a lot of death had occurred. Besides, Lex Thousands of others were sent to the graveyard as well, this time including Earth Immortals. All those who managed to stay alive by the end and killed at least 100 abominations would move on to the next round. Based on the number of contestants, the size of the graveyard, and the estimated number of abominations, it was guessed that it would take around 5 months for the trial to be completed. If the completion of this trial was dependent on the elimination of abominations, could he end it quicker if he cleared it quicker? Did that mean the next trial would start sooner? Did that mean that the preliminary tournament, as well as the Champions Tourney, were not on a fixed timeline, but rather they just had estimated time frames? He could not answer these questions, but he could definitely test his hypothesis. Lex looked out at the dark, endless plain covered in corpses in front of him. There was no sunlight or moonlight, for a thick layer of clouds hung high above in the air, and though the sound of thunder occasionally rumbled in the clouds, he never saw lightning. But such a darkness was fitting, for as far as the eye could see, the only thing visible was corpses. There were no hills, just mounds of dead bodies. There was no dirt, just more corpses underneath the ones on top. The wind that blew did not whisper, but wailed and cried like that of a billion suffering souls. It was almost like he had come to the underworld, a place not to damn the souls of the evil, but to welcome each and every one of the dead. The sight was unnerving for many, though Lex only wondered if he was going to encounter more zombies. He looked, and around him he saw countless other contestants, most of them courageously looking out at the horizon for their enemies. Some of them looked concerned. A very few looked excited. Lex cracked his neck and began to walk forward. He did not need to spread his spirit sense out to see that in the darkness, the abominations had already begun to rise. They hid in the shadows or bodies, and in corners and in pits and holes. They traveled through the wind, unseen and unheard, and attacked like assassins in the night. They were formless and shapeless, yet they were absolutely lethal. Fear and horror were their strengths, and they had no weaknesses in this place. Or at least, they did not until now. Slowly, a powerful aura began to spread from Lex's body, attracting the attention of not only all the abominations, but all the contestants as well. Everyone had been waiting for the first move. They wanted to see what the abominations could do. Since they would be here for months, they would first get a sense for the strength of their enemies, and then they would make their plans. Of course, if the others wanted to probe the abominations first, they would happily sit back and watch. But Lex had no intentions of probing. His right eye glowed with a red light as he used his new eye technique. But this time he was not using his eye to search for things. Instead, he was using a unique combination of glyphs and arrays to use his vision to control flames. Then, he opened his mouth and let loose dragon fire. Thick and roiling flames, or yellow and orange, suddenly illuminated the darkness, revealing all the hidden abominations for a split second before they burned to ash. The flames, under the control of his eye, began to take shape, and mythical creatures born of flames appeared before him. The aura his body gave off became stronger. Domination was no longer just the simple theft of dragon's might. It had been fueled and elevated using his own convictions, and it carried a weight like no other. Just like that, Lex started his massacre. Chapter 1193, His Limit. Chapter 1193, His Limit. Far away from the preliminary tournament and the Champions Tourney, and even the known realm, there was a white dwarf. White dwarfs, basically, were just dead stars that hadn't blown up after their fires burned out and instead cooled down. White dwarfs were not all that uncommon, and this one too would be nothing more than another lifeless piece of rock, no different from any other in the Origin realm, except that the 99 planets that orbited this white dwarf were all on fire, as if there were 99 stars orbiting a planet. The countless burning planets all around the white dwarf made it so that it experienced perpetual daylight and experienced incredibly high temperatures without actually being lit on fire. The unique circumstances around this dead star had been artificially created to serve a very particular purpose. It was an incubation planet where dragons came and left their eggs, the ones from which they had particularly high expectations. It was also a kind of nursery for newborn dragons, where they would be trained in the absolute basics before being sent out into the origin realm to fend for themselves. Yet, on this day, this particular white dwarf was visited by someone other than a dragon. A devil appeared, not in her mundane humanoid form, but in her fully displayed devil form. Her purple skin was smooth and lustrous, and carried a certain charm that could entice the hearts of whoever laid eyes on it. Her two large wings were fully open behind her back, as if she needed them to fly, and her long, slender tail swung gently behind her like a dancing snake. A voice boomed even in the vacuum of space, as a formerly invisible dragon revealed herself. Her scales were dark like space itself, and seemed to bend light around it, helping her camouflage herself. The effectiveness of her scales was remarkable, considering the size of her body was so massive that it hugged the entirety of the white dwarf. "1,000 pardon, mighty dragon," the devil said politely, a mischievous smile painting her enchanting face. "I have no ulterior motives. My name is Valerie, and I came here to claim a certain bounty." The dark devil let out a deafening roar that threatened the integrity of space itself within the region. In fact, Valerie strongly suspected that if there weren't formations protecting this place, then that roar might have destroyed the entire star system that the dragons had carefully developed. Clearly, she was not a fan of the name Dragonsbane. "In the Champions Tourney, he will make an appearance in the Trials of Eternity," she said, before promptly disappearing from the area. But even after she had disappeared, her voice lingered. "I'll be waiting for my bounty once you've confirmed my intel." The contestants were stunned. The abominations were stunned. Everyone was stunned save Lex, who just kept walking forward. With each step he took, his flames formed into various creatures around him. The first, naturally, was a dragon. His dragon's fire took on the form of a dragon, and it looked completely identical to Pelvalen. The flaming dragon did not need to bellow, for the raging flames that made up its body were in a constant state of roaring. It spread its magnificent wings, scorching earth and air together, cremating the corpses it stood on, before taking to the skies. Up above them, the heavy curtain of clouds was actually an illusion. There were no clouds, only an endless legion of flying abominations. And now, amidst them, a flaming dragon. The next creature to be born of flames was a wolf, and it looked much like Fenrir. Yet while Fenrir could disappear from view, this wolf demanded to be seen. It raced into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of fiery footprints that slowly grew into a blazing inferno. Next came peacocks, and when they spread their feathers, each one was formed from a different colored flame. It was like a living work of art, meant to kill, and that's exactly what it did. Rabbits, butterflies, and pigeons came next, each of different sizes and shapes. The only thing they had in common was that they were made of fire, and that they each fought alongside Lex. Then, another figure began to form. It had not even taken shape yet, but those who viewed it felt a different kind of fear just from its silhouette. It was a beast, nay a monster, meant specifically for war. But before it could form completely, Lex dismissed it and placed a hand on his seals. This was his limit right now. If he tried to do more than this, then he risked undoing his seals. Then Lex summoned his sword and looked at Naraka. A piece of him yearned to let loose, but then reluctantly he put the sword away. Finding a worthy foe for his sword had turned out to be more of a hassle than he imagined. But if there was ever a place he found a worthy enemy, it would be at the tourney. Instead, he summoned his recently acquired hammer. It was a pretty big, double-sided hammer that looked like it belonged to monsters of legend. Considering it had been used by an oversized minotaur, that actually ended up being true. What was more important, however, was that it granted Lex a boost in physical strength. Lex looked out in front and noticed that his little warm-up had garnered a strong reaction from the abominations. Like a tide of darkness, they were coming to smash down on him. Instead, wielding the hammer, Lex smashed down on the corpse in front of him. Yet the hammer never touched the corpse. Instead, space cracked under his mighty blow, and the cracks spread far and wide before they began to quickly heal. Yet why would he let them heal? There was nothing in the description of this trial that said he couldn't destroy the whole graveyard itself. And that seemed like a much quicker way of killing all the abominations than killing them one by one. The tide of darkness crashed down, trying to stop him, but the flaming monsters came in their way. There was no darkness that could survive the light of Dragon Fire. Someone in the Discord said that the previous cliffhanger was criminal, so I took that as a challenge XD. Chapter 1194 One-Man Army Eye. Chapter 1194 One-Man Army Eye Bang. Lex used the hammer to smash down on space itself right before him, causing it to crack. Yet the cracks also began to heal the very moment they were formed. This place was not like BGY 987, the planet where the Midnight Battalion had waited for him. There, the fabric of space had been frail and fragile, breaking easily. That was both a boon and a curse, for it made using destructive space techniques easier, and a curse because if he was not careful, he would end up destroying a lot more than just space. But here, the laws of space were whole and healthy, and so, as Lex tried to break space, space itself tried to resist and heal. Technically speaking, if Lex wanted to just create a small fracture in space, he would not need to take such extreme measures. But his aim was far larger than a small fracture, which is why he was doing things in a much simpler and brutish fashion. He was forcing space to shatter over a large area. Bang! He smashed again, and, as his hammer bore down, it was not just space that felt the tremors caused by his heavy blows. It was not even limited to the floor of corpses upon which he stood. No, the tremors of his blows spread to the hearts of all the other contestants who were around him, watching. They spread to the hearts of the abomination, who felt a lethal threat from his actions. The tremors shook the hearts and minds of all those who were streaming this fight, and even of those who were supposed to be overseeing things. A worried, disembodied voice asked, "No, the karma of this place needs to be resolved naturally. By bringing everyone here, we are already pushing the limits of what that allows. Even if he destroys the very graveyard itself, that is also a resolution to the karma. Keep your eyes on the greater goal." Bang! The sound of Lex's hammer punctuated the end of their conversation. Giselle was extremely concerned about verifying Lex's survival, but she was soon kicked out of the Temple of Frozen Dawn before she could. Moreover, she was certain he was not staying in the same hotel as her, so she could not put the matter aside and focus on her training. When the next trial started and she arrived in the graveyard, she no longer needed to keep her cultivation suppressed. She undid her seal, revealing her natural cultivation as a third-stage Earth Immortal. Unlike the previous realms, which were divided into beginner, late, and peak stages, the Immortal stages were each divided into 9 stages, and going from one stage to the next required passing a minor tribulation. Moving from one large realm to another, such as Earth Immortal to Heavenly Immortal, required overcoming a large tribulation. The fact that she was already a third-stage Earth Immortal meant that her progress speed was exceptionally abnormal. Yet that was entirely arbitrary, since her cultivation realm was not a good reflection of her power. After all, she had always been stronger than her realm suggested. In the darkness of the graveyard, she prepared herself to unleash her power. Her every move, every breath, every blink of her eye already overflowed with grace and elegance, yet suddenly took on another, more ethereal charm. Her every movement had a certain sense of flow in it, as if she was one with nature around her. Gravity worked with her, not against her. The wind blew in support of her, erasing any resistance. The world bent itself to accommodate her. She was free and unshackled. Anyone observing her would feel like they would see grains of sand flowing in the breeze. Just as she was about to unleash her newfound power, ready to test it, a bright yellow light cut through the darkness, and a dragon made of flames unveiled itself in the distance. More and more mythical creatures appeared, and standing amidst them was a young man with a focused expression. Bang! She felt it. It was not his savage might, nor the cracking of space, nor the absurdity of a situation of a single man taking on the entire trial by himself that she felt. No, What she felt was the severity of his will. A thought flickered through her mind. She wondered who exactly was unfortunate enough to piss off Lex so much. Of course, she recognized him. The distance meant nothing to her eyes or her other senses. She was an immortal after all. But besides just his burning intensity, there was one more thing that intrigued her. Right now, he looked so much different from that guy in the temple asking questions about mobs. There were no jokes filling the silence right now. There was only the drive to eliminate the obstacle between himself and his mission. But Giselle had her own mission in this graveyard, so she stopped looking at Lex and began her own slaughter. Oddly enough, even though she was incredibly lethal and did a significant amount of damage to the abominations, no one noticed her. It was as if her moves were timeless. The Midnight Tavern was fuller than usual, considering that it had experienced a recent upgrade. The tavern owner had recently decided to triple the size of his building. Of course, he didn't add any more floors, but just took over the neighboring buildings, tore them down, and expanded the tavern. No one minded, since the tavern was super popular anyway. "Hey, little huntress," the tavern keeper said to the little girl covered in blood, despite looking quite pale herself. She had recently suffered a grave wound, and if it hadn't been for timely treatment administered by the tavern owner, she might have become a cripple. "I heard you're in need of money lately," he continued, ignoring the blatantly obvious anger in her eyes. Someone had targeted her and caused her to lose out a lot. He knew. How could he not know? He even knew what she wanted that money for, though he would never tell her. "Yeah, so what? You accepting new kinds of beasts?" "No, you silly girl. Hunters need to use their brains as well sometimes." She looked at him oddly. The tavern keeper only smiled and pointed to the massive projection screen in the middle of the tavern bar. "You have to figure that out for yourself. By the way, completely unrelated, but the tavern is accepting bets for who is going to win this tournament." The huntress gave him an odd look. "Hey, the tavern is the tavern, and I'm me. Anyway, you do what you want." Chapter 1195, One-Man Army 2. Chapter 1195, One-Man Army 2, a literal tide of darkness, formed from countless abominations shapelessly coming together to pool their strengths, crashed down on Lex. Yet the light of his furious fires kept the darkness at bay. It was an epic battle between light and darkness, a symphony of good and evil, a contest of power that transcended typical conventions, and in the middle of it all, a man working single-mindedly on his task. The steady rhythm with which he was smashing down his hammer gave the impression that he was nothing more than a blacksmith, forging something of mythic power as he harnessed the abstract chaos around him. The abominations had no shape or form to which they adhered. They were darkness, and within it they could be megalithic monsters or an army of infinite individuals. Their very nature caused weakness and fear to spread, their body a poison that could kill mind and soul alike. Being in the very presence of an abomination diminished the strength and stature of those who could not handle it. Yet clearly, if it was not for their abundance, they would be worth nothing more than a minor irritation to Lex. It was not like his actions said that Dragon Fire was weak. It was more like saying that if they could not even overcome his Dragon Fire, why did they deserve any more attention from him? Instead, Lex focused on the task at hand and continued to smash down on the space before him until there was finally a change. There were countless cracks right in front of him, and though they spread out far and wide, they all originated from this point. The concentration of cracks continued to rise, until eventually a small piece of space chipped, revealing the void underneath. Lex's eyes gleamed. Among the most powerful space attacks, he learned, space warp and space unraveling were still the strongest. Space warp basically allowed Lex to manipulate space to cause fluctuations in gravity, while space unraveling literally undid space, and instead turned it into a highly concentrated, incredibly dangerous form of energy that even he could not tolerate even still. But the fact that the energy was so dangerous it could harm even him made it the perfect weapon. Moreover, Lex's control over the space unraveling technique itself had grown tremendously since he last used it. Lex extended his hand and held the chipped piece of space in the center of his hand, never actually touching his skin as he began unraveling it. Yet before it completely unraveled, he flung it out, in front of him, into the dark tide. The chip, which was not even as large as a fingernail, completely dissolved, releasing an overwhelming eruption of energy. Compared to BDY 987, where space was weak and hence contained only trace amounts of energy, the space here was strong, so when it unraveled, the amount of energy it released was also massive. It was as if Lex had set off some kind of vaporizing attack, as an entire large segment of the dark tide just suddenly vanished as the tide of energy ate away at everything it touched. But the energy did not last long, dispersing into thin air. In truth, this was a very powerful attack, but it was not unstoppable. After all, immortals attacked with laws, and even if an immortal did not control the law of space, they could use other laws to counter it. But he would deal with the abominations who could defend against his attacks later. First, he would reduce their numbers drastically. By now, the other contestants had also begun their battles, though not a single one of them came close to Lex, and that suited him fine. Lex kept shattering bits of space and then throwing them out like frisbees, having them unravel along the way, eradicating massive chunks of the abomination tide. His strategy was effective. In fact, it was so effective that he alone had done more damage than all the other contestants combined together. But after a few hours, Lex stopped as a frown painted his face. Despite killing so many abominations, there hardly seemed to be a dent in their endless numbers. No wonder this was expected to take months. He needed to come up with a faster way to kill all of them. For a moment, he paused and rubbed his chin as he thought about his options. He could give up his control over Dragon Fire and let it spread unchecked. That's exactly what happened when he used Dragon Fire for the first time, which was against the Tree of Heaven. But even if he assumed no immortals would put out his flames, it would still be too slow. What he needed to do was identify the abomination's greatest weakness, and then think of a way to create one or a number of overwhelming attacks that could influence the entire graveyard. He spent some time planning, and came up with a feasible idea. Ironically, the fastest way to clear this whole place of abominations required a long preparation time. Lex used his left eye to study the laws attached to the abominations. Specifically, he looked for their weaknesses. Conveniently, it seemed like their greatest weakness was yang energy, which was abundant in Dragon Fire. Oddly enough, yang energy would also allow abominations to grow stronger, as the yang would nourish and strengthen them somehow. But the nature of how they receive the energy is what would determine if they were annihilated or nourished. Lex immediately got to work. Although Lex had learned a lot about formations recently, he still preferred arrays. Especially after he learned to augment the results of arrays using glyphs, he managed to overcome that invisible threshold of power that he seemed to reach with his arrays. Not that it mattered right now. The array Lex began to design was not an attacking array to begin with, so the threshold of power didn't matter. Instead, the array would only facilitate the result he wanted, not cause it. Chapter 1196 Purgatory. Chapter 1196 Purgatory. Lex's spirit sense spread out around the graveyard, over the abominations, and into the literal endless pile of corpses. His spirit sense traveled until it eventually reached the ground, which had hardened like one continuous piece of rock, and then went deeper. It also rose into the air through the cloud of abominations and above it, searching for the actual sky. His left eye, especially, was activated far beyond what it had been in a long time as he studied the laws governing every aspect of this graveyard. He could see traces of what once was. He could see the decaying laws that usually accompanied a thriving populace and large nations. He could see how they had been eroded, over time, and eventually replaced by a dark desolation. Protected by his army of Dragonfire creatures, Lex completely changed his focus to his surroundings, gaining a thorough and nuanced understanding of the graveyard that was out of reach at a simple glance. His purpose was simple. Lex had experienced many things and encountered unfathomable powers, but maintained a firm belief that the forces of nature were of the strongest in existence. Natural disasters could literally change the topography of continents. If viewed on a broader, more universal scale, natural disasters could destroy planets and cause stars to explode. Natural disasters could give birth to black holes, which were at the apex of destructive power. So to kill all the abominations here, he wanted to give rise to the necessary circumstances for a natural disaster to occur. Due to his natural affinity for volcanoes, Lex naturally considered that first. But as his spirit sense reached deep into the ground, to the very limits of his spirit sense, he could find no lava. Despite the massive weight and pressure that the deep underground of this place must experience, it was not able to turn into lava due to the deep infiltration of Yin energy. In fact, the deeper he went, the colder it seemed. It was tragic, but it was not the end. He could use the abundance of the Yin energy in this place to give birth to a new kind of natural disaster. Although, by definition, instigating the disaster himself made it an artificial disaster, the point of the matter was to use the abundant resources available here to power the disaster instead of doing it himself. Since Yang energy could nourish Yin, then under the right circumstances, the reverse could also be true. He just had to set the stage for that to happen naturally and organically himself. After gaining a deep and thorough understanding of the patterns of the graveyard, it was pretty easy. It was like setting off a forest fire. If the weather was dry and there was enough kindling and the wind was blowing just right, a single half-extinguished match could be the start of catastrophic devastation. Heavy winds began to blast through the graveyard as Lex's body started to rise, and suddenly the aura of danger his body gave off increased drastically. In fact, it wasn't just the abominations who felt it. The contestants did too. Yet the strange thing was he had long since ceased attacking. Instead, he was building an array. The array wasn't even massive, oddly enough. The characters were painted on almost a microscopic level, so that he could safely build the array around him. Yet even so, thin lines of spirit energy became visible around him, forming what looked like an endless maze. Yet the lines of that maze were the characters themselves. It was interesting because despite the size of the array, it only had one purpose, which was to force the Yin to nourish the Yang in his dragon fire, instead of fighting it. But the complexity of the array surpassed any array he had ever built before. The greatest problem was that Lex felt he lacked vocabulary as far as array characters were concerned. After the original few he learned initially, as well as the few he identified himself the past few years, he knew no other characters. He needed to supplement his knowledge, but there was no readily available source that didn't overlap with his existing knowledge base. So he had to make do with more complicated arrays. But Lex had radical ideas about arrays. Ideas which, if panned out, could drastically improve his strength. But to even begin testing them out, he would need to become an immortal. Once that happens, and he gained enough self-confidence in surviving truly cataclysmic disasters, Lex wanted to go observe supernovae and black holes to see if he could find any characters in or around them. Eventually, Lex's body floated to the very middle of the ground and the black curtain of abominations in the sky, and the array around him continued to grow stronger. Anyone with strong instincts or self-protective abilities began to sense that something was terribly wrong, as Lex began to radiate an aura similar to fatal danger. The abominations sensed it too, and began attacking him from every side. Even immortal abominations, which had been holding back so far, attacked with full ferocity. For the first time, the Dragonfire monsters were pushed back. They changed their tactic from attacking abominations to simply protecting Lex, but even then the radius of the circle they formed around Lex continued to get smaller. But with each passing second, more and more abominations attacked, so much so that the other contestants ran out of opponents to fight. They all looked towards Lex, who was attracting every single abomination within range. In fact, a few moments later, Lex was no longer even visible. A massive black orb began to float in the air as the abominations encircled him perfectly and continued to squeeze tighter on his defenses. Dragon fire was formidable, But the sheer force of abominations throwing themselves at the flames began to eventually snuff them out. They kept closing in until eventually the shape of the dragon fire changed from creatures into a sphere that simply surrounded Lex. Seconds turned to minutes, which turned into hours. He was getting closer to being exposed. Yet instead of triumph, the abominations oozed a greater aura of desperation. Everyone looked around, feeling confusion and apprehension. Some even considered joining in with the abominations, for the aura from within that sphere was too dangerous. But it was too late. They took too long to come to a decision. The aura from within the sphere peaked, and then Lex opened his closed right eye. There was a single glyph painted over his pupil, and, comparatively speaking, it was a fairly simple one. It was one of dragon fire. The array around him hummed as it suddenly reached completion, and energy from the universe around it surged in to fill the array, like air rushing in to fill an exposed vacuum. The array suddenly vanished and turned into a gold aura that surrounded Lex. He immediately extinguished the dragon fire around him, briefly exposing himself to the tide of abominations. Then a beam of red fire shot out of his eye, coated perfectly by the gold aura. The abominations threw themselves at the flames, ready to douse it as they had done with the others. But as their bodies touched the gold aura, they paused. When they finally touched the flames, instead of extinguishing it like a rainstorm putting out a puny bonfire, they fed it as if someone had thrown fuel into an open flame. In a fraction of a second, too quick for even Lex to follow, the flames spread across every abomination in the sphere around him. Lex suddenly activated his Heaven's Furnace technique, shutting himself in. The timing was opportune, for the sphere suddenly exploded with such awesome might that it completely transcended Lex's own realm of power. Where previously Lex had struggled to barely crack space, now cracks spread for hundreds of miles around him. Where previously a black curtain of abomination covered the entire region, now a curtain of dragon fire, coated in an aura of golden, burned above the graveyard. Each and every contestant cursed together, and all of them started to retreat and run away. But where could they run? A rain of liquid, golden dragon fire burst from the clouds in the sky, turning the graveyard into the largest crematorium to have ever existed. All hope was lost. The contestants could not escape. Just as the first of the dragon fire was about to fall onto the first of them, it suddenly changed direction and fell beside them. From a massive hole in space, leading to the void, where the original sphere surrounding had been, Lex emerged, not so much as an extra wrinkle or crease on his clothes. He kept his right eye active, consciously keeping all the contestants safe. From his left eye, he observed the newborn disaster that was quickly spreading across the entire graveyard. In case it ran into any unexpected problems, he would need to act. But there was nothing that could prevent this spreading fire. It was almost funny. When Lex came here, his first impression of the graveyard had been of hell. So he lit the whole place on fire and turned it into purgatory. Did that make him the devil? Chapter 1197 keeps changing. Chapter 1197 keeps changing. The other contestants were stunned. Those two figures secretly watching over the graveyard were stunned. The viewers who were streaming the contest were stunned, though admittedly by the time they watched the show, everything was already over. Everyone was stunned. Yet Lex quietly stood there, mid-air, and watched the fire rain down with a neutral expression. The graveyard was truly massive, to the point where he could not see its end. That was why the expected clearing time was months and months. Yet now it might be clear before the day even ended. The sky was on fire, raining down liquid fire, causing the corpses on the ground to burn as well, finally finding some kind of release from all the abominations. Giselle, who was standing alone in the fire, unprotected by Lex, since even he had not spotted her, looked up at him with a hint of annoyance. She had things she had planned to do here. It was hard to come across a place with such pure energy, which was the perfect place to nurture a few specific profane treasures. Yet now that was impossible. She sighed and sat down, rethinking all her future plans. It was very likely that Lex's interference would be strong in all of them, so if she wanted to accomplish all the goals she had set out, she would need to put in extra effort. Everyone, all the other contestants who had entered the preliminary tournament feeling an abundance of confidence, looked up at Lex with a hint of fear and wondered what was going through his head. What they didn't know was Lex was evaluating his escape plan that he had used to avoid the majority of the impact from a blast. Just because an explosion was strong did not mean it could rip a hole through space. Otherwise, all supernovae would do just that, not to mention all the attacks from stronger Earth immortals and above. Instead, only attacks specifically targeting space itself would cause any damage at all. By trapping himself in the heaven's furnace and coating himself in a layer of space, he made it so that the might of the explosion literally ripped the chunk of space surrounding him away, causing the hole. By being thrown into the void, he avoided the brunt of the explosive force. The heaven's furnace then protected him from the pressure of the void until he came back. Although for now, it was just something he used to avoid too much pressure on his seals, it was a nice escape plan for the future if he ever needed it. A loud shriek distracted Lex, coming from far in the distance. A tremor traveled through the ground and even the cover of fire in the air, but it lasted just a second. The next thing Lex knew, he was being pulled back through space. He reappeared in the lobby, and so did everyone else. But even before Lex could talk to the receptionist, everyone around him took a few steps back. Lex looked around, shrugged, and then returned to his room. The next trial would start in 20 hours and would be the last one he had to attend. Meanwhile, word of what happened spread, even among the other contestants. In another stream, a war was taking place in the middle of a desert. Blood soaked the pure white sands and corpses fell to the ground, only to become sand as well. Tens of thousands of warriors fought ferociously against a never-ending tide of slender, white monsters made of sandstone. Yet despite their pure color, the monsters reeked of pure evil and were driven by a malevolent will to turn all of reality into sand. In fact, everything they ripped with their sharp claws would somehow turn to sand as well. On a dune overlooking the battlefield stood two men. Both were humans, and one looked the part while the other looked like a walking sack of muscles. Marlowe had, through years of training, regained his former gargantuan size, much to his wife's chagrin. Marlowe asked, overlooking the fight. Even though the warriors were stronger than the stone monsters, the number of monsters was just too many. "Yup, that looks like certain death to me," Raphael said. Unlike his abnormal father, Raphael's expertise was in commanding troops. His natural acumen for large-scale combat strategy was astounding, allowing him to make the impossible possible. But that was just a saying. That did not mean he would literally do something as stupid as go up against an infinite number of enemies with only a handful of soldiers. Unfortunately, that was the very position his father put them in. It can't be helped. My cultivation path has changed. I can no longer cultivate like normal, Marlowe said. Only by facing death can I become stronger. Just because a fortune cookie sounds smart does not mean you take it too seriously. These oracles are untrustworthy. You're going to kill both of us listening to them. Marlowe looked at his son and snorted. He had not missed how his son was able to randomly predict things that hadn't happened yet. His lame excuses and explanations didn't fool anyone. Which means if the oracle who told Marlowe his path forward had truly been lying, Raphael would have found a way to stop him. "I just got news," Marlowe said as cracked his knuckles and activated his nanotalismans. "Impossible," Raphael scoffed. Yet they both knew it was not impossible. It was a fact. "The guy who did it is an old student of mine," Marlowe said, as a powerful aura began to envelop him. Before Raphael could say something, Marlowe leaped forward, crash-landing directly in the middle of the stone monsters. "Dragon's Bane," Raphael murmured and wondered why the timeline was changing once more. What was the point of seeing the future if the future kept changing? Not that he understood his ability all that much. He had figured out that he would randomly see his whole life play out and remember it clearly. When he'd wake up from the vision, the future would play out mostly as he had seen. But each time, something extremely critical seemed to change. Even now, changes were already happening before the tourney even began, and he couldn't afford that. They had to become as strong as possible if they were to survive what was to come. That's why he had a hint dropped for how his father could progress his cultivation. The path of the primes, it was too difficult, but it was also their only hope. Raphael sighed and then jumped down as well. Chapter 1198, a little tough. Chapter 1198, a little tough. Is he usually like that? Moon asked as she looked up at the screen and ate a burrito. Much like the two had watched Lex in Lover's Island, they were watching him partake in the tournament. Although Moon had to admit that the impression he gave off was vastly different this time around. The way he stood there, high up in the air, looking down upon a burning world like a sovereign, Lex was almost completely unrecognizable. She could hardly believe this was the same Lex she knew. After all, during their childhood, Lex was not much of a fighter. "Don't let him fool you," Z said with a knowing tone that only an employee could have towards their boss. "He's actually probably much stronger. He just likes to look cool while he does anything. One moment, you'll think he'll be at the end of his rope, fighting to barely hold on. Yet if a stronger enemy would show up, he would still defeat them, and somehow make it look just as difficult, as if he was truly at the end of his rope this time. I've never actually seen him lose a fight." Moon marveled as she looked up at her brother, and her understanding of him changed once more. "You do not need to worry at all," Lex said very calmly to the figures sitting in front of him. "The very reason we had this meeting inside the inn was because of the security and protection it affords. Nobody can divine our meeting." "Very well. That is reassuring to hear." Lex's expression did not change, nor did he suffer any fluctuations when asked this question. It was one he had answered many times already by now. If the innkeeper were making a move, then all of this external aid would not be required. "Very well," one of the figures responded before leaving the inn. Lex sighed. There were many things that the inn did that he took for granted, he knew, but the ability to sit face to face with someone with a much higher cultivation level without feeling any suppression was absolutely broken. He looked at the time, then teleported back to the hotel from where he was participating in the tournament. Yet as he walked out this time, the hotel was much emptier than last time. It was because most people were still finishing their previous trials. Lex asked the receptionist. He looked at the time, then teleported back to the hotel from where he was participating in the tournament. Yet as he walked out this time, the hotel was much emptier than last time. It was because most people were still finishing their previous trials. Lex asked the receptionist. "Indeed it is. It's divided into 2 parts. You will be sent to the boundary of a vast maze. You must make your way through the maze towards the center. That's the first part of the trial. The second part begins once you reach the center of the maze, where you will find a tall tower." Lex narrowed his eyes. Once again a tower, with levels he needed to clear. The Tower of Providence was powerful and mysterious, and did not require him to clear levels, but each time he would enter he needed to complete a quest. Having said that, within the inn, inside a minor realm, there was a tower that the Jotun Empire was protecting as a training ground for the human race. He himself had only visited it once, but the benefits it offered were genuine. More importantly, apparently Emperor Jotun himself had once gained a great harvest from such a tower. There was too much of a theme going on for it to be a coincidence. Yet Lex had no idea what the truth behind this could be. It might really just end up being a genuine coincidence, considering a tower was not exactly an abstract shape and perfectly fit the requisite of having many levels. He didn't say anything, and just walked through the door that brought him to a jungle. He looked around and found nothing similar to a maze, so he momentarily considered that this might be a different kind of maze using some kind of esoteric laws or techniques. But almost immediately he noticed the anomaly. He rose up into the sky and saw, many thousands of miles away on 2 of his side's walls that seemed to rise beyond his ability to see or comprehend. Moreover, there was no space up above him. The sky seemed to extend for eternity alongside the walls. Lex spread his spirit sense apart to its absolute limit, but was not even able to touch the walls. Moreover, when he looked down the corridor on both sides, he could not see where they led. The size of this maze was... Lex tried not to think about it. He tried using his spatial laws, and was relieved to discover that they worked. At least he'd be able to traverse large distances easily. The only problem was that the space here felt oddly different, as if he was no longer inside the origin realm. Moreover, there were clearly defined borders to what he could sense. He began teleporting towards the wall, which wasn't too hard. The problem arose when he came close to the wall. Not only could he not teleport beyond the wall, as it blocked his ability to sense or control space, he almost couldn't use his powers near it at all. The closer he came to the wall, the more he was deprived of energy until all that was left was the physical power in his body. Lex sighed. It was going to be a little tough to speed through this one. Chapter 1199, Not Going to Work. Chapter 1199, Not Going to Work. Lex knocked on the light brown walls that rose to eternity, and they were pretty solid, as expected. When he tried to look at the laws associated with it, all he saw was an endless abyss and felt an incredible strain on his eye, causing him to close it. This place was obviously far from normal, but then again, it would have never been a part of the tournament if it were ordinary. In fact, considering how unique this place was, Lex could not even imagine what had been left in store for the main tourney. Of course, he had learned some details, but that did not mean he knew everything. Lex looked in both open directions, trying to determine which way he should go. His instincts weren't guiding him specifically anywhere, which meant that there was no underlying threat or danger to him in the area. But he didn't need there to be such a thing for his instinct to act. He focused on the thought of a tower in the middle and tried to get his instincts to focus on that. Yet, unexpectedly, it failed. Unsure if the walls were interfering with his instincts, he put some distance between himself and the wall, yet it still did not react in any way. But when he tried focusing his instincts towards something else, for example food, it worked just fine. With literally no hint towards how to solve the maze, Lex cautiously started to teleport in one direction. He kept his spirit sense spread, searching for other contestants or any sentient native beings. But all he found were numerous beasts and wildlife, none of them even remotely threatening. The strongest of them was in the Golden Core realm. But that did not mean he thought for even a moment that this place was safe. If it were, it wouldn't have been saved for the tournament that included the Origin Realm's best. Yet as Lex continued to teleport, randomly picking a direction whenever he came across an intersection, minutes blurred into hours without him not only not encountering any danger, but anyone else either. This is not working out, he finally said after he had spent 6 hours teleporting continuously. He could not tell if he was making any progress at all, as there were no markers or distinct features. The only way he even knew that he was not just running in a circle was because the ground of the maze was filled with various different landscapes. He started out in a forest, but had already crossed deserts, oceans, islands, plains, mountains, and many more. It was as if the ground of the maze was one endless world, almost entirely populated by beasts. After a moment of consideration, Lex decided to do something different. He tried using his instincts as well, but this time, instead of searching for the tower or for food, he was searching for other contestants. The results were immediate. His instincts immediately began pointing him towards dozens of other people, though they were all incredibly far away. Yet instead of being relieved, Lex was troubled. Dozens seemed too few in number. In each of his previous trials, there were thousands. Lex tried again, but instead of searching for other contestants, he searched for one in particular, Giselle. He was not looking for her because he wanted another chance to create a good impression on her or some such nonsense. Instead, he recalled how she had gotten to the pyramid before him back in the Temple of Frozen Dawn. She also had that mysterious watch which he hadn't been able to detect. Clearly, she was extremely well prepared and knew certain things about the trials. If he could work with her once more, then the chances that he could expedite the end of this trial would be much greater than they were. As soon as he visualized her in his mind, the guidance from his instincts faded, leaving him feeling disappointed. She would have been a good ally to work with. Yet, just as he was about to search for the nearest contestant, he realized that the guidance from his instincts had faded, but not completely disappeared. It was as if there was something blocking her from being sensed, but it wasn't completely effective. Not only did Lex not find that odd, he was reassured by it. Clearly Giselle was not simple. and the fact that she could nearly block his instinct from acting only supported that premise. With a clear direction to head towards, Lex stopped holding back and increased the distance he would teleport to. The odd influence of the walls, which sucked away all abilities, actually greatly diminished Lex's teleportation range at every intersection, but other than that he could move around freely. As Lex watched the various landscapes underneath him change, he thought it was a bit of a waste. He would have loved to explore this maze properly, but he had no time. He swore to himself that once he was strong enough not to worry about things, he would take his time and explore everything that the universe had to offer. After all, the whole point of being strong was so that he could do the things he wanted. If he didn't have a whole list of things he was being prevented from doing because he was too weak, what would be the point in getting stronger? Surprisingly enough, even with Lex teleporting with the greatest distances that he could manage, it still took him hours before he approached Giselle, which only spoke about the vast range that this place offered. Yet once he arrived at the location his instincts were guiding him towards, they stopped working. It was as if she was in the vicinity, but his instincts couldn't find her. Beneath him was a vast, green plain covered in tall grass, shrubbery, and a few clusters of trees here and there. There was nothing specifically interesting about this place where he could start looking, so he began sweeping the general area with his spirit sense. He even stayed floating up in the air so that he was visible from afar so that Giselle could spot him. Yet his strategy was bound to fail, since Giselle was not in the plains, but in her ruins hidden underneath them. Chapter 1200 Treasure Hunt. Chapter 1200 Treasure Hunt. Lex sat atop a tree stump as he looked out at the plains in front of him. He had searched for Giselle for 20 minutes, but hadn't been able to find her. Considering his searching speed, 20 minutes was a large amount of time, yet it yielded nothing. But his instincts seemed to insist that Giselle was in this general area. He rubbed his chin as he thought of multiple ideas of how to proceed. Since he couldn't find her, and she hadn't contacted him, that meant that either she hadn't seen him or was avoiding him. Considering their prior fruitful partnership, he didn't see why she might be avoiding him, so the chances of her being unable to spot him were highest. Lex considered any number of possibilities, from sealed domains to trapping formations and many more. All of that basically only meant one thing, that he had to search even more thoroughly. Lex closed his eyes and used one of the cloning techniques he had mastered. The reason why he didn't use it more often was because it was highly limited. The fighting strength of each clone was basically non-existent, though they could use his techniques and abilities. They also could not be too far from him, which limited their effectiveness range. But they also had their uses. For example, while he sat on the stump, 50 other Lex spread out and began searching. More than 10 of them entered the soul state and went underground while the others spread out, searching for hidden areas. With the power of 50 Lexes, nothing could be hidden. Immediately, 50 different streams of information began flowing into his mind, and he paid equal attention to all of them. He began to understand the fauna and flora of this plane and gained an in-depth comprehension of this ecosystem. He learned about the weather and strange wind patterns caused by the presence of the walls. He learned how the landscapes experience change over the years. His clones deep underground studied the soil structures and noticed the various layers. He could guess how old each layer was. He could. A fist punched out of the soil in front of him, stunning him. Although it was just a fist, he recognized that hand, especially since he could now see the watch on it. But the absurd thing was that even while looking at it, he could not sense the hand. The hand pressed against the ground and pushed against it, allowing Giselle to come out of the ground. Yet she had only half emerged, with her legs still underground, when she spotted Lex and froze. The two locked eyes, and Lex waved at her. "Hi," he said, all the eloquence and charisma he so easily wielded against immortals and powers of the universe suddenly drained out of him. What was he supposed to say in this situation? Usually he was the one digging himself out from the ground. He offered. "No, I'm good, thanks," she said, pushing herself out of the ground and dusting herself off. "What are you doing here? Ruins underground?" That genuinely took Lex by surprise because not only had he himself scanned the ground, but he had also sent 10 clones down there, yet none of them discovered it. As expected, Anything Giselle set her sights on was far from simple. "No, I'm not here for the ruins. Don't worry," Lex said as he dismissed his clones and stood up. Giselle looked at him curiously, while constantly scanning her own body for some kind of tracker, yet there was none. She couldn't understand how Lex found her, since she was using her newfound power to obscure herself from view. "I'm listening," she said simply, not revealing even a hint of her true thoughts. "Based on our past cooperation, I guess that there was a very good chance that you might know how to reach the center of this maze. Let's imagine you are," she said slowly. "I would like your aid in reaching the middle as fast as possible." Giselle studied Lex for a moment, considering his proposal, before shaking her head. "I'm sorry I can't be of help to you." Lex was not disappointed, for he had not expected Giselle to comply so easily either. He asked, "Because if it is, I think we can come to an arrangement. I think you will find that there is no better partner when it comes to treasure hunting than I. Not only can I help you teleport long distances towards your next goal, but I can also help you find the treasures much quicker." Giselle's gaze on Lex became more intense, yet Lex wasn't bothered. Based on what happened at the temple, he could guess that she was a treasure hunter of sorts with inside knowledge. He supposed it made sense, for when looking for treasures, one needed to be armed with the most detailed knowledge. If he could help her fulfill her goals, she could then help him get through the maze. It would still end up being quicker than trying to resolve the maze himself. Of course, in case she said no, or was unable to help, Lex had one last thing he could try, which was prophecy. But his own ability to look into the future was not the best, or more specifically, the most detail-oriented. He was not sure if he could use it to find his way. "Even if that were my intention, which I'm not saying it is, why would I bring you?" Lex smiled. The fact that she hadn't said no directly meant that there was a chance this could work. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.